Welcome everybody here to the first ever PACAF Esports Championship for 2025, hosted by Air Force Gaming. We're live from the Yokota Air Base in Tokyo, Japan. We're looking at the 8 best teams in the Pacific region, and we're going to be casting a lot of Black Ops 6 today. My name is Infinity, and I will not be the only caster talking over the action today. I'm going to be joined by some wonderful fellas, well, wonderful sometimes. We got Seymour and Enigma to my right. Start with you, Seymour. How you doing, mate?
I mean, I'm doing good, but I did not need that slight throw there. I don't know what you're trying to poke at here, but no, I'm doing good. It's a good night. I mean, late for you guys, I'm sure. For myself, it's just, another degenerate hour for me to cast some Call of Duty. But no, I'm excited. This is a big one. I mean, it's historical for Air Force Gaming, and it's a big thing to see these players coming out and showing out.
Absolutely, I'm going to follow Seymour a little bit there. Also, it is midnight for both of us, so why on earth you're taking swings at this hour? I don't know, my friend, but it's a pleasure to be alongside you guys and get to be a part of this. As Seymour said, this is a wonderful evolution in the tail of this championship, and really looking forward to seeing who steps on out and who delivers on the main screen for us. We've got 3 days of fantastic action for sure.
It's only getting better as the night progresses for us, Enigma. Don't you worry about it, mate. Yeah, as you guys well know, there's a lot of competitions here from Air Force Gaming. You'll recognize that the PACAF competition is not the only one. Let's talk a little bit about the format ahead, not just for today, but for the entirety of the World Championships. We've got an event coming up in June. We've got a lot of teams from a lot of different regions competing, Seymour.
Yeah, I think, I kind of highlighted that this is a historic moment for Air Force Gaming in terms of hosting in the PACAF region. But on top of that, they've put together a circuit this year in 2025 that is leading into what is the most sophisticated tournament style that we've seen for the Air Force Gaming Call of Duty players. You get top 3 from PACAF, top 3 from USAFE, and top 6 from Konas, all leading into a World Championships later on in June this year, where I'm excited to see these players play in Buckley Space Force Base, but we are a long way away from it.
Yeah, for sure. Look, I remember casting over the Konas Championship last year. It was a lot of fun. There's a lot of talent in those Air Force bases, Seymour. So excited to see what they're capable of in the World Championship. But today we're going to be focusing on the PACAF region. Let's start by talking about some of the groups for today here. We've actually got the schedule to show you guys right now. This is the schedule. This is what our matches look like ahead for us here. And
yeah, they do. So we're going to start off with Yokota against Masawa, and then over in Group B at the same time will be Kadena against Anderson. We will be keeping track of one game going on at the same time. We'll, of course, let you guys know how the other one's running once we get those updates. But to clarify, you will see bottom left, bottom right. Those are your groups. So for Group A, it's Yokota, Hickam, Masawa, and Jaber. And then on Group B, it's Kadena, Osen, Anderson, and Eilson. So a lot of suns coming on through in Group B there. That's going to be a lot of fun. But it's, yeah, that's our setup for today. All those teams are going to be playing through these groups, and it's all about deciding seeding to get ourselves through.
Yeah, well, let's show you guys those groups in a little bit more detail. Then here, of course, you guys get to look at the schedule ahead of us here. As you said, I mean, there's so many fun names here on display. A lot of pronunciations for us that we're going to get to look at here in just a second. Here's actually a look at the schedule, excuse me, for groups for days 2 and 3. So you can see the championship bracket. Everybody is making it through the group stage regardless of what happens. We're going to be splitting that bracket into 2 days of competition. The first day, we'll have our final 6 teams in the tournament, and a couple of teams, of course, in the upper bracket semi-finals. But of course, that final day of the action, that's where we're going to have the final 6 teams competing to decide who will be the champion of the Pacific Sports region. With that said, then let's take a look at those all-important groups. We've got some pronunciations that I have absolutely no doubt we will be messing up multiple times throughout the day, boys. Yeah. Let's be honest. It's definitely going to happen. Look over towards Group A then very briefly here. We've got Anderson, Eilson, Yokota, and Jaber, and then in Group B, we've got Hickam, Kadena, Misawa, and Osan space. So yeah, this is a wonderful set of groups here, Seymour. We're looking towards these names. Really excited to get into today's action.
Yeah, and I think, in terms of the Pacific region itself, I know it's hosted in Japan over in Yokota Air Force Base, but you got Anderson from Guam, Eielson from Alaska, Hickam Air Force Base out in Honolulu, Hawaii. You got Anchorage, Alaska. That's where Jaber is from. Osan over in Seoul, South Korea. So a lot of Pacific representation in this tournament. That's going to be exciting. Who's going to walk out away on top? But for these groups and how they were put together and how these teams got here, Brody, I think people got to know that not only did they have to qualify throughout this tournament for that World Championship later on in June, but just to get here for PACAF, they had their own qualifiers at their Air Force bases where they had teams sign up, players come together. Some of them had brackets, whether they were best of threes, best of twos, or best of ones, going through it, double elimination at times. And it was a gauntlet just to get here for some of these teams and to represent their Air Force Base. I know for a lot of these airmen and guardians, that's a big deal for them. So congratulations to the teams who get to represent their bases. And I'm just ready to see them get going.
Sure. Well, we've got a game coming up here. I believe it will be ready to get underway very soon. Before we send it then, Enigma, look, it's an awesome tournament, mate. Can't wait to get into it. Any thoughts here before we get into the day?
I mean, to kind of build off the back of what Seymour was saying, I once took part in a tournament. It was a small thing, and basically I had to compete to represent London, and then I got to represent London in that team tournament, which was against various cities through the UK. And the amount of pride I felt at being able to say that I was representing my city, having that crest on my chest and so on. I can't imagine what it feels like for the people who are taking part in this tournament to represent their Air Force Base. As was said there, they've had to compete some of these squads to get on through. So everyone going to be in the venue are going to be getting loud, no doubt. Going to be feeling very proud and can't wait to see exactly how it all goes down. We've been given a little bit of insight as to who is going to be the top teams out in this PACAF championship. But you know what? What if we get a couple of upsets? What if we get some fairy tale storylines?
You never know.
All for it.
You never know. Well, we've got a wonderful first match ready ahead of us here. It's Yokota versus Misawa. Can't wait to get into it. I won't be casting it, boys. It's you boys ready to get into the action, so I'll throw it your way. Enjoy the match.
Thank you, Brody. Andy, I mean, you and I, we're pumped for this one. We're ready to get going for these games, and I'm not Infinity. In fact, I'm Seymour. There we are. But you know what? I have just as much elation as Brody does. He killed it on the host desk, and I'm ready to get in for these matches. And our first one that we were kind of looking at when we were taking a look at the schedule itself is going to be down to our home host, Yokota Air Force Base, going to be taking the stage, and that is something that I'm kind of pumped for because, for a team that's hosting this PACAF Esports Championships, Enigma, I'm hoping that this team shows up and definitely represents.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where you're looking at this team and you're thinking, okay, well, is this going to be a blessing or a curse to kind of be that home team? I mean, I don't really know which way that's going to lean into it because you've got yourself here a situation where surely you have a bit of support in the crowd, in the room, and everyone's going to be kind of like hoping that you come out absolutely straight out of the firing blocks and looking really, really good. Invest, Facts, Jalier, and Spread. I think that these four names that we're looking to see a lot of through this weekend. But of course, again, that can paint a target. That can be a lot of pressure. But we've said it before, my friend. Pressure bursts pipes or it can mold diamonds.
Yeah, here we get a look at the team itself. I mean, not only do they have a fire logo to represent their Air Force Base, but they also have a fire intro put on by Rally Cry and Load Screen, giving us all the content over the entire weekend. I mean, they crushed it. I'm loving the package for this tournament style, and I'm excited to see what these players bring for Yokota. They look stylish in those jerseys too, Andy, so it's good to see the players here for Misawa Air Base. On the other side, we got Sweet, Nace Mitchie, Goldfish, and Nighttime. A nasty name. I love that. Nighttime. It's a killer. You don't even see it coming.
Yeah, exactly. It's something that I'm no doubt we're going to play on through the weekend. But yeah, these intros are absolutely fantastic. Getting to show a little bit of the personality. Oh, and there we go. Hits it with the sleeper as well. Nighttime absolutely knows what you're doing there. But yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun getting to see exactly what these players are like in terms of not, this is LAN after all. This is not just about, hey, there we go. This is not just about how you perform there on the map. It's so much more about that. There's that mental warfare that goes on. There's so much that plays into it. We're getting to see all 8 of these gentlemen square off because we got some beautiful look-ins at the venue.
That's what you and Brody want to do tonight, is just go to bed. It's nighttime for you guys.
Oh, brother, I've had to negotiate with my partner to, like, you know, okay, so what's the sleeping arrangements? What's the situation here? But there was not a chance in hell that I was missing this. This is absolutely fantastic.
Andy's sleeping on the couch tonight. We know that for sure. Let's take a look at the map vetoes, Andy, to see what's going on for this series, because it's funny. We were thinking about, you know, where they're going to be going for these maps, and Brody was sitting on the side like, imagine it's this, 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 and this. And it was exactly that. So when we get to take a look at the maps here, we get triple protocol into a double vault if this goes map 4 and map 5. So not a lot of diversity in the map set, but classics here in BO6.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, protocol, we know what to expect here. This is, especially in hardpoint, is you've got yourself that opportunity to chain a couple of these hills together in 3 and 4. In particular, 4, you're hoping for that lockdown of it. But protocol, we all know that S&D is very much so. Can you... And my friend Brody was indeed completely right. Triple protocol. We've seen a lot of this map through the competitive year in the CDL, seeing a lot more of it here to start things off the Pacific Air Forces Championship. Then after that, double vault S&D. You and me, my friend, we know where that bomb's going 95% of the time. But vault hardpoint, I'm not gonna lie, I absolutely love this map mode.
It's weird because I'm right there with you. I get in a vault, my ranked games, you know, I get that jackal in my hand, and it's just nobody's going to stop me. I'm all over the place, and I'm just ripping and tearing through that one. It's a fun map. It's a fun mode. I love hardpoint personally, and to kick things off, I thought we'd be going to a Skyline personally. I thought that's where a lot of these teams would feel comfort in going into a good old kind of break off into a Skyline hardpoint to kick off the tournament. But for a protocol to come out inside of the veto system, definitely one that is going to still have some of those fundamentals in the map, you know, in terms of rotating, grabbing those power positions, and making sure that your subs are slaying out and grabbing those routes that are open. But not too upset to see it to kick off the PACAF championships. I'm excited to see how these teams perform, because realistically, Andy, we got not a whole lot of information on how strong these players truly are. So we get to learn a little bit today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that straight away we go into protocol hardpoints, an opportunity for ARs and SMGs to look good out there and show what they can do, because there's definitely different parts of the map that you're looking for certain people to control. You know, plenty of window. It's window warfare out there, especially for P1. So you're looking for people to lock down your trips or your dubs, that being top grandmas, another call out for that location. But it's definitely, you know, who can gain control and give their SMGs routes through the middle of the map and lock all that kind of thing down. SMGs, I'm looking for them to explode a lot around your P3, P4 and kind of set themselves up for that chain that goes on to, you know, getting mixy around lockers, dropping down spiral, and then taking control of the bottom portion of the map. Definitely what I'm looking for some superstar SMGs to do. And when we go through this first rotation of hills, you and me are getting, you know, some sort of player who's popping off in those moments. That's who we're paying attention to for the rest of the map.
It's who we're going to be talking about probably a lot this weekend too. When those players pop off, and I know they're going to pop off. When you do, get loud, get proud, make some content out here. I want to see the passion coming out of these players so that we can root for them all weekend long. But Andy, we got some predictions for this match, you and I, as we got Yokota taking up Misawa Air Base, and I actually predicted 3-0 for Yokota, not you. And you are taking the 3-1. Okay, you say they're going to lose one map. Where do you think that one's going to be?
I think that it's always difficult in a series to take away all of the maps. I think that, you know, you got plenty of opportunities. Say you come out strong on a hard point because of the way Call of Duty is, because of the way our esport works. It's just a situation of you going into a very different kind of mode next. So you walk into that search, and sometimes I just don't think that that domination translates. You know, the Neslo situation, it exists for a good reason. A lot of these teams, maybe you're the favorite in this, and you come out, you're very good in your respawns, but then there's a lot of teams that will, all right, we're not as good with those respawns, so we've practiced a lot of our S&D breakoffs and our strategies, and that's where I think that this team can take one away.
Yeah, you and I both. We get a nice look at the venue as well with the beautiful head-to-head cameras of both teams that we see. I'm not sure who's on the left and who's on the right. I imagine that it's Misawa on the right side, and it would be Yokota on the left side of our screens if we're following the trend of who we have on which side of the stage in terms of graphics. But for them, it looks like they're loading into the protocol. I could kind of get a glimpse of these screens. We got the hard point loading in, Andy, and give it to me right off the top. Who are you expecting to pop off, the subs or the ARs?
I think straight away I'm looking at those ARs to gain control and set their SMGs up for better play over P1, but time to stop deliberating, my friend. We're underway.
Yes, we are. So starting off on the more preferred side, I'd say, for those P2 rotations, Goldfish is just going to hop this hill right away. It's Misawa on the left side. I think we got this one a little bit backwards, but Yokota's going to fight right back into this hill, breaks that immediately, and they flip the spawns as well.
Yeah, they do indeed. That's a great passage of play here. And, well, bodies will fall. This is expected to be a bit of a setting of the pace. So, an opportunity for a couple of different players to maybe show who they are nice and early. And for Invest, he's going to be hill kitten for just a moment. Tucks himself on down. Takes a lot of damage, though. Sweet Goldfish will bully you out to the top of the map. Yeah,
so good time here for both squads, as it has been a contested P1 as expected. One last shot at it from Yokota. Couple extra shots, too, as they want to let them know that they're getting feisty early on in the tournament, Andy. But a couple kills there for Misawa. And over towards P2. Uncontested for the initial mid-map control for Misawa. And they're going to need some kills here on transition.
They will indeed. It's an interesting one, though, now, P2 on Protocol. We've had this change recently on how people like to approach it. Some teams like to punch through from the front, pin that squad in the back of P2, and that sets them up for a better rotation into P3. And right now, Misawa are going to have an opportunity to do that, as they just tuck themselves in underneath the lip, find a couple of kills, and Sweet is continuing to persist here from that top lip. Will eventually be bullied back, but you've done great work here, considering that Yokota basically spawning on top of that hill and aren't taking much time.
I mean, still in the lead, though, so last 20 seconds, you get this one. Again, you're just buffing yourself out, so Misawa, they know that. They did take another shot at it from top mid. It's not going to pay out, so last 10 seconds of scrap time, heading over towards Yokota. You can see a routes being run as well from Fax underneath Spiral, so he's going to look to get in behind this play for the P3 position and try to work an early break for Yokota. A couple kills there for Fax and Jailer. And this might be the break immediately. No chances. Spawns flip. They're in.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was really liking the position that Misawa were in, but all of a sudden, Yokota just bully their way into this hill, showing why they are favorites, why they are the hometown heroes right now. Spawns are going to be absolutely everywhere, though. You get a Yokota player in the back that then flips in for Misawa, and suddenly, Knight is going to have an opportunity to pick up a couple of kills. Finds one, breaks in. Can you get the second? No, shut down.
And you're back in for Yokota, keeping this lead 68-33. So with 23 seconds and P4 being so influential for a map like Protocol, I like to see that right off these deep spawns over towards Grandma's. They're already setting up for this new hill.
Yeah, indeed. Like what I'm seeing, though, out of Goldfish, who has dropped in low. And just going to get that trophy out, make sure that those nades coming in, likely through double doors, are going to be prevented. I would say that that trophy's probably out of range of catching anything that comes down zip, which is exactly where Invest is thinking. Do you pre-stun this? Do you pre-nade this? No. And you probably should have done, because Goldfish finds not one, but two. Sweet finds another. Yokota are going to have to rethink about how they approach this P4.
Yeah, but this is exactly what you're hoping for Misawa. I mean, you get into the money hill, and this could be where you even flip that lead at the end of it. 40 seconds. Brings it to just a marginal advantage for Misawa Air Base, and the kills coming through. The power position's locked down. Nace Michi with 2, 14 and 5, going unnoticed in terms of kills, but absolutely popping off for his team.
Doing great work here through the first rotation, keeping his team in the fight. A Sweet finds a 5 spree. Checked away at just the worst timing to not pick up the 6th. Fax will find 2 down low. Fax is still going to be alive. Fax is going to pre-fire, but Goldfish answers with 2 of his own to give the remaining scrap time to his team. There will be some bit of a contest here, but Goldfish will send you packing onto a 6 spree and surely starting to look ahead to that cruise.
Yeah, you're hoping to get that streak, especially on a map like Protocol. Definitely has a lot of weight to it. Would have loved to get that last kill, but doesn't finish the food. And Yokota get the break for P1. Still in the advantage for numbers. About to break triple digits as well. You don't have those better spawns for top Grandmas. So it is Misawa able to reclaim position through mid. Get back in towards this time. And after what was a strong lead for Yokota after a couple of those early hills, you get that P4 rotation. And this team looks like they're completely rejuvenated.
Yeah, they do indeed. Goldfish, I really like what I'm seeing out of him as well right now. Very aggressive spree down on P4, but and also gets himself involved in all the thick of the action for P1. Just holding, trying to read this spawns right now. That's the one thing you didn't do if you are Masawa, is anchor in for P2, which makes me wonder if they are intentionally playing through P3 side for that hill. Jailier takes a fight that you are never winning in a million years.
Yeah, I mean, you got top trips, and that is where seemingly you feel the most comfortable right now for this P2 setup. Force those spawns to the back of Grandma's. Allow for your player inside the hill. Just have the powerful overwatch of ARs that you were hoping, but they look away, and the hill gets overwhelmed, so Jailier is going to find a break-in for Yokota. Snatch away some of this much-needed time now after what has been a steamroll of some maps, but it looks like a player is actually out of the game right now, so I'm not sure what the call is here, Andy, but it's definitely not being played out, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, it feels a bit early for us to be considering this a play out. What this is an opportunity for Masawa to rub a little bit of salt in the wound. Gotta talk about how good Goldfish has looked through the back end of that P1, but sorry, that rotation one. But I will say that overall, Nace Michi having themselves a map, and it kind of felt like doing the work kind of under the radar a little bit. We didn't see major pop-off moments. We just saw him doing great work with that AR.
And I think for everybody in Misawa, it's just been Nace Michi 20 and 9 locking down those points, and Sweet and Goldfish inside of that hill just keeping the pace with those subs in hand. But it's unfortunate that you lose that member for Yokota. He's back into the game now, so Fax joining in 4-on-4 again. You're trailing by 80 points, but you get that P4 setup, they can be right back into this game. We've seen it before. We've seen it plenty of times on Protocol. You're not truly out of it.
Yeah, it felt like a moment where everyone took a pause trying to figure out what's going on there, but we get confirmation in from production. 100 points have been scored, then we will play the game, and we were indeed at that point. That's 150 combined, so we are continuing here. Vax is coming in, and I can give him one. He's going to need to pop off to make sure that his team dragged their way back into this. You're going to be behind by around about 100, and P4 will be open. So an opportunity then, once Fax gets in and finds 3 kills, to get yourself back in the fight.
He's in fact beaming right now, so 3 kills in a row. Fax on screen. Can you bring your team back from the depths of hell now to kick off PACAF? What a comeback this would be. But you're going to have to lock in as a whole, not just an individual. So you see Yokota inside the base. Misawa setting up for the retake. Couple through Spiral. Couple to the big door. They slide through. They find the kills. 2 down. It's a trade, but Sweet keeping an advantage, and they get on in. Misawa for the back 20 seconds. They want this to set up to win.
And Knight is just controlling. Had themselves a slow start to this one, but finding their way back into the game with 3 at the bottom of Zip, as Nace Michi will then send another one packing. What this means is an opportunity then for Yokota to set themselves up for P1. Knight's going to try and destabilize that by just holding top Grandmas. We'll give an opportunity for his teammates to push on out. Goes over the top. Hits nothing. Misses the RKO, but eventually finds Spread'em and will give his team at least one side to push out. But I love what Masawa players are then looking to do by then controlling trips as well.
It's not just Knight. He's saying good night, and he's in. 20 seconds. Misawa looking to steal away map 1 of the series, as they have the setup they want, but a lot of work to do to finish this one off. Yokota from the respawns. They fight back. They get in. And you got a triple stack on this hill. Player number 6, Fax, he's looking to run amok, see if he can get him behind, clear top third, and provide a little bit of support from above. 3 down again. You're holding on. It's just, you can't give up 13 seconds, Andy.
This is the one thing for Yokota right now. You can't afford to panic, but you are going to be running on a knife edge at all times. Player will get in. Spread'em just lines everything up, finishes them off, pushes on Goldfish. Pistol is out. Make it a 3-piece for Spread'em. So how do you play P2 then? Because you are technically going to have the spawn side, but Masawa have preferred playing from the front and are often winning these transitional fights, and they do it again.
Every second is a second closer to the map ending, and 7 seconds left for Yokota to make a play. Fighting from Lighthouse. Invest, he gets in. Needs some help, though, from above. In fact, he arrives. Double kill up top. Keeps him snug in the hill. A long way back into this protocol for Yokota. Here's Goldfish siding out. Nice shots from Invest. The help, though, 2 down. Spread him now in the hill. And he gets the kills, though. Knight's last one standing. And he hops it. He gets it done. And he puts it away from Misawa to kick off PACAF with a protocol win.
I'm going to get a look in here at some of the reactions off the back of that. And what I will say, understandably muted. I think that, you know, there's nothing that Masawa can really do about that. You've got yourself into a spot where it was really close as well until the moment that we end up with a player dropping out and having to come back on in. So very much so a case for Masawa where you're doing everything you can. I think we got to take a quick look at Nace Michi, who looks really good out there all the way through, just consistently being in the right place and lining up things. I said I wanted to see an AR player set their SMGs up for success, and we saw Goldfish pop off through a lot of moments in that map, and that comes from that great work out of Nace setting that foundation to allow him to go out and play.
And it looks actually a lot calmer than I would have expected, Andy, all things considered, from what that was. But it's surely heartbreaking that something like that's going to happen for your first match. But you got to give some props to the way Fax played coming back from that disconnect. He really stood up. He was making those individual plays for breaking the hill. And you saw that as a core 4, I mean, Yokota got it going on. It looked good in terms of slaying power. They got that P4 set up. Obviously not the time that they, I'm sure, would have wanted all 60, but you're just kind of wishing for everything to be perfect at that point, and it's just not going to happen all the time. So I think Misawa, with the hand they were dealt, they get it done. They start this one with a 1-0 lead, and it's a good win there for Misawa.
It is. It's a tough one to celebrate because you know that a lot of that was, you know, you had this circumstance that kind of leaned in your favor. So it's just one that you've got to play out. They did that. They get the job done. It was nice and close beforehand. I would give them plenty of credit as well for the way they played out of P4 there at the end, because I was a little bit worried that Fax comes back in, starts slaying immediately, breaks you into P4. You pick up a lot of points. Yokota suddenly felt like the pendulum had swung their way in terms of the momentum. But Masawa were unfazed relatively. You had Knight controlling top grandmas. He does a good job picking up a couple of kills, making sure you have that side to push out of if you want to. But then two Masawa players decide, actually, what we're going to do is play boat side, play spiral, maybe the zip, and get ourselves control then of trips as well, and lets them collapse on that P1 setup that Yokota had put into place. And that then just destabilized Yokota and meant that they were always scrambling and Masawa could mop it all up.
And mop it up they did. Let's take a look at the maps and then see, you know, where we're going next. I mean, we kind of broke it down at the start. We're not going anywhere new, but we get to switch things up for the game mode. And as we're following the CDL rule set for hardpoint search control, hardpoint search. So protocol search and destroy up next after that hardpoint. And now balls in the court for Yokota to perform. And I think for a player like Fax, who was that playmaker, I mean, this is your revenge tour. You get into the search and destroy, you take over as a sub. Definitely a potential that we've seen in challengers and CDL is that subs on protocol. It's a good mix.
It is. It feels like one of those where executable strategies are always going to be strong. Don't get me wrong, like that counts for any sort of search and destroy. Going in on the same wavelength is really important. But it feels like protocol in particular, if you want to get a hold of that A site, having a game plan in which you want to play around that feels like something that will give you a distinct advantage, especially on offense, because you can get to that site so quickly. By what I mean by there is something like, you know, maybe a player or two drop down into the low side. You get one player controlling your top mid and one player controlling over by boat side. Moments like that just ensure that you have all your angles covered on off. We've seen several times, even at CDL level, a couple of teams break out on this map and get caught out by the amount of angles that you can leave open. Your preset nades are going to be really important. Again, offense. If you're deciding not to play out boat side, you got to get your nades on the dime there. Make sure you cover for any sort of flank or rotation that could be coming around you. That could be the difference between a win or a loss on an offensive round.
Information is key. And, you know, in a game like Call of Duty, if you don't see them on your screen, that's where the utility comes in. Stun, a nade, you hit a hit marker, you know they're there. So you track them down, you hunt, you kind of work off of all the information that you can work with in a game mode like Search and Destroy. So it's good that you highlight that. Definitely looking for the set nades to see, you know, how teams can find that edge over each other and how practice really are these teams in terms of set names. I think that's something that I'm looking at for a team who's going to be the PACAF Esports Championship. You come into a tournament like this, surely one of the things you're going to be working on as a team is Search and Destroy as a game mode. And I think so, you know, things like that, the small things like that, they go a long way for teams.
They do. And the thing is, we've spoken about this, it's been a phrase for a long time now. S&D wins championships. Always has, always will. It's one of those modes where you can steal away from respawn teams. If you can guarantee yourself 2 maps out of 5, then, you know, there's plenty of talent in this championship here today. There's every opportunity to then steal away a respawn. So I'm looking at these teams who have taken their S&D prep very seriously and make sure they're all on that wavelength that I mentioned before. And some of that can be as well going out and playing rogue hits, something quick over towards B, taking control of that P1, taking control of your top mid, playing through heli side. We don't see it too often, but it's going to be a case of, well, if you can drop it in at the right time, then your opposing team never really know what's coming. They're always on tensor hooks, and therefore that defensive setup isn't going to be as good for future rounds. So S&D just as much a part of the mental warfare as it is being in LAN and having people screaming in your face.
I mean, it's everything when it comes down to, you just don't want to be that team that is constantly, you know, they're going to go A on a protocol, and that's your one-trick pony on a map like this. So I need to see some teams work over towards B, as that mid-map control is crucial for wins, as Spreadum's going to kick things off with the first blood. Not traded, but it is going to be Knight keeping things even. He's on the hunt now to clear this A site. They got full control for Yokota down low, but they've given up that top side B site.
Have indeed. Two here, obviously. Oh my god. Okay.
That just can't happen.
That just, no. Wow. Goldfish. Says you might be name spreading, but I know what I'm doing right here. Good lord. Absolutely tucks him into bed. Finds two. Smash the glass.
You saw the player mid too. I don't know what you're looking at, buddy.
What the hell?
It's certainly not Misawa in that moment. 2v2, you have full map control. You have the read too for the B-side rotation, but you lose the gunfight up top. It just looked like Jay Lear was not prepared for the opportunity on that mid-map rewrap. So that is some good mid-round adjustments coming out from Misawa.
I think it goes back to that fight as well. In trips just can't happen. I think Spreadum's going to know as well. You should have walked away with that kill. Potentially being traded, considering that you had the other player, Formasawa, right up behind you. But I'll be honest, I don't know what Jay Lear's... Maybe Jay Lear thinks he's getting info that they've gone through towards back alley. I don't know, but break off here means a big battle down low.
Shots out, Knight low. Jay Lear fighting some revenge. 2 quick kills. Traded finally, but the damage, it's been done. Bob's going down. A site is lost.
2v3, he's trying to retake B. That's not going to be easy, especially when Fax is going to have control of both sides. So that's going to give all the intel that you need. Sweet. I was about to say, you should die there. Does die there. Invest goes down. Nase Michi finds one and gets traded out immediately. So we don't get to see the full extent of that fight, but it looks like Jay Lear opens up that B site for Yokota, gives them the opportunity to get that bomb down, and we both know exactly how it goes. If you get onto that site, you got numbers advantage. There shouldn't be many ways you get broken down.
Hey, we saw it in the hard point too. You get that P4 setup, and no matter how many lives you have, it is a tough nut to crack. So Yokota bounced back, and Jay Lear, he's got a recipe to success there. As long as he knows where they are, he's got a force to be reckoned with in this Jackals. So pops off for 2 to open up that round. You get that bomb down fast, and you keep things tied up in the protocol. Looks like back to A, at least for the defensive side. A lot of boat control that the attackers are fighting for. Knight's gonna dive right in there and immediately up the zip for Goldfish. So they have flipped this one around and completely taken control of that top side of the map.
He's going to land straight in front of Invest, who finds one, but then falls. Jay Lear going to be up top. SMG did great work. Well, wait. I wonder... this is one of those moments where...
What?
The timing is absolutely insane. The hell was that? It's unfortunate for Lear because like, you look over the top there in the old day. Not that. But the timing, if you want to put COD timing into the dictionary so that anyone coming into the space understands exactly what's going on, ladies and gentlemen, right there.
That's right. That is COD timing. By definition, you're right. In moments like that, too, if you're Jay Lear, I wish teams kind of paid a little bit more attention to that bomb being down, because having that control of top mid, even with a sub, I mean, you could have just baited out that time. It's hindsight for sure, but would have loved to see a little bit more patience there from Jay Lear. If he did see that bomb was down the zip, you're stunned up, go back up, get up the zip, go spread, jump it. Is he gone?
I don't... Yeah, maybe Fax is having an issue. Well, sorry, spread him. Will die. I think Codcaster's lying to me there. I think that was Fax.
Oh, no.
Who falls. Invest looking out on over the top. I believe that we... Did we have an issue before First Blood? I think that decides at what point we move on forward.
He dropped down. He got stunned, and he was gone. He was cooked. Down the zip and to your death. So,
What I will say, probably talking about the previous round 3 instead of round 4, because obviously 4 works out in such a weird way, but for round 3, one of the things that I would say that I'm concerned about when it comes to Yokota, getting First Bloods, but giving that up early. They need to make sure they're taking advantage of the life advantage, especially on a map like Protocol.
yeah, and I mean, exactly what you're seeing from Misawa in those moments where it just seems like you're having issues on the map for Yokota. You're just taking full control of that. So game's going to end 3-1. In terms of it being past that 15-second marker, I'm pretty sure the round stands, so it's going to continue to be 3-1 against Yokota. But we got to get these players back into the lobby and have that fair game. So it's going to be some work to do, but a lot more manageable than that hard point, I will say, with the reconnect that we're getting here. So hopefully that's it. And yeah, hopefully we get them back in and there's no more issues. I'm going to knock on wood now that I've said that. No caster curse.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, you've said it now, my friend. Yeah, I guess one of the things we kind of go back to then is, you know, the way in which these teams are executing around the map. Obviously, we didn't see a lot of round 1. We saw that absolutely choke slamming from Goldfish on Spread 'em over by Trips. Round 2 is a case of Jailier pops off at A bomb that gives his team numbers advantage and lets them take control of that A site. For round 3, I think I again go back to the point that I was kind of making there, which is that Yokota Fax picks up that First Blood, and Protocol is the highest map for First Blood win percentage. So by that, I mean a team that picks up First Blood then goes on to win the round. Obviously, I'm talking about CDL stats here, not necessarily about, you know, the way the teams play here at the Pacific Air Force Championship, but it's a case of, you know, if you're on Protocol picking up that First Blood, you just don't want to be giving it up so easily. And not only that, they gave it up with another death alongside, completely flipped that script and made it very difficult for themselves. If you are seeing players like your Fax and various other players who may be running ARs, getting themselves into those positions and getting those First Bloods, I'm looking for them to do a better job of converting. And sometimes that can be adjusting mid-round. You know, some teams have breakoffs and then it's like, okay, well, we've actually just found a pick here. How do we adjust our breakoff to take advantage of that?
Yeah. It's something that I think for Misawa, they're doing a great job. I'm really impressed with their attacking rounds where you're taking full control of mid, dropping into boats, and catching the timing off of the defense trying to push big door. I mean, you're seeing those adaptations from Misawa. I mean, round number 1, they take control of top third, win that battle, and they have full control of the top side of the map. And in Protocol, it's just one of those things where it's like, yeah, First Blood is very influential, Andy, but if you do not control mid, you don't control the rounds. And there were just so many options for a team to play off of if you have that mid turret control. And we saw that for Jailier. As soon as he dropped down in the round where he was in a 1v2, he immediately put himself into a pretty dangerous situation. But for the opposite end on Misawa and the way that they're handling it is they're just not afraid to dictate the pace of the game.
No, absolutely. I agree with you. I think it's interesting as well, coming to some of the points you just made there about dictating the pace of the game and whatnot. Not seeing a lot of confidence about breakoffs when it comes to the top portion of the map right now. We're seeing that aggression down low on A for sure, which, you know, not super surprising. I know you and me have played a lot of Protocol. We've watched a lot of Protocol this year, and people are happy to square up at A and say, all right, fight me for it. But I'm also looking for a couple of folks to really take control of that top side. And I go back to something we talked about right at the top just before we went into the map. Those preset nades. I'm looking for someone, potentially defensive side, to be putting those out from arches and cutting down people trying to play in through P1 or barrels. Meanwhile, the opposite side of things, you know, I've seen a couple of players now on the defensive side pushing their way up those heli steps. I'm looking for someone on the Yokota, on the offensive side, whoever's being the offensive player at the time. I'm looking for them to get that nade over there to cut that off and shut down that push. And so often, as you do, if you get those preset nades right, pick yourself up a First Blood or a ton of information and take advantage of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's as simple as, I think, for Yokota, if you do get that nade off on defense and it hits those players top mid, it immediately stops them from even thinking about dropping down boats. That gives you so much timing advantage alone to get onto that bomb site. So it would be good to see, you know, things like that, the small little things that can, you know, fix your game right now if you're a Yokota, but it looks like they're doing just that in terms of fixing their game, getting into the lobby. I'm just peeking at the screens here, and it doesn't look like we're totally in lobby in game just yet, but it does look like I'm seeing protocol on some screens, Andy.
What the hell am I seeing? Is this guy sitting with his legs crossed against the... That's got to be the most uncomfortable seating position. Yeah, right? Second guy in?
Yeah, crisscross applesauce. I mean, you don't play like that?
Sure, whatever, but like, no, what? Wait, we just get confirmation from someone in production that said that's how I sit? All right, you guys. All right, those are the preset names. We're going to the game.
Oh, yeah, but it's going to be Misawa throwing them out. So early fights, it's spread them and Vest to take down too. So bomb down big door. And hey, what do you know? You win your fights at the end of the day. If you want to dumb down Search and Destroy, all you really got to do is kill them.
Very true. And, well, Yokota heard you there and said, we're just going to absolutely tuck these guys into bed nice and early. I got to find out who that person was that was sitting. What'd you call it? Crisscross applesauce? We got to find out who that was. I got to have a conversation. Sweet finds one, doesn't get away, gets tucked down by a player sitting top zip. And, well, that will be as easy as you like. Yokota will go back into the map and pick up a round win. To confirm, ladies and gentlemen, by the way, we did come back in a 3-1, so this will now be 3-2 in favor of Misawa. So any score that you're seeing at the top, just add 3 for Misawa, add 1 for Yokota, and that will keep you up to date with where we're at. I felt like it was important for Yokota to come out there and get that round.
It is, because, you know, if I carry the 1 and carry the 3 on the other side, it's 3-2 for Misawa, so that's a 1-round game right now, Andy. And I think for anybody who plays Search and Destroy, you don't want to be down 4-1 in a Search. That just feels like it is a mountain you just don't want to be in. So Invest dives right into the A site, immediately to his death. J-Lear as well, both subs gone for Yokota. That is troublesome.
Yeah, and that's the problem with that strategy. A lot of teams do like to say, okay, fight me at A, but if you lose 2 players going straight into that site, well, good luck taking it back. Then again, I watched a 1v4 round 11 happen literally hours ago on this map. So, I never say never. Fat Lady hasn't warmed up her throat muscles just yet. Spread'em does have control of Zip and top trips. Fax is going to have control of Grandma's. I think you're hoping for someone to overextend here, maybe catch them rotating through top mid, get some intel. Right now, Misawa doing the right thing. We're going to just hold A. We got a guy anchoring all the way deep back. Find your way through this, gentlemen.
30 seconds to see if you can pull things back from the depths here. 2v2 for the A side. Spread them. Pull some information. Slides back out. The hipfire lands, but doesn't finish the kill. Facts. Don't know where you're shooting, buddy. 4-2 for Misawa after the reset there, and after shutting down that early A hit, it just seems like Yokota really had no options in that moment. I mean, you got a few things you can do. You can either double chow in towards A together, which honestly in that moment I thought you had that if you were spread them, but Facts not you kind of working alongside them. That or switch it over towards B. It's one of the two, and they just weren't working together.
And right now, it just feels like Misawa do have a little bit extra. I know that they had that 1 round where get a little bit fortunate. Circumstances go their way, but you're right about the way that they execute around that A site. Oh my lord, this is a very unusual breakout for both teams here. Misawa going straight for the B plant, sorry. Instead, you will lose a player, though, to one step deep back. It's going to be Fax. Spread'em comes in then through the back. Finds 2 nice and easy. Goldfish will find 1 in return. But your last alive 1v3. Can you pull off the 1v4?
Saw one earlier today in Challengers. We won't see it here in AFG. So, Yokota, keep this one as close as you can hope for right now. The only issue is for this team, Andy, is that if you want to hope that you can bring this one back, tie it up, or even take a lead, you have to figure out your attacks. Because, I mean, defense, we've seen them win some rounds now, but it's been the attacking side where Yokota just hasn't really been able to piece it together since that J-Lear double kill.
Agree. And you can't continue to rely on a double kill breaking into a site like that and hoping to pull it off consistently. Not at this level. You are going to be shut down more often than not. Get on board then. It's a slower breakout from Yokota for this A site. Maybe hearing you and recognizing they've got to make a play happen here. Invest does well to stay alive. Basically took frag grenades, stuns, and well, the kitchen sink, and unfortunately does not stay alive as Knight finds the first blood. This will bully Yokota away, and as they rotate on over, Spread'em is going to be there to cut him down.
Good shots from Fax, but it's a 2v1. Bomb in hand, so still lots of options. And if you take a look at how Misawa are playing this one, they're doubled up in spirals, so there's a lot of map that is just wide open. And if you don't go through that spiral door, technically you could right now get the bomb down at both sites.
I like what Misawa are doing, though. They're very happy to let you get this bomb down. Although if I was the two players on Misawa, I believe that's their two SMGs, if I'm correct. So if that is the case, and this bomb goes down to B, if Fax gets himself over towards back satellite, back Lamar, then this becomes a big problem in terms of trying to retake.
This is exactly how I would be, just stressed. Where are these guys? No way to tell that they're just doubled up in spiral, but here we go. Doors out. Dogs off the leash. In fact, it's a fish. It's a goldfish down. Flush him down the toilet. And it's a 2v1 for Fax. Technically a 1v3 that you clutch up. That is a huge moment for Yokota to tie us up in this game.
Sometimes I wonder if our thousands of hours of excruciating ranked play is worth it. And then we have calls like that where if you get the bomb down and get yourself to that back satellite, you're going to be good. In fact, goes, oh, you know what, son? That sounds fantastic. Does exactly that. Two SMGs. They've got to try and push you out in some way. And, well, you're just running straight at a player lined up with an aims. They cut you down. And this will now tie us back up at 4 apiece.
Oh, here's those nades out. Spread them. Denying that P2 control. It's a full hit to A. J-Lear gives himself up. It's Nasimichi to take the second kill there as well. So 2v3. This time it's Spread'em and Fax to see if they can put together a retake.
Super difficult site to retake this, though. Spread'em...
Whoa.
Considering potentially dropping through Zip, but he's going to take a long time to get there. It's not like the scenic route for sure, and by the time you get there, it's not enough. It's not... we'll come back to that. That's just executed all wrong. Facts. The person who I believe, by the way, is sitting cross-legged, so I'm hoping you don't win this, because I got to have a couple of conversations with you later, but 1v3, you're not going to get there. You're on a 4 streak, so I like the decision to back off here. Will run away.
Warning shots. He's giving warning shots. Don't come near me. I got a gun.
Yeah, I think if anything, that just tells your opposing players that you can come and find him because he's not trying to push the site. But yeah, I mean, the problem there, Fax will be trying to hit your front door. You then have Spread'em trying to hit in through the bottom of the Zip. And as Spread's trying to get there, it takes this long route that means that as Fax hits the front door, you need Spread to also be dropping into bottom Zip. And that just happens at different timings, makes it far too easy for Misawa to hold that down.
Yeah, and honestly, again, just like before when we saw Spread'em and Fax in the 2v3, you just got to work together. I mean, they are so disconnected in that push. But now you're up 5-4 if you're Misawa. Goldfish going to be spotted on the cross. He's in behind. They are deep right now into the spawn of Yokota. And I'm not sure if these players have noticed this at all. You see, you turn around and Goldfish is right there to draw first blood. So everything is working in favor of Misawa to put down this search and destroy and go up 2-0 at this moment. Bomb has made no moves to this A site.
That's exactly where those preset nades will be different if you manage to pull them off. Unfortunately, you have nothing watching both sides. It's an easy wrap for Misawa. They're just paid out for their aggression.
Get out of the RCXD and go plant the bomb. Your team's waiting.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. The guy having bomb using the RC, questionable. Fax will give it up. Drop down. Spread's going to try and hold Zip side. Sorry, Spiral side. You do have Invest push up towards double door. Now drops back towards Zip. The 3 to hold off the 4 to stay in the fight.
Yeah, luckily. Not an easy site to retake, but I like that bait and switch. Goldfish finds the trade. 2v3. Still numbers for Misawa, and they get it done. The A site crumbles, and they're going to take a 2-0 lead in this series. What a lovely retake there. I'm a big fan of the way that Knight and Goldfish played that drop-down zip.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we could talk about a couple of things that Yokota potentially got wrong, but I think we focus a little bit more on what Misawa got right, and you called it correctly there, my friend. That bait and switch, you have the numbers advantage. You can afford for your guy to drop first as long as you are there to trade it out and maintain that numbers advantage. And from there, it's 3v2. I mean, only 2 players trying to watch 3 different entrances. That's never going to go well. The math just doesn't fit. And sure enough, Misawa take advantage of their numbers advantage and will be putting themselves 2-0 up in the series, and got to be looking pretty confident, got to be feeling pretty good. We got word before we came into this that Yokota are the better team when it comes to the respawns, but Misawa are the better team when it comes to the S&Ds, could potentially Neslo this. Well, they did find themselves a hard point, yes, fortuitous circumstances, but they were never really too far out of it before all that happened. They then take the S&D as well, so even if we do go all the way to a game 5, I think right now, if you are Misawa, you're feeling pretty good about the way this is going.
Yeah, and technically now, as we're looking back through that search and destroy, both of our predictions are wrong. I mean, you predicted a 3-1 for Yokota. Yeah. I predicted a 3-0 for Yokota, and now it's going to have to be a reverse sweep if we just want to have the correct winners for this series. But Misawa are coming up. I do want to say, you know, it's unfortunate the fact, you know, that Yokota had some technical difficulties throughout that game, but I think that Misawa throughout it, I mean, once they got that advantage, and even after Yokota fixed those issues, they never truly gave up that lead. They looked so strong, so put together. They had strats in place, and they were dealing with the pressure from Yokota accordingly. I mean, there were so many times over towards A where you saw that J-Lear was trying to get aggressive with that sub, and most of the time it turned into a first blood. Goldfish in that last round making it all the way through to Lighthouse unchecked. He even got shot at, but nobody communicated it, and J-Lear goes down for that first blood. I mean, you just saw that Misawa was all over the place in terms of map control.
Yeah, I fully agree. Go back to the preset nades comment and how that then lets you down. You end up in a situation where you can't be wrapped. But also, you mentioned about J-Lear there in the plays around A. Misawa did a great job of countering that. It felt nice and early that when J-Lear pulls off that 2-piece on that A site, you're thinking, all right, do we have someone that really understands this site well, is going to lock it down, control it for Yokota? If so, Yokota looking good. We know that, you know, from watching CDL and various others iterations of competitive COD, if you've got a player that's really good at opening up that A site for you here on Protocol, you become a very difficult team to stop. I think Misawa recognized that J-Lear was that problem for them and did a wonderful job of doubling up on that fight and making sure that that bomb was never really a free plant for Yokota. Those little adaptations that make all the difference. We spoke about whether or not those kind of things will get you through games before we went into this one, and Misawa just figuring it out a little bit quicker than Yokota are managing right now.
Yeah, and they get it done. 2-0 lead for Misawa. Yokota, the hosts of our PACAF Esports Championship, looking to reverse sweep their way into a match 1 victory. We're going to step away, take a break. When we come back, we got Protocol Control on the docket.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, everybody, to the PACAF Esports Championships. Big shout out to USAA, the presenting sponsor for the tournament, for the circuit in general. And big shout out to a supportive sister in chat rooting for Kadena as well. Enigma, you and I were talking about how awesome that is to see family support coming through for the teams that we're going to be seeing. Not only that, Kadena is also performing exceptionally well today as well.
They are indeed. They're 2-0 up currently against Anderson. We're going to keep you guys looped in with the other games that are going on as we focus on those on main stage. But yeah, absolutely incredible thing to see, heartwarming thing to see. In true typical COD chat fashion, we had a couple of people say L to Kadena. But you know what? Nah, Kadena now, soft spot in my heart. Definitely a team I want to watch do really well through the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, a lot of support now for a lot of bases going on in chat, and I love it. I love all the support. I want to see it all weekend long, and you better just be rooting for your bases because these players are putting on one heck of a show for you guys at home. But for this match in general, a little bit of a shakeup from what Andy and I would have expected. 2-0 for Misawa, and Protocol just seems to be their home at this point. Definitely some troubles over in the camp for Yokota, but hoping over the break that they've settled them, figured everything out, and heading into this Protocol, I'm looking at this team to just turn a new leaf. We've seen some bright lights for this team. We've seen some opportunities for them to take control. It is just finding that consistency and maybe uncrisscrossing your legs.
The crisscross thing is going to live long in the memory, let me tell you. That took the 15-minute break. I think 10 minutes were spent trying to get me into that pretzel position. It did not work, let me tell you. But it is also a case of getting yourself uncrossed if you're going to be this Yokota team. Because right now, I think that you're right when you're talking about, like, consistency. Yes, they've been unfortunate in some circumstances, but also they've been kind of like the makers of their own undoing in some of those S&D rounds. So I'm looking for them to really kind of figure out, take control of this series. A lot of people coming into chat telling us about how good this team are at respawns. Well, if you are going to build your way back into chat, you've now got opportunity to do so with a control, with a hard point. Gotta come out and make a strong statement off the first round of this control.
Yeah, I'm no mathematician, but there's more respawns than search and destroys in this series. The only thing is that you got to win that search and destroy on Vault if this goes to that game 5. So it's got to be a big comeback now for Yokota to take this match number 1. But Misawa on the other side, I mean, let's talk about this team. Let's put some light on this squad that has completely impressed us because, I mean, coming out in that hard point, they had a little bit of a slow start. They were falling behind within the first 3 hills, but then they got that set up towards P4. They locked it down, and since that, it just felt like that team had the confidence. It could have been the main stage jitters, a couple teams waking up, not being as warm as the opposite side, but as soon as they got warm, they got confident, they never looked back, even across the search and destroy.
Agreed. I think that this is a case of a team that really has come together, looking really good in terms of their S&D breakoffs. Their adjustments, we spoke about that just before the break. It takes a really strong team to look at another team's lineups and go, okay, well, this is how we counter that system. And they did a great job of shutting things down when it came to Jaylee around that A site and continuing to just, okay, well, we go into a respawn then. Maybe your control breakoffs, maybe your hard point later on. How do you recognize what your opposing team's strengths are and counter those? It's a sign of a very good team indeed. I think looking at the individuals here, this is Sweet, Nase, Michi, Goldfish, and Knight. I think Michi and Goldfish in particular been incredibly impressive so far. I think that Michi started off incredibly hot in the hard point. Goldfish really took control over specific moments as well throughout this tournament. And we did also see him absolutely dumpster, I believe it was spread up in top trips. So it has himself the technical gun skill as well to back up some of the team plays that we're seeing out of this lineup.
Yeah, and I think that both teams have kind of showed that skill. They've showed those opportunities, and we've seen it from, I'd say a little bit for Yokota in terms of, Fax joining back into that hard point, taking control in that sub role, and Spread also having so many moments in the search and destroy where he clutches up. The 2v1 in particular, that was actually a 3v1 that he clutched up for his team to tie it up 4-4 in that protocol search. It's impressive that, you know, Yokota can really seize control in those small moments. It's just, you can never really bank on yourself as a team to just completely be a clutch team. You need to find scenarios where you're actually setting yourself up in winning positions. And I think for the search and destroy, they were just fighting behind for too long. But into this control, I mean, that's something that you can really focus on as a squad. I mean, you get that early setup on defense to start spawn trapping the offensive team. It happens all the time. And that's where an AR like Spread can really show his glory.
No, I agreed 100%. You talk as well about the way that this control works. They've obviously moved that B site from where it used to be down by Bow up towards your tower. And I think that this will lean well into where Spread can activate. It's controlling that top mid, maybe from top grandmas, maybe from top trips, whichever side you are starting on. But also what you get now is a lot of teams want to push through this B site whenever they play around it. And I think I'm looking for him to set his SMGs up to do exactly that through these rounds.
Well, everybody in chat, while this game's going on, I want you all to do me a little favor. I know there's people from across the world, a ton of different races watching this one and rooting for some of these players. I gotta know, where are you from? Who are you rooting for? Let's get some hype in this chat. We got Protocol Control, Yokota looking to start their reverse sweep as they're kicking things off on the, what looks like defensive side of the map, giving up A early. Facts. He's got no eyes on these players.
Yeah, you need to get control of top mid, and you're going to see that Nase Michi has managed to get himself bottom grandmas, and that's going to be a problem for any player looking to push on out to contest this A site. And as such, the team are going to continue to rack it up, although Nase Michi will actually go on a bit of a spree here, gets control of top grandmas, finds a couple of kills down. That's going to allow his teammates to spread out onto A. And speaking of spread, here he is, but he gets turned and burned, and 3 kills in the feed for Masawa.
And here's that powerful slaying that we've been seeing throughout this entire series from Misawa to just seize control of top mid. Goldfish flying now in behind. Sweet, 5 in a row. Looking for more. He's going to hop this time, stop the clock, and bait these players into his line of sight. So I like this pinch that I'm getting from Misawa. It just seems like Yokota finally finding some footing here.
They're doing their absolute best. Fax picks up a very important 2-piece from the top lip to shut down this push from Masawa, because a minute 45 and up 4 lives will give you a great opportunity to kind of bully these Yokota players back. Knight's going to try and pre-nade it, pushes up. You want to get control of this top mid. Very important location. Spread is going to be trying to fight them for that. But Knight slipped through relatively undetected. It could be a nightmare if his teammates can win fights in the front.
Could be, but here's J-Lear. He's going to drop down. Nice snap onto Sweet, trying to take control of top triple. They haven't given up any progression over towards B, but it's the life lead that I'm worried about with minute 20, down 14-10. Misawa, if they wanted to, they could play some TDM at this moment, so that's what they're going to do. They find the kills, they get onto the zone, and they're absolutely dominating this attacking side. Off the respawns, Yokota, they need to find some control here, and they got mid-map in their hands.
Yokota do a very good job of stemming the bleeding there, because that felt like a moment where Masawa could have just activated. Knight had pushed through the backside and just held off so that it could cut off anyone rotating in from spawn, bleed down those reinforcements. But Yokota do well. J-Lear in particular finds 2 to open the site back up. What I will say, couple more kills, go the way of Masawa. That's going to get you map control, but also 5 lives up with 50 seconds. You can just play TDM.
Nice shot, Sweet. 13 and 4. He was on 7 in a row earlier. Just non-stop sprees coming through from Misawa. And if they want to win this, they can do it just by lives alone. 9v2, 7v2 now. 33 seconds. At some point, you just hop the zone and you get it done for the attacking side. So here we go. Time stopped at 30 seconds. Eventually, Yokota gonna have to chow this one. It's all into invest for a 1 versus 7. My friend, I know you're good, but not a lot of people can get that done.
Yeah, and the problem is there as well. You can see why he's throwing himself off the map. You want to give up the lives, not the ticks if you can. But with all 6 ticks coming through from Masawa, it's a perfect round. It's going to set you up for the opportunity of a defense when it comes to, if we get to, a game 5. A little bit of a spree here from Sweet, who goes 14 and 4. A lot of great things to say about the way you played that. I think Mitch managed to get control of your mid there, and then pushing into Grandma's for a streak set up that A collapse for Masawa, but also the way that Knight executed through B. Yes, doesn't get many kills, but their positioning gives so much information for the rest of his team that meant that Masawa had easy pickings and could just play that extra life advantage over by B.
That having an attacking round on control just in general alone puts a lot of stress for Yokota to now replicate that. So You gotta avoid the spawn trap by all means. And losing the break off. 3 kills, 4 kills down. God. Oh, it's cooked.
Yeah, someone told us that Yokota are the team to beat when it comes to respawns. Map 1 might have been fortuitous for Masawa, but so far, Masawa look every bit value for the way they're playing this control out. Fax is going to go low. Are you spotting the player that's currently led top zip? Sweet's going to try and get up and support. And 3 more dead in the feed. All on Jay Lear, who will also be found. I think it's 1 kill. Returned to 8 in that spree right there. Masawa just bullying their opponents back into spawn. And Fax was going to shoot bodies all you want, but you are being tucked into bed right now. You're barely able to breathe.
Yes, nighttime. For Yokota in this match, 14-25 in lives, 27 seconds. They finally reached the A zone. With those heli spawns, you know you've lost your own spawn. So fighting a battle on 2 fronts, they get shot in the back from Sweet. He pops off 3. And it seems like this round is quickly falling down the drain. 16 seconds trying to rush back to this A zone as Invest. He's going to stop this clock, but it is an uphill battle. And those kills just continue to fall apart. Last chance here for Invest to stay alive, but he goes down, and they're neutralizing this single segment at A and D, and it just seems like everything for Misawa is going right.
I mean, it's just not even a contest as Sweet finds 3 more, and good God, had themselves a map thus far. The hometown team, quite frankly, getting obliterated on main stage. Felt like from that opening break-off, you know, you get those first 4 kills, and there was no real attempt to push out as a team from Yokota. And it felt like that just played into Masawa so much. We get to watch Goldfish here absolutely ring a Rosie through arches, steps, and everything in between. But also, there was no moment really where, you know, this kind of situation, we get trapped in the spawn. You and me have seen it quite often. You and me have seen that moment happen, and you've got to decide, okay, we, as a squad, all punch through the same hole. Do we make it arches into trips? Do we make it over potentially by heli side? There was none of that. They're taking individual gunfights, and Masawa just slammed them down.
How do you reverse sweep and control and then reverse sweep a series, Andy? I'm ready to see it. 2-for-1 trade of the break off. Looking to seize control of Armory, and Invest is in. And he's got his team here as well. Sweet up top, 28-7. I mean, this is just ridiculous. Looking for 29, but Goldfish takes him down. Out to A. No stack just yet. They have the setup that they want to. Goldfish in the mid gun, just watching the cross, getting the kills, and keeping his team safely in control of the zone for a few segments there. They get the 1 locked in, but that is a lovely way back into the round from Yokota.
Goldfish, an important player here, and this is that hole that I'm talking about. You just want to punch it, get yourself out of this trap, and Goldfish will activate for 3. Then Sweet finds another, so this will suddenly send Yokota packing. So, of course, a bit of a spread in the timing of the kill, so will be reinforcements, but right now, those reinforcements are losing the fights. Feels like Masawa are having themselves a series here where you just can't lose a fight. Sweet is 30-9. Is potentially going to get run up from behind here. Oh, well, I mean,
is that legal? If Axe doesn't care, he is doing all the BM. And he is happy to let them know that he just got a kill. So, clear back on towards A. 30 seconds, 16v15. Still a small life lead for Misawa, but time is the issue now. And off of the respawn, you're having a little bit of a trek to get over towards this A zone. And actually, Yokota are kind of giving this one up. So, you've been gifted an opportunity to prolong this time.
Sweet gets him around the back, finds Jay Lear. There goes that addition of the extra minute. The kills fall the way. That means that we get a 2 life advantage for Masawa. So 60 seconds to go. You're up by 2. An opportunity to push on forward here. You will have to find Facts, who has kind of slipped the net a little bit, but won't recognize you have a player in behind you. Actually finds Knight and gets away for free. But does some great work. But Mitchie's going to let him know, actually, son, you're down 2-0 right now in the control and 2-0 in the series. You execute someone all you want, but you are getting absolutely horked on. Lear finds 2 more over by that A zone.
Here we
right
go.
now, your mini-map just makes no sense as someone slipped through to B and will now start to turn those red arrows towards them.
Yeah, this is good distraction from Knights as he's looking to tuck them in permanently for the round sweep. Another double kill, and it's 4 down to the feed. 6v8, 45 seconds. They're on for the zone as well. And that second tick is getting worked on. I love this route from the subs. They're running completely into your spawn, and Yokota's blindsided by Goldfish. They have full control of wherever they need to be here on this protocol. And Goldfish wants a little bit more. Slides out. See you later, J-Lear. And there's no more respawns remaining for Yokota. This might be it.
No respawns for either team. So literally playing team deathmatch at this point. You're playing search. Except you've got a 15-second timer that tells you must go and touch that B zone. Yokota doing the right thing. Forcing the players to come to them. Minimap is going to be all over the place. Invest, who has not had a game so far.
Hold on.
Looking in the back. 2v3, 1v3. J-Lear pops off. And Spread will find the final kill that gets Yokota around. I will say, my friend, far too early to be making any such statement. But how do you pull off the perfect reverse sweep? You start 2-0 down in the control and you get that first round back on the board.
Yeah, I mean, that is quite literally the way you started off. But it's not going to be easy now that you have to swap back to the offensive side and not only win this round, but considering that you've given up 9 segments and you've got 0. Yeah, this has to be 2 offensive wins for Yokota to prolong this series into a map 4. So I'm looking at Invest and Fax to really take control in terms of slaying for the subs, but Spread had some great moments there in that last round. The whole team's got to fit in form now.
Invest, that kind of sums up the way this map's gone for them. The right idea, just unfortunately poor execution. Fax will have helipad control. This is one of those moments where you kind of need to get a kill or two, let your players get themselves out of this spawn trap because Masawa love to play around it. Fax right now is holding down heli, sure, but that's going to be of no support to your teammates. That's what you got to do. Get up, get involved in the fight, and then give your teammates an opportunity to get out. You do just that. You can now get yourself onto A. Knight's going to be playing through the mid. Knight will be found though, so then an opportunity here to string a couple of segments together on A. And once Mitchie's cleared out as well, it's going to be player on A, player over heli. Sweep could be a problem from top trips, but other than that, a great start.
Okay.
Much better from Yokota this time.
Yeah, Spread, I'm starting to find some sprees here. 3 for Spread, 2 for Fax. And it is just bleeding this kill feed red. So A zone's going to be cleared. A minute 45 to work some magic on B, and I think first step in your checklist of how to win this round is top triple control is a must at this point, because Misawa, they've been looking at that position all throughout this.
Oh, no.
You die here, you do. So Invest falling out of the map. A little bit of a Clayster moment, but the team's still looking at B.
I was about to say, what a wonderful position that could be. You're essentially cutting off spawn, allowing your teammates to push up to B. So much map position, so much knowledge. Spreadham doesn't need any of that. Has gun skill, finds himself on a 4 spree. Fax will then find, brother, you're losing by so much. Stop shooting bodies and just go and fight your opponents. Clock will be stopped. Fax does start shooting some opponents and finds that 5 spree as well. So a couple of players lighting up just when you need it to happen. And although you do lose one of your players, you've managed to get yourself back to even lives, and you have 60 seconds still to play with.
I see him just born again from the fires of Protocol. Goldfish snaps a quick 2-piece, and it's not done yet. 11v11. Minute on the clock, so lots of time to play it out. And Sweet's been noted up top. He's just going to get the hell out of there, and they have full mid control, so life lead from Misawa. Now their chance to put it away.
Sweet staying alive there as well, and just slipping into the ether is going to be so important because basically Yokota have to find him, and they don't want to spend that time doing so. And trying to find him, Spreadham will be found. Fax, brother, I gotta tell you, you're getting choke slammed. Stop shooting people.
It's impressive that he has such a grudge against these players, and he won't let it go. 3 down again, no respawns, 2 left, 23 seconds. Off the respawn, it's Spread. It's J-Lear. And some magic to be had to see if you can win this one out. Spread's going to be caught sprinting up the staircases. Time dwindling down. 1 versus 8. What it would be for a comeback, but it's not meant to be. And Misawa's going to kick off the stream for PACAF with a win in the column for the groups. A 3-0 sweep against the hosts, Yokota.
Felt like all the way through that, from the moment that disconnect happened in map 1, like somewhere mentally, Yokota just never really built themselves back into things. Misawa took full advantage of course, what happened in map 1. Did a great job to also counter that big hold that was coming in through for Yokota at the end once Fax got back in. You then get yourself into map 2. You've got the situation for Misawa where you're adjusting a little bit better than Yokota are, making great team plays. And we saw it again there in map 3, particularly on that defensive round for Misawa, that ability to put your opponents in that spawn trap and be ruthless about it, clinical about it. There was a little bit of life out of Yokota in the end, but it felt like a case of, okay, these players are starting to come online. Maybe it's been those pre-land jitters. Maybe it's been a case of you didn't warm up enough. But also, I start to see a bit more selflessness coming from Yokota players to try and help them get there. What we just need to see from them for the rest of this tournament is a lot more of that coming in early.
Yeah, I mean, it was just ruthless from start to finish, I feel. As soon as they found that P4 setup in the first map of Protocol, it just seemed like all the slaying, all the control, the confidence was there, and it was just a team that looks prepared here at PACAF to make a long, deep run in not only the groups, but the bracket itself. So I'm impressed with what we're getting out of Misawa. I think that, especially in the control, the performance that Sweet was putting on, he was everything for that team. And we said it going into today is that, you know, there's going to be players that we're learning, you know, trying to get to know how they play, who's the stars of these squads. And right away, I mean, for the rest of this weekend, I'm looking at Sweet to be that guy.
Yeah, 100%. I literally in capitals have written down on my notepad here, Sweet, for very good reason. You're not gonna be able to read that. I'm left-handed. It's terrible. Don't worry about it.
But, too.
Yeah, my bad. But it's also a case of like that guy absolutely put on. I think 46 in the end in the control. Brothers out here playing bronze lobbies. Fax can shoot your body all he wants after assassinating you. He quite frankly, Sweet is not going to care. Walk away 3-0 victors against what a lot of people were saying was the #1 team out here, and whatever it is, they are the home team. So a lot of pressure suddenly put on Yokota to come out and do better. For Misawa, I think, again, we come back to just how good they've looked as a team. But every squad that's going to go on and do something and get themselves qualified in for Worlds, you're going to need that little bit of superstar sprinkle. And I think with Sweet, we got that.
Yeah, and, you know, we are going to be getting Sweet into the interview booth when he is ready. So we get to actually ask him, you know, all the preparation that goes on for this team and, you know, whatever we get there. But while we wait to get him here on the desk, Andy, I mean, for a series that we come in, I mean, it just seems like Yokota, yes, I want to say there were some issues there, and, you know, I want to put a little bit of an asterisk on it, but it didn't seem like they were just as prepared as this Misawa team. Thoughts on that?
No, I agree. I think it'll be interesting once we get into the interview to talk about, you know, the differences in preparation, because it just felt like Yokota kind of came out feeling like they were just going to shoot their gun and walk away with this one a little bit. Again, there was a little bit of misfortune there, but you just got to bounce back from that and get on with the show. And for Misawa, they seemed locked in for sure. And I do wonder, again, once you run through that hard point and get yourself into the S&D where you've prepped, maybe you do feel that extra preparation just settle your nerves better than your opponents.
Well, let's see some of the preparation here. We got Sweet ready in the booth for the interview. Congratulations, buddy, on that win. I mean, you were frying in that control. Everything good?
I don't have any audio.
Oh, he can't even hear us right now. So we can hear him.
He's looking good.
Hey,
he's shooting good.
Hey, I mean, we're gonna wait a second to see if we can get some audio for Sweet right now, so he can hear us asking all these questions.
Stream.
Yeah, he's good. We're gonna wait a little bit to see if we can get him back here. Shout out to production for clearing that one up. But Andy, that could be everything. Okay, sounds like he's back. Let's get him into the booth here one more time, as we got some questions to go. Sweet, I was saying, you're frying. You're everything on that control. Congratulations on kicking off your PACAF Esports Championships with a win for the team. Talk to me a little bit of the travel, the preparations here, your team getting ready. How you guys feeling? What's it like being at PACAF right now?
So obviously we had our regionals, and we performed really well there. We didn't lose a game at all. And then once that kind of kicked off, we were going to do it for fun. But we ended up winning. So then we started taking it more serious, started playing together more. In prep for this tournament, we actually didn't play for like the last 2 weeks. We wanted to take a break. We played Minecraft mostly. And then a night or two before the game, before we actually started playing, we started to kick everything back up to get back into that mindset.
Minecraft. Okay. So next time I know that I'm entering into a tournament, I know exactly how to prepare. Sure. That's absolutely how my S&D strats are going to come together. One of the things that we did witness up here on main stage a hell of a lot, you guys had taken a really solid lead through this. Fax was going around shooting bodies after kills and even assassinated you at one point. That's clearly an attempt to get under the skin a little bit, rock you guys, try and put you under some pressure, make you feel a little bit of something through the series. How did you individually, but also your team, just stay locked in and make sure you get the job done?
I mean, if you looked at the scoreboard when he started shooting bodies on that control, he was 6-6. So in my head, he was trying to do everything to get his ego back. And as long as we stayed locked in and we kept killing him, there was nothing that he could do to bring anything back.
Yeah, I mean that was interesting. I'd say choices from Vax. I will say, is there something going on there? Is some beef going on between you guys, or is it just it's just all fun on stage?
Oh, it's all for the show. None of it is really like, you know, none of it's in blood. Me and Fax are actually really good friends. We've had long conversations on Discord and stuff like that. So it's all just good fun and in the name of COD.
Yeah, I figured that was going to be the case for that as well. It was funny to see too. It just seemed like he was trying to do everything he can to just poke at you and just be a bother. But Andy, anything to finish up for this interview?
Just curious about where your team are in terms of roles. Who's the person leading the comms? Who's the, you know, what is the system for you guys? Because obviously we've now got an eye on you for the rest of this tournament. You individually, of course, because you had one hell of a series, my friend, but also as a squad. It seemed like you came out, made some great adjustments as you went on through. So who's the talker? Who's the brains? And clearly, I think it's yourself as the superstar.
I would say it's more of a combination of all of us. Obviously, when we first started playing, this is my team's first competitive COD. My team doesn't really come from a COD background. They come from Rainbow Six and other games. So this is their first competitive COD. So I kind of got them into, you know, fundamentals, look at your mini map, rotate early, fry out, you know. But now that they're starting to pick back up on it, I want to get to the point where everybody's talking and communicating to each other. Everybody has each person has one mind. So that's 4 minds that can all be thinking of what to do, what plays to make, rather than it just being left up to one person. And that's the only reason we won that S&D.
Yeah, I mean, it works out too for your squad. I mean, you guys brushed up, you got it done, a 3-0 sweep. It's quite literally not better than that to finish or to start your day here at PACAF. But for just in general, before we say goodbye to you for the interview, because, you know, hopefully it's soon that we get you back on, but I don't know the next time I'm going to be able to talk to you here on the desk suite. Is there anybody back home you'd like to kind of shout out while you got this time?
I want to shout out my mom and my dad. They both live on the East Coast, so they're staying up super late right now to watch me play. I want to shout out Airman Kaiser from our regionals tournament, because our regionals was 5v5 and he decided to step down so that way we could come. So I want to give him the biggest shout out because we wouldn't be here without him. And all of my command for just letting us come, especially during an exercise time.
That's awesome, man. Well, congratulations. Go celebrate with the team, and I look forward to seeing you back on the desk. I'm sure it's not going to be long.
Next match, I'll be back.
I love that. I love that. Well, Andy, I mean, first interview for series done and dusted in the history books now of the PACAF Esports Championships. And what a nice guy Sweet was. I mean, all in the fun of the game, level-headed, but Minecraft? Are we sure?
Brother, that's not even the worst thing about that as well. Coming out and saying that this is my team's first competitive COD. Like, facts, I got a couple of them for you, my friend. This team came out relative rookies and put your team in a body bag. Incredible stuff. Also amazing to hear Sweet talk the way they did. Also, by the way, shout out to Sweet's mom and dad. That's amazing stuff. Staying up real late to tune in and support. That's incredible. But also, it's just the fact that he's talking about there, like the way that they've come together. You know, it sounds like he's a player that's really helped bring a lot of structure to his team and help them perform the way that they have. And as such, I think that there's going to be a few of us, those maybe you and me up here, a couple of us in the Twitch chat, looking at this team and hoping that they do really make something special happen and go on a bit of a run here, because it seems like you've got your great fundamentals in there, your superstar leader, but also the ability to come together and yes, really nice gents on the board.
Yeah, they've molded something to kind of pay attention to now for the rest of PACAF. I'm excited to see when we get Misawa on stream again. Off stream on the side, we had Kadena versus Anderson, and Kadena 3-0 sweeps them as well. We were talking about support from the families for Sweet there, Andy. I had a lot of support in Twitch chat from families from all over the place. We got New York love, we got Idaho love, and Utah love. So many people here to watch their family members, their friends, and possibly their fellow airmen and guardians take the stage at PACAF, but it is only the beginning, and I cannot wait to see more matches. We got more coming up very soon as we get set up for our second match of the day. We'll see you soon after this quick break.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Oh, Tokyo, you beautiful, beautiful city. I cannot look at that content without wanting to hop on a plane and fly there myself right at this very moment. But I'm not. I'm here casting PACAF alongside Infinity now joining me on the desk. And we got some teams coming up for our second match, Brody. But before we kind of dive into the deep end for that one, how'd you feel? I mean, you were sitting behind watching that game number one. What are your thoughts after that?
Dude, I could not believe for a second. I don't believe, as a matter of fact, that those guys haven't played COD until this year. They looked so well put together. It was an insane matchup. I'm looking forward to seeing more of Misawa as we get through this tournament, because those guys, they look like such an insane team. You can really tell they've put in the work. So excited to see more of that roster as we get through the remainder of the day, but I'm also excited to see some more teams moving forward.
For sure, and I'm sure that is not going to be the last time we see them here on stream. But let's take a look at the standings and where these teams are kind of faring after those first couple of matches, because obviously we had this one going on as well as a Group B match going on at the same time. So it was Misawa versus Yokota, 3-0 for Misawa. So you can see that reflecting the standings of Group A. And for Group B, it was Kadena versus Anderson going on there. Another 3-0, so might not be what I personally expected. I thought there were going to be some maps taken away there, and I think in the search and destroy, Yokota had a good chance. But 3 sweeps, we got to get some game 4s and game 5s now.
Yeah, for sure. These have been lightning fast matches. That's Kadena, by the way, from Okinawa, and Anderson from Guam. Yeah, I mean, a couple of quick matchups, it would seem. Lightning fast way to start their day, Seymour. I want to see some game 5s early on. I feel like you and I on the casting desk together, we're probably going to get a couple of game 5s for sure. I'm really excited to get into this next match. I just want to see some close maps. To be fair, we did get that in the first series. I think what the search and destroy was like a 6-4 or something like that, right? So really excited for some competitive.
You trying to say that we are cursed to get a game 5, you and I?
I wouldn't say cursed. I think blessed is the correct terminology.
We're always blessed to get more Call of Duty. Let's be honest. Let's take a look at who is joining us on stream now for our second match here in the PACAF Esports Championships. We're going to be taking a look at Jaber versus Hickam Air Force Base. So 2 teams haven't yet seen yet on stream. A lot of teams we haven't yet seen yet on stream, but our 2 new joining teams here. And I got to say, I know Jaber's coming out with the bear right there, but that is a gnarly logo for Hickam.
Dude, I love it so much when we see like fun logos on broadcast. Here's a look over towards the J-Bear roster, as it were. Like, just even the J-Bear logo, right, is pretty cool. Like, who's gonna mess with a bear? I love that they're kind of rolling with the fact that they're like the J-Bear base, right? Like, it just kind of makes sense to have the bear, but like, I do. I don't know. I just absolutely love creative logos whenever we get them. And on the other side of Hickam, like, dude, like, you know how we have like that kind of generic esports logo, right? Where it's like kind of a mascot or like a mask or something like that. And then it's like the name of the team.
Yeah.
Just having something different is really fun. So I absolutely love that for Hickam. I also love some of the names of Hickam as well. Breadwinner, you can absolutely tell that guy's rolling in the money. Fearless, hopefully he's not going to be having any nightmares during this map. We got some wonderful players on these teams, Seymour, and we've got some wonderful logos as well.
Yeah, I look at one side and I'm like, can I pet that dog? And I look at the other side, I'm like, oh, dude, hang tight, let's go. Both sides, I'm just happy. I will one day, and you're going to love it when I do it again. But I'm loving here what we got on stream for our second match. Let's take a look at the map vetoes for them, Brody, because neither one of us have taken a look at where we're going for this best of 5. So it's a little bit of a surprise here from the 2 of us. But surely we get to see something other than a protocol and a vault, right? Come on.
I'm going to go ahead and say that's going to be a nada, and we're going to get at least 2 protocols in the series. Maybe 2 vaults, question mark?
What, did you cheat or something? Oh, no. I'm liking what I'm seeing here for the backdrop. And you are just the messiah. You're the Lisan Al-Gaib of map predictions. What is going on here, Brody? So we got Skyline, Protocol, Vault, and Vault for our best of 5. But hey, at least we get that Skyline map 1.
Yeah, I was actually saying, like, just before, and I was like, yeah, I haven't looked at the map sheet. I have no idea what we've got. And then just throwing it out there, a couple of protocols, a couple of vaults, it just feels right. Obviously, as you said, we do have one difference in this best of 5 map set comparative to the last one, and that we're starting off on a Skyline. So we're guaranteed to see at least one different map here, Seymour. And I'm excited. I actually love Skyline. This is one of the conversation points I think I've had multiple times throughout this year here in Black Ops 6, where it's just like a lot of people have their kind of problems with Skyline as a map. For me, it's probably one of my favorite maps to play. You know, again, it's such a fun, hard-put map. The spawns can be a little wonky at times, so I'm kind of excited to see how these guys react to those spawns in the heat of the battle. But yeah, absolutely love watching Skyline Hardpoint. It always produces close maps.
Okay, get a look at the teams now on both sides, locking in for the Skyline Hardpoint. I agree. It's just, it's one of those maps where it can get out of hand, but at the same time, it leaves a lot to desire in terms of entertainment value. You know, bring it back to any small map in a competitive setting, and you got moments where players can just take control on a dime. And we've seen it in Challengers, we've seen it in CDL, where a lot of those sub players will just, on a tangent, just go rogue and take over. So I think that for both of these two teams, especially, you know, for us on the desk who might not have that experience casting over them, this is a great litmus test to see who's got that dog in them.
Yeah, dude, I mean, this is going to be a real difficult match, I think, to start things off. And obviously, who is posing closest to us on the left side right now? I don't know who that is. He's having real fun with the camera. You guys should not be telling these guys where the camera is. They're definitely going to be showing off for it. But yeah, I definitely agree. I think this is going to be a real test, this first map. Skyline is a very skill-based map as well, right? So it's just like, this is going to be, I think, a test for these guys to recognize, all right, look, how is our spawn control, for example, right? What are our rotations looking like on this map? Because P1 to P2 rotation, Seymour, is always like kind of a really important one, right? And if you mess that up, it can mess your entire map up. So for sure, really excited to get into this one just to see kind of what teams are feeling like in terms of key fundamentals in Hardpoint. Hardpoint is always one that will split the best teams from the rest.
Yeah, even for Skyline, I mean, we talked about how chaotic it can be and how, you know, much players can go rogue, but you still got to follow those rotations. And if you look at the money hills in P2 and P4, a lot of time to be grabbed there if you're either side of it. So trying to see how people kind of control that chaos here on the map is a big thing to be looking at from the viewer side. But we get into the Skyline. Match 2 is underway. Let's see how these two perform. So we're going to be kicking off with looks like Hickam on the blue side, taking that early time and looking to flip things out as well. Fearless on the point. He is going to shoot Papa Perry in the back.
Yeah, that is a big bit of spawn control coming through from Hickam. You know, again, we talked at length of the fact that you can rotate from P1 to P2 and basically guarantee a full 60 with the right setup. So Hickam starting off relatively well early on. Back spawns now, though, starting to come in through for Jaber, excuse me, Papa Perry and Bearded in a good position to do something early on. Bearded going to catch Fearless off guard. That's going to enable some kind of modicum of control over by P1. But we talk about that P2 rotation. Seymour, big gunfights going down here for Hickam, as now they should be the team in control.
Yeah, they should be. And you see those blue arrows setting up. Somebody in behind. It's Wavy Corey trying to create some kind of a disconnection in this setup, but he's going to be tracked down. Breadwinner takes him out, fights in front, going the way of J-Bear for a second, but Hickam holding strong here. A lot of time off of this P2. You got Breadwinner on 4 in a row. And all the kills you can ask for as well. Big shutdown. He's got 6 now. Quickly you lose the hill, but quickly you take it back.
Yeah, the thing is with Black Ops 6, though, it's one of those games where, unlike on something like Modern Warfare 3, you can go on a 7 or 8 spree and not necessarily accrue a score streak. But Hickam, now 11 spree between Breadwinner and Miles. Keep an eye on Breadwinner, of course, if he does get a missile in this game, Hellstorm missile, I should say, excuse me, in this game, then it could spell disaster for J-Bear early on. That has been a solid kill on the whole, though. Seymour Hickam able to get basically the full 60, and again, those streaks are still active, moving out of this hard point as well. Looking for it, Breadwinner gets shut down. Bearded will get a couple of seconds there, but the big thing there, shutting down Breadwinner off that streak. Yeah,
and even getting those spawns over towards P3 as well for J-Bear. This is a point where we do see a lot of people start to find that climb back into this game. Wavy, Corey, Jackal in hand, frontline shots, peppering away at these players, not able to take down Fearless. He slides in for 2. It's 3 down for J-Bear. Bearded, the only one here. He is taken out of the equation. And Hickam with a quick break on this hill.
Hickam now once again in control. J-Bear will continue to spawn out towards P2 side. In all angles being covered from Hickam. Point of entry now coming through from J-Bear. Slide out from Clapser and resulting not just 1 kill, but 2nd for coming through against Ski-Star. Surely not number 3. Shots out from Fearless. Has to go to the pistol to get that second kill versus Papa Perry. But the kill will be required anyway. And despite a couple of kills coming through there from J-Bear, it is not enough to pass that 50-yard line. And now we look towards rotation here. J-Bear put so much effort into trying to garner that last 10 or 15 seconds of scrap time. Seymour, they're not even looking at that roto.
Oh, nice shots there from Breadwinner as he is eating away this competition. Counting some checks. And they're not blank, I'll tell you that one. They are worth quite a lot. He's getting 6 in a row yet again. 18 and 5. 19 and 5. Slips away into closet. They got the setup. They're in the hill, and this just looks dominant.
Yeah, Breadwinner, this is his second 7 spree of the game. Now looking to make it 8. Bit of an unusual site for the Amers, but it doesn't matter what site you're using as long as you get it done. Looking for number 8, Papa Perry flying down for it into the pool. That's not going to save it. There's no gut coverage there to keep you out of the line of sight of Breadwinner. 20 seconds left on this hill now, Seymour, and it looks like he's going to take up every single second of it. J-Bear will give a couple of prods at this hard point, but really I don't think there's anything of note to happen here. Last little child comes through. Miles will even win that fight. And these gunfights being won by Hickam here as J-Bear looks to kind of prod at the scrap time is going to give Hickam a lot more map controlling towards that next rotation.
They are absolutely just dominating in terms of slaying, Brody. I mean, heading into the second set, and you're already 21 and 5. 22 and 5. Like, you got a 4.0 KD. That is impressive. As the rest of the team, not too far behind, but I mean, they're not going to have as sexy as a kill-death ratio because there's just no kills to be had. Finally, he's sharing the love with the rest of the team. Well, you hop into this hard point, and you're just getting all the time you can ask for. 186 to 32. I mean, they are slapping J-Bear around.
Yeah, it's just the map control right now. It's just the difference in the kill tallies, right? I mean, we so often have these conversations, right, where it's just like, is it fundamentals that's making the difference between teams like this? And the answer is no. It is simply just the kill category when you've got players like Breadwinner going 25 and 5, which is a stat line practically unheard of in any game of competitive Call of Duty. There's not really much that you can do. And once again, we're in a situation here where P2 rotation has been acquired by Hickam. They're sitting in corners, ready to pounce on towards these J-Bear players as soon as they get anywhere close towards the hard point. Papa Perry at this point in the game, really no choice but to push towards the hill on his lonesome. That stun on towards oneself is probably not going to help. Slide out from both them, and Claps here and goes awry. Miles will get that double, and now Hickam looking for the last 20 seconds to win this game.
I gotta show some love to Miles, too. I mean, he's rocking the NV clan tag, and for an org that's just coming back into esports, you love to see things like that. Maybe one day we'll get Envy back in COD too, but for now, it's Hickam, and it has always been Hickam throughout this Skyline hardpoint. 250 to 32. A 50-point club on the map, and it is strictly business. No pop-offs in the cameras, no trash talk to the other side. They get it done, and they do it with class.
Yeah, just a phenomenal performance on the whole there from Hickam, and again, I kind of mentioned it there towards the back half of the game that it was just simply a kill difference, right? I mean, again, I don't know what the final KD is there for Breadwinner, but I think it was something like 30 and 6 or something like that. I don't even know if he died on that final spree, but 2 distinctive 8 sprees from Breadwinner as well. Just so much map control, and I think the fact that he's rocking the Amez, getting those kill streaks is just doing such a good job at getting map control for Hickam, where otherwise it wouldn't be necessarily if you had the sub. Just a constant issue for J-Bear to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, just look at it alone in the replays. I feel like we're watching a highlight reel for Breadwinner at this point. He slowed down towards that second set of rotations, but I mean, I don't think that's really the definition of slow down. I think that it was just everybody else in the team was doing exactly what they need to do on a map like Skyline, and it kind of comes down to situations when you're watching a hard point that is that dominant. I mean, that just doesn't come down to skill alone, Brody. That is fundamentals. That is rotating properly, having those setups, being where you need to be as a player to cut off those routes for the team that is looking to break. And they did everything correct. They didn't leave a stone unturned, and that is a championship form team here in PACAF that I just saw.
Yeah, for sure. And you know what I will say as well, if you're Day Bear on the receiving end of that beatdown at the end of map number 1, right, I think the things you do need to focus on, you know, the potential that you do extend this series to a map number 4 is definitely locking down those rotations, because there was a couple of times in that game where we perhaps saw J Bear kind of hit 3 or 4 players in towards the scrap time, the last 10 to 15 seconds of a hard point, and then kind of mess themselves up for the rotation towards new. So definitely some fundamentals to be worked on in the J Bear camp, and they can definitely do so ahead of a potential map number 4, but Seymour, they have to get there first. Next up is a protocol search and destroy, and this is a map where fundamentals definitely come into play, right? You have to make sure your composition of a roster, you're playing as a team, is correct when you're hitting these sites, especially down on that A site.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, Andy put it best when he was breaking down this map, is a lot of those breakups come from those preset nades as well through mid. We saw how dominant Misawa were when they were able to take control of mid gun, have the drop into big door uncontested, and there was nothing that Yokota could really do when they gave that up. So whether you're Hickam here or you're J-Bear trying to stop what was that onslaught from map 1 carrying over here into map 2, it's just looking to see if you can combat against that middle map control, see if you can set up in those power positions and deny those early picks from either side. So it's going to be big to see when you're giving your team options like that. Mid-map, obviously, I like to just almost beat the dead horse on that one. That is like, it is the end-all be-all for a protocol at times, whether or not you can find those kills up top.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's just so many power positions, I think, on a protocol, right? You know, it'd be in respawn or in search and destroy. There's so many key areas of the map that you do kind of need to keep control of at all times. Although I will say, for the most part, I mean, at least in my rank play games, I don't know what your rank play games look like, Seymour, because I know you're, you know, significantly lower in rank than me.
Yo!
But you know, for me, it just so often comes down to headbutting the A site, right? I mean, I will say, if you have your knives out, which is something I've noticed teams in this tournament haven't been doing so far, from the limited amount that we've got to watch. Like, if you have your knife out, it can basically mean get towards one of these sites quicker than the other team, right? And generally speaking, in a kind of a knife versus knife sprint off, you will hit the A site first on offense. So if teams realize that, they can kind of hit the A site, lock it down pretty quickly, and have consistent wins in the offense. That's how my rank play games go. Again, I'm not too sure what goes down for bronze in your world, mate, but you can let me know.
Oh, Brody wishes he was better than me at COD. At the end of the day, he's talking all about these ranks. Chat, we know. I know the competition is just easier to play against in Europe. He's got free lobbies over there. I got to fight the NA lobbies, and that's where the real players are. We know that. We know that. Yeah. It's a regional difference at that point.
Yeah, I won't deny Europe's pretty trash, just generally speaking. I know all the Americans and the Canadians in chat will be very happy to hear that. I'll be very happy to say that Europe's pretty trash. I mean, we've got Enigma, mate. He's not that great. I've seen him.
Yeah, me too. Let's be honest, but we got players loading into this protocol map 2 in the search and destroy. Definitely going to be a tough one here, I'd say, for J-Bear to bounce back after what was that map number 1. But realistically, when it comes down to the case of like search and destroy, it's generally an easier map mode combo to handle when you don't have to focus on the rotation aspect, locking down the hills, and having the site control that you really need to. In this one, you just work that first blood. It's really strong in a map like Proto, especially when you get that first blood, you can translate that into map control and retake potential. So if you're J-Bear here, it's just work together to see if you can draw those first bloods. That's really what I'm looking for.
Yeah, for sure. And again, you know, going back to that map number 1, it does feel like as soon as those first couple of kills comes through for Hickam, they are very good at collapsing on their opposition, right? They don't kind of rest on their laurels. They definitely hit the opposition as fast as possible. So that's really what I'm looking for from Hickam in this game, getting aggressive right off the rip. It's worth saying, I believe, that the teams are swapped here. So just a heads up on that. Hickam are actually on the right side, J-Bear are on the left. So with that being said, let's get into the game. It is going to be J-Bear starting things off here on the offense, and they have started very, very slowly.
Nice trade from Bearded for J-Bear. But it's Fearless the GOAT. He gets up top. He's going to pop off Till, and it's all down to Papa Perry. He's been spotted. Shot down to 35 HP. And they are just tracking him down. Full Grandpa's control, nowhere to go in the 1 versus 3. And you continue into the map 2 as you did with map 1 with nothing but dominance on Hickam's side.
Yeah, and again, I kind of mentioned it there very briefly, right? I think Hickam are coming into this map with a lot of momentum from that last game. And you look at J-Bear and I think they're playing this so slow, and that's fair, right? I mean, you can use that as a strategy. You can kind of wait, pre-aim for the opposition if you know they're going to be aggressive. I don't think caution is necessarily the worst thing in the world, especially after that hard point. But on a map like Protocol Search and Destroy, where hitting A site is sometimes the winning strategy, I think maybe that's not the best one coming out from J-Bear, and this is exactly what you did want to see from Hickam. 4 players straight down towards site, waiting for the initial clap serum, a little bit late on the trade, and Breadwinner will slide out for the immediate double. That is Hickam now immediately here in a 4 versus 2 with that bomb down.
Yeah, bomb down, full site control. We saw how hard this one was to retake. It makes it even harder when Breadwinner with the Jackal is beaming you from down low. Bared it in the 1 versus 3. He is backed off. Time against you, buddy. You got to make a play at some point. Back into the big door, and immediately he loses the fight. So Hickam, with the second round, quickly started to put together a lead.
Yeah, that was fundamentally, again, the right decision from Hickam off the start of the round. They get aggressive towards the site. They win those opening trades crucially. Breadwinner with the opening 2, I think, was everything. And from that point onwards, it is just very difficult to get back into the site in a 2 versus 4. You know how impenetrable that thing can be. So 2 rounds on the bounce now from Hickam. And unfortunately, they've lost a player going into round number 3. I'm not too sure whether they'll play on, but the way that they're playing at the moment, Seymour, I think they'd be all right.
Yeah, nothing but dominance. But hey, we love fair play. So let's end the game, get them back in, and try to carry this one out in a 4v4. Brody, we got a little bit of a second here, and I see Enigma yapping in chat after what you were saying.
So mate, it's fine.
He said that you're getting tucked. What do you got to say to that?
Okay. I am pretty confident that in a 1 versus 1, I could beat Enigma very easily in this game.
All right,
very easily.
Let's make it happen.
Okay, I don't think he'd get even... I'll give him 13% of the kills in a 1 versus 1 that I would get. But it's a very specific number. But that's kind of where we're at, right? I think if Enigma had another player with him, then of course it would actually be a 1 versus 1 because there'd be somebody worth playing on the other side. So I think that's where we're at, right? I think it's just how it works.
You know what?
Sometimes you got to take the dubs.
I don't even know where I would put my bets down for that one. I'd have to sit and watch because I know that you're not shooting.
I think you know where you put that. Whoa. Who carries you in ranked play? Every so often, come and join me and my pals in ranked. Who carries you in these games? Let's be honest here.
The same people who carried you to the ranks that you're at. That's who carries me. So I don't want to get that one going, Brody. But enough about us. Let's draw this one back in because I gotta say this Hickam team, and even into the Search and Destroy as well. It's been so like I'd say. I'm trying to like look for the word here to do it as well. It's just been very strong performance from them where they are really proving that this is a team that is looked at here in PACAF as one of the more dominant teams. And it's not just down to the way that they're shooting, winning their gunfights, but it's the executes as well into that A site, even on attack that I did see. I mean, the double chow in, you're winning those gunfights and you're clearing the bomb as fast as possible. I mean, that is just some fundamental Call of Duty that it comes down to. This Hickam team looks practiced, and that is a really good thing to see for a team looking to make that championship run here.
Yeah, I mean, like, I will say ultimately, right, it just sometimes comes down to the fundamentals. I'll keep on kind of banging this drum, as it were, Seymour, right? In that if you have the fundamentals of how to play Search and Destroy down to a T, you will win this. And almost immediately at the start of this round, you're seeing that exact same thing from Hickam. They know that their best strategy in this game is to flood A and kind of take the rest of the round from there. And now off the back of that, they're feeling super confident. They're getting aggressive right in the face. Miles so confident. He's taking a relatively unfavorable fight against a player up top in P2. Clap Serum and Bearded will be able to get away here for 2 versus 3. But now look at the amount of map control that Hickam have.
Yeah, the thing is Bearded was able to put a couple kills together back in that round number 1. The map control is going to be the issue. You have to walk through no man's land up top just to get to B. which is being watched from the player top triple. I think the timing's paid off, and I think that Breadwinner actually misses the timing on the cross. So you've got safe passage to be. The bomb's going down, and Breadwinner has no idea. He's going to have to check this one. Going for the full wrap. Gets the timing as well. Bomb down, 1v3. Rechows it just because he wants to. Bearded wins it. 1 versus 2.
Sounds like between these last two players. Bearded looking to take them individually here. Doesn't have a lot of time to work with, though. Tagged up from behind, and that's going to be the retake here from Hickam, who get it done. And again, you know, fair play to J-Bear. They made the best of a bad situation there. 2 versus 3. Decided the best way to kind of even the odds is to get the third man on the map. That is that bomb. But Hickam, once again, just look really well put together here on these retakes.
So 3-0 up you go, and got a little bit of worrisome as soon as Bearded found that kill to trade out Breadwinner, but in the 1 versus 2, a good job to pinch out that last member, and you were feeling good here in the search and destroy 3 rounds to 0 after the reset. And for J-Bear back onto the defensive side, this is kind of where it comes down to those fundamentals. Do we see the set nades? Do we see the challenge down A? And it looks like they're just going to barrel roll down into Spiral.
Yeah, and this has worked before again. Last time around, it was Breadwinner who got the opening blood. This time around, might well be the same again. Fearless is the one moving forward, and Fearless is the one to immediately pick up a 2-piece. Hickam now once again in a 4 versus 2. J-Bet were not ready for that, and I don't think they're ready for a retake either.
Now, he seriously might be the GOAT. 2 quick kills in and out. Tough fight here for Papa Perry. Runs over towards the staircase where Beardes is up top, so try to group up now for the retake. Players just berating them with bullets. And you want to jump into this A site, but there's just no way in right now if you're J-Bear. Hickam are dominating them with no remorse.
Again, it does just feel like the same kind of strategy over and over again for Hickam, right? Just play fundamental Call of Duty, get yourselves in the position that you know you should be winning these games, and then just play out, win the gunfights, and play your kind of advantageous positions from there on now. A 4 versus 2 where, once again, J-Bear just not able to do anything. Just look completely stuck in the mud after the first 20 seconds of these rounds. Hickam on fire at the moment. Now we get into round number 5 in this game. Reminder, folks, we had 2 rounds going up for Hickam before the reset, so they're now 4-0 up, and it is aggression once again for the middle of that. Papa Perry with the opening blood. Nice 2 versus 1. Good team shots.
Here it
That's
is.
a big head to take out of the game.
And we talked about those first bloods and how you need to convert these now into round wins, but they look stuck in the mud. They're still back grandmas. And players from Hickam have gone up the zip, taken control of top double, and are now looking to see if they can trade things out. There's a free one for Miles. He turns around, still holding top triple, but you got numbers, you got shots. The bomb down, though, is going to spell a little bit of an issue for your team. Clap Serum. He's down low, but he's still got Wavy Corey finding kills up top. He's got to get involved in this.
Yep. Lost his teammate. 1 versus 1. Does Skirk know where he's about to clap Serum in the back? There it is. The kill that is kind of gifted right to him. And I was going to say there, to be fair, right, that ultimately you were talking about the fact that, yeah, the bomb being down in the middle of the map was a big problem for J-Bear. If anything, I was going to say, like, to be fair, I don't think Hickam were necessarily playing around that bomb being down. They were kind of just running at J-Bear, and they, you know, got themselves into 2 versus 1 just by fact that they were kind of picking off players from Hickam that were running directly at them. But in the end, Hickam going to win the 1 versus 1. It is yet another round that feels like definitely improvements from J-Bear, but not enough to actually clutch up. So looking down the barrel now of a potential 6-0 sweep in this search and destroy. Hickam just need 1 more round to get it done. And this time, not quite as aggressive. They haven't fully force-stacked the bomb, and that's got something to do with this Architar flying up now.
Yeah, you know, one thing to say about myself as a caster is I think every single time I see an RCXD while I'm casting, the team who uses it loses the round. So, see if J-Bear can keep that stat true for my caster curse. Miles draws the first blood outside. Shot in the back. 3 versus 3. Still numbers as Skirk is going to trade through Clap Serum. 2v3 for the retake, and both members looking to push through this big door, set up for the ARs on top of computer. Papa Perry evens us up, but it's still too hard to crack that site. 4-0, but it's going to be a little bit more for this team as they started that one off in an advantageous spot off of the reset. This team, it just looks so good.
Yeah, again, it does feel like fundamentally Hickam know exactly what to do over and over again. And I will say, in that final round, really in those final couple of rounds from Hickam, things did look different, right? I mean, like round number 5, Hickam, I think, were playing a lot more splintered on the defense. They were kind of just running at their opposition, and we saw moments from J-Bear where they were like, all right, cool, we're actually playing as a team. I think their opening blood onto Breadwinner is a good example of that, right? Where it's just like, we have a strategy, we're going to send a couple of players into the map and hope to try and take a player out, when it was the team shots that took out a really valuable player. And that's why that round was so much closer than the rest of them. But then you kind of get to the final round, bit of a different strategy coming out from Hickam. They play a lot slower. But those first 4 rounds, I mean, were phenomenal play for Hickam, both before the restart and after it. I mean, it was just pretty much exactly what you'd expect out of a team here on Protocol Search and Destroy. Both offensive hits were almost immediate hits in towards the A site, and then beyond that, we sort of saw defense. I think they were just kind of running at J-Bear, to be honest with you. But again, after the hard point, I expected exactly that. And J-Bear did as well. The first round, they played extremely slow. They basically had their irons up the entire time. It just didn't help.
Yeah,
so,
it was
just looking good.
There were times where you get the first blood, you get that bomb down on attack, or you at least shut down the potential for a plant while you're on the defensive side. But even in the rounds where Hickam draws first blood, and they actually had a good standing to possibly even win that round, you saw a quick reaction from the players on Hickam to take control of Grandma's, get in behind, do whatever they could to try to pull those numbers back into their favor. And every single time, it seemed like they had a plan on where to go next. So big things coming from Hickam Air Force Base here in our match number 2 for the day in PACAF Esports Championships. We got a protocol control coming up very soon, getting the players ready for that. We'll see you on the other side of this break with some more Call of Duty.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, everybody. After the break, we got still Hickam Air Force Base looking as strong as ever in their first showcase here on stream for the PACAF Esports Championships. Once again, my name is Seymour. With me is Infinity, BL, and Brody. I mean, the matches have been pretty one-sided, but at the same time, super impressed with Hickam. I think this is a team that immediately has turned heads in their performance on this PACAF Championship.
Well, yeah, I mean, a reminder for folks at home, right? This is the very first time we're ever getting to see the PACAF region competing for Air Force Gaming. So we really are kind of getting a vibe for how good these teams are, who are the best teams in the competition. If Misawa was impressive in the first series of the day, I'd argue Hickam have been even more so. These guys, they seem to know everything about how to play the game. Again, you know, just looking at the way in which they were playing that protocol search and destroy, for example, they knew exactly what bomb sites to hit, the way in which to play around those bomb sites. You go back to the Skyride hardpoint and their rotations were on point as well.
Yeah.
At this point in time, Hickam just look like they know how to play Call of Duty, and that's going to be a problem for J-Bear moving into this control, because so far, their defense, I think, has been lacking. They've been caught lacking a couple of times in this series. If they can tighten up just a little bit, fix up just a little bit as a team here, Seymour, we might have a series still on our hands.
Yeah, I mean, Protocol is one of those maps that you can steal rounds away from just off the defense alone, with how simple it is to kickstart that defensive spawn trap onto the offensive teams that we love to see on this map mode combo. But for Hickam, at the same time, it's like you will have a pretty easy time with the way that you've been playing in terms of setting up that spawn trap yourself. And at the same time, I have confidence in this team in performing on the offensive side for Protocol Control, because I'd say when in terms of maps I look at, you know, especially in Black Ops 6 that have potential to have offensive round wins, Protocol is one of those maps, and especially with the changes to that B zone early on in the year, it just allows you to have a little bit of a better setup on the offensive side if you can get to that hill.
Yeah, and again, you know, it's something I actually want to go back to here is, right, something we talked about kind of at the very beginning of this series, right, in terms of kind of those power positions. It's something that's really important here on Control. And you talk about kind of things being easy for the offense. Well, it will get easier if these guys have ARs posted up in some of the power positions. Namely, if you're on the offensive side, if you don't have an AR in top trips, you are doing something very, very wrong. Yeah. And that's a very simple way, right? You know, that's kind of an AR battle I'm to in this game. No fact that Breadwinner is going to be the AR. For Hickam, it's a massive problem. So winning that gunfight, putting yourself in a power position to try and help your teammates who are going to be dealing with threats from barrels, from mid-gun, from Grandma's side, right? Having a person up top constantly playing Overwatch is definitely going to help things out on the offensive side. So offense has gotten easier, and I think J-Bear can make themselves a little bit better on this map mode combination by playing solid for those positions. They are going to start things off on the offense, of course. So let's see how they get on here. Hickam on the defense, getting aggressive early on.
Map number 1, we were singing the praise for Breadwinner. Map 2, Fearless the GOAT. Such an impressive player in terms of slaying. Map 3, both of them kick things off with a kill, so back into the driver's seat in terms of killing. Breadwinner looking to set this spawn trap up early. Swaps over to Baradit to finish that kill. Sidelines Collapse Serum. And Papa Perry just not in the spot you need to be in to trade this kill. 53 seconds, and you're quickly falling behind.
Jeez, Breadwinner doesn't care at this point. These kills aren't even that important, right, overall. He's just having a really fun time of it, runs out of bullets, and I mean, tell you guys, that's the only reason he doesn't win that gunfight versus Collapse Serum. So 40 seconds on the clock now, and this is going to be a really awkward moment in this game where J-Bear is stuck in a spawn trap. They're going to have to constantly look at every single looking cranny to try and find the players. They're not going to expect a player coming up top and dropping on you like that from Ski Skirt. Q takes a couple of players down. J-Bear have one player who seems to have escaped the massacre. That is Wavy Corey, who will desperately try to stop the clock by jumping on towards the A zone. I don't think he'll be there for long, though. Yep, shots across the middle of the map coming out from Miles. He's going to take Corey down. There goes Papa Perry and claps him as well. 15 seconds left. This round looks done.
Yeah, I was going to say, hey, you touch that zone, it draws the attention away from your spawn, but not much needed to clear that one off. 3 lives have been lost by Hickam in this round, and that's going to stay true to the very end of the first round of this control. A very dominant round number 1, 0 segments for J-Bear, spawn trap that you just cannot escape. And the same thing that just has been true all series long is that this Hickam Air Force base team obviously looks practiced, and they look a cut above.
Just got better gamer chairs, it would seem, at the moment. Hickam are on fire, and it's so annoying. I'll tell you that, you know, the amount of times I've been stuck on a defensive spawn trap here on protocol control. Yeah, it even happens with me, mate. Don't worry about it. It's just so frustrating when players are running around with subs just being a constant nuisance. You know, you feel like you checked the corner a second later, COD timing, there they are. That seems to be the problem right now for J-Bear. Start of this round, though. Hickam not going to be stuck in that spawn trap. We don't see the same kind of aggression. Once again, it is going to be a slow rollout here for J-Bear. They're taking this slow and steady wins the race approach. And so far, so good. Hickam haven't been able to cross that 50-yard line. Perry doing a good job at laying down some cover fire. Flank play coming through from Clap Serum. It was all a distraction as Clap Serum finds 2. Bearded with number 3. The last player left alive is going to be Breadwinner, who somehow converts for his 5th kill on a spree. Will get shut down. Hickam, though, have been kind of muted off the start of this round.
All right, down but not out. J-Bear showing a little bit of fight now in the map as they get those 5 kills off. They have to set up towards top mid quickly, though. Hickam break that trap, get over towards A. Nice trade onto Clap Serum. Miles pops up, 43 health. Can you stay alive? Finesses out with the pistol. It's a trade from Breadwinner to get back over towards A. But while this is happening, you got double progression going on at B. And I guess Fearless the GOAT, he just wants to solo capture these zones. He takes B by himself.
Yeah, I mean, I love that play call from Hickam, right? You know for a fact that you can just kind of extend the game and get yourself that B control point because J-Bear, frankly, are not watching it. Their attention was fully focused in on towards that A zone. And now we look over towards A zone. It's about to be contested unless some player can do anything about it. Bearded gets shut down. That's going to be Hickam. Now 2-0 up in this control. And again, fundamentally, they are doing everything right. They don't feel like they've got enough control of the middle of the maps. They try and spread the defensive forces just across the map, right? Send a couple of players over towards B. If you get the capture, great, but that wasn't even really the primary intended purpose. It was just trying to get some heat off of your teammates over by A, but the fact they kind of get away with the capture, it's just such an easy dub for them.
Yeah, it is Hickam team. They are the truth. All across the map. I mean, a little bit of a pushback at the start of that round, but swiftly they brush it under the carpet, and they don't worry about that at all. You said you liked the progress over towards B. I loved it. You're just trying to separate J-Bear at that point and disrupt whatever setup they do have, and they get it done accordingly. They get it done quickly, and then they put away that second round. Now looking to finish this in a 3-0 sweep. Back onto the defense. It's red alert for J-Bear's offense as you're on the hunt for Hickam, chasing down these members, looking to set the spawn trap back up just like you had back in the first round. You didn't even lose 3 lives. This time, J-Bear providing a little bit more fight.
Players just trying to escape at this point. Bearded 40 escaped. Fearless he had, as a matter of fact, but run right into the line of sight of Breadwinner off the escape route. 40 seconds on the clock for J-Bear to pull something, kind of rabbit out of the hat. It doesn't look like it's going to happen, though. Hickam have them caught in. Fearless will convert for yet another double now on a 4 spree. J-Bear again have to check every single corner on the way out of this zone. Bearded will actually find a second kill here, so a route has presented itself over towards A, but whether or not J-Bear will actually realize that this last 20 seconds, I don't know.
Time dwindling here for chances out of J-Bear. I said it's been nothing but Hickam since they've loaded into this series, since they've set up on that stage, since they've flown into the competition. They do so with pride. They do so with confidence. And that is all we saw throughout this series. Nothing but confidence inside this team.
Absolutely fair play to Hickam. They knew how to play Call of Duty throughout the entirety of that series. Just phenomenal all the way through. And I don't know how many times I've got to say it, mate. I mean, just you've got a team that knows how to play Call of Duty there. I'd love to have kind of even listened to the comms to kind of hear those calls in action. You saw a brilliant one. They're in that control, right? You know, again, round number 2. Things are not going as well as you'd like. For the most part, the entirety of this series, they've just been able to kind of bully their way through J-Bear. They make the comm. All right, let's just hit B, split the defense, and, you know, they managed to get it done. So phenomenal game of control, and really, I think, a phenomenal series on the whole.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. I think that this is a team that has stepped up to the occasion for PACAF and really showing out in these early days just how powerful they are, just how practiced they are. And I think, you know, for Andy, I'm sure he's got his notepad out and he's just highlighting the whole team in full caps. We got to watch these guys because this is a team that are looking to make that run to at least top 3 to qualify for that World Championship in June. And it might be the team that I now have as favorites to make that happen, Brody.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's early doors, right? But again, you look at Misawa in the first series of the day, and now here Hickam for the second. We've got a couple of teams that were just a cut above the competition. Here's a look at highlights for the entirety of that best of 5. It was a very quick 3 maps. I mean, back in map number 1, spawn control and really map control galore for the ARs. Breadwinner on 2 or 3, I think it was. Distinctive sprees in that game to get full control. We went to a search and destroy, in which again, Hickam just knew what they were doing off the start of the rounds. It was only really a couple of rounds where things felt uncertain, and even in those, they're able to squeeze out a win against J-Bear. And here in the control, again, the same kind of story. The defenses were pitch perfect from J-Bear, from Hickam, excuse me. Round number 2, the only round where we felt J-Bear had anything of note to say, and even in that one, Hickam knew how to counter them. So phenomenal performance on the whole there from Hickam, a very clean 3-0.
I don't even know who to highlight from that team as the player that was the most impressive, because each player I feel like had a moment throughout that series as well. A breadwinner in map 1, surely, I mean, he was putting on a clinic on that Skyline hardpoint. But then, like, in everything else, you had Fearless the GOAT, like, just making plays with the subs on protocol. Definitely looking comfortable for sure. Potentially a map that teams might want to veto against somebody like Hickam Air Force Base when they do a matchup against this team later on through their groups. But Brody, for that in general for this series, a little bit quicker than I expected. We don't get that map 4 or map 5, but I think that really opens up a lot of eyes for competition now, looking to go up against this team. Things you learn against them and things you definitely have to shut down against them is not letting them outslay you like they just did to J-Bear.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just really excited to see kind of what will happen when this team faces an opponent worthy of their kills, shall we say, because that series, I think we didn't see them really get challenged at all, apart from a couple of moments. So later on down the line, when Hickam actually have to face the fire, what are things going to be like?
Yeah, it's a big question, and a question that we could possibly ask one of the players right now is we got the interview ready to go here with C-Skirt doing a join in for the booth, man. I mean, what a DoorDash series that was. I mean, that was a quick one, in and out.
Yeah.
You got the 3-0 done. Talk to me a little bit about the history of the team here, because we're still getting to learn some of these bases, some of these players, and how did everything come together, and how did you guys get here?
Gotcha. Yeah. So a few of us worked together. Some just COD kids that played a little bit of COD wanted to put something together. We actually played locally at one of the tournaments events in Hawaii, and then figured, hey, we needed a good fourth, so we picked up Breadwinner, who also worked on base with us. And I mean, he's been immaculate as well. I mean, he's great AR. Even in the scrims before we played today, he's been doing fantastic. Our whole team's good. Even on MNK, we got Miles doing really good. We had Fearless. He's getting 2 or 3 pieces here and there. Just a lot of really, really good talent. Hopefully carry that into the rest of the day and the rest of the tournament.
Sure. I mean, you guys looked absolutely insane throughout that series. You kind of, as Seymour said, you breezed through it. For you guys then coming into the tournament, kind of what was your prep like? Was there anything, hard points, search and destroy, control, anything you guys were particularly focused on? Because it looked like you guys had the game plan down.
Yeah, so we played a bit of 8s. Definitely got some strategy for S&D. Just some different, obviously, map control for control. I mean, you saw it there. If we can set up spawns for maps like Protocol and different things like that, you can get them in a blender. So just as a team, understanding the fundamentals of how to get that map control and those spawn traps set up for especially for the respawns, making sure everybody knows that is kind of a fundamental piece of it.
Yeah, for sure. I'm really glad you brought that up as well, because, you know, we could see here on the casting desk, you guys were making calls kind of on the fly. Like a 1 for me, for example, wasn't that control, right? You guys realized on the offense, things are not going as well for you as you would have liked, right? You weren't getting all the kills in the world, so the immediate play call is to kind of hit B, kind of split the defense up, and you actually end up capturing B and then kind of capturing A not long after that. Talk to me a little bit kind of, you know, who's making those calls in-game? You know, how does that go down for you guys? What do those play calls look like?
Yeah, so I think across the board, we all comm pretty well. I definitely have made a lot of some of the strat calls, especially in S&D, a little bit in control. I think everybody's got a pretty good understanding of their role, and they play that well. So everyone's just kind of where they need to be on the map. And when we say, hey, this is what we're going to do, everyone knows how to execute pretty well. So just kudos to the guys as well.
Yeah, I mean, even kudos to the entire team for the way that you guys just consistently kept up with that the whole time. I mean, obviously a team that's been around the block a couple of times in terms of playing the game. You guys look like you're ahead in terms of practice from what we've seen so far on stream. And tell me a little bit about your expectations coming here and, you know, setting up for something like the PACAF Esports Championships. And if you do qualify for the World Championships, what does that mean to you guys? Like, how would that feel?
I mean, that would feel amazing. Obviously, like, this is a really awesome opportunity, especially for the Air Force to offer something like this. Never mind a second TDY to somewhere else, you know, to be able to play COD. That's awesome. For some of the preparation, I mean, we were all obviously probably a little nervous, excited, you know, all the emotions, right? But just to get here and play some competition. I know that there's some good teams here just from seeing the scrims and seeing some of the other matches. We're looking to hopefully do really well. That's the goal. You know, as a team, keeping the vibes good, you know, not getting our head down, even in some of the unfortunate ones or whatever. You know, everybody's keeping their spirits high. So hopefully we can carry that through the rest of the tournament and keep the momentum going.
Well, it looks good so far, and I think you guys should be feeling good after the performance that you just had. Before I let you go, I obviously got to ask, is there anybody back home you want to shout out to the stream real quick?
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out my brother. Shout out my family who's probably watching. Shout out the Cyber Koas at the 690th. They're all watching, a few of us. And shout out Hickam. You know, we're trying to win for the base too, so.
Got to win for the base. I think everybody's out here to do exactly
Absolutely.
that for the lads back home. But thanks for joining up for the interview, C-Skirt. Congratulations on the win. Go enjoy that one now. You get a little bit of a break before your next one. We'll see you later, hopefully, on the desk.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Have a good one.
Brody, I mean, just vibes over there in the camp of Hickam Air Force Base, and I love it too. I mean, it seems like they came here for business to get it done, and they got their head on their shoulders.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can definitely tell they put the prep in, right, for sure. You know, again, we're talking about players, you know, so often in some tournaments you see players that kind of just like want to shoot and just have fun, right? They don't really care about the strategies too much. You can definitely tell that this is not a team that's their kind of mindset, right? Hickam, they look like a really well put together roster. They've put the work in. You heard Skirt talk about it just then, and they look like better for it, right? I mean, we saw it multiple times in that series, so excited to see how this team evolves as we get through the remainder of the tournament. Hickam, I think, are a real threat for another team to take seriously.
Yeah, and you know, we got 4 teams on stream so far, a whole lot more to take a look at over the course of the day. Lots of matches here on day 1, and we're just scratching the surface of what is the PACAF Esports Championships. We're going to take a little bit of a break, get things set up for what is coming next. Match 3 for your PACAF Championships. We'll see you soon with more Call of Duty.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome on all here back to the PACAF Esports Championship brought to you by Air Force Gaming. I'm Infinity, this is Enigma, and we're back for our third series of the day / afternoon / night, depending on where in the world you are. For me, Enigma, it's night. We're about to get on our third series of the day then, and it's going to be a great one. We've got Kadena from Okinawa versus Osan from Seoul. Can't wait to get in this matchup, Enigma, but it's good to have you on, mate. I've not casted a game of Call of Duty in like forever with you, so I'm looking forward to it.
Don't pretend these falsities. I was sat in Twitch chat while you were going on about my rank performance. I don't want to hear it, my friend. Coming at me, pretending that we're pally. Like, let's not do this.
Okay,
anyway, I am going to say that I'm looking forward to this series. For sure. I think we've got an interesting one lining up here. I think we've had some smoke shows come on through nice and early. I think that one that you and Seymour just did was very lopsided, right? Whereas here we've got two teams that have both won their opening games 3-0. So I'm hoping for a bit of a banger here, my friend.
Yeah, for sure. Well, let's take a look at the standings then before we get into this matchup to update you on what's going on right now around the grounds, as it were. You've already said that both Kadena and Osan have both won their initial matchups 3-0. That is correct. You can see that in Group B. That leaves Ilson and Anderson in a bit of a tough spot, both 0-3 in maps right now. You kind of want to get a win under your belt at this stage of the competition, right, Enigma? Because if you don't, you're left in a really awkward spot. You do not want to be going into bracket play with a low seed, have to face a team like Misawa or Heckham in your first round of play.
No, absolutely. You're spot on. That's what you're aiming to avoid right now. You want to not only that as well, but feel some confidence going into bracket play. You want to feel like you can win something or at least make these series close. So 3-0s are always a bad thing to be on the wrong side of. I think when we look at the Misawa series the first time around, Misawa are probably going to feel a little bit fortunate about the fact that it ends up a 3-0. I think Yokota are going to probably be like, okay, well, you know what? We lose that there, but that we've got a different story to tell later on through this tournament. I think some of these other games have been so one-sided that you're starting to question your place when you get to bracket play for sure. It is double elim though once we get to bracket play, so an opportunity to square off for some of those lower teams, shall we say, right now. But yeah, if you're one of those squads, you're looking across your opposition and being like, all right, maybe we got some stepping up to do. That being said, in this one, I think that this is an early pace setter for sure, an early bit of a momentum booster, maybe an ego giver. Both of your teams have won your opening game, so you're looking across and assessing each other out at this point. Okay, well, how do we stack up against someone who's clearly proven that they're already a good side?
Yeah, for sure. Well, let's take a look at the rosters then for these two teams. Already kind of talked a little bit about what the series is. Again, this is Kadena versus Osan from Okinawa and Seoul, respectively. You've got Bang, Chronix, Fitions, and DC. I'm sure Twitch chat will yell at us if we've got the pronunciations incorrect. Versus Toss, Kati, Mossy, and DJ. We had a chat about logos before we got into the last game. What are we saying here?
Honestly, I'm a big fan of Kadena's. That is gorgeous. I'm a huge fan of that. Osan's is nice too. I'm not trying to like pass on over it, but yeah, Kadena's get the vote for me there on that. That is fantastic work. Love the artwork there. You're right about the names. The only one I'm uncertain about, Fetians, is that what we're going with here for Kadena? That's different for sure. So chat, let me know if I'm wrong there. But other than that, looking at all 8 of these gentlemen, again, to really step up early in this tournament, we've already looked at a couple of players. For example, you're talking Breadwinner, we're talking Gold, for example, in the first series, where we're looking at you guys to really like make a statement and show us why we should pay attention to you through this entire tournament.
Yeah, for sure. And this is what I was saying earlier on, right? Before we got even the series with Hickham, is that at this stage of the tournament, I think it's really about kind of impressing us here on the cast. I mean, this isn't Britain's Got Talent, right? Or America's Got Talent. I don't know. I've really got to start Americanizing my references. This isn't America's Got Talent, right? You're not trying to impress us. But what I'm saying is, This is us looking at these teams and saying, all right, here is a collection of teams that are very clearly better than the rest. I think we've seen that for the first couple of the series of the day, right, where it's kind of Hickam and Misawa have impressed us. So who is going to come out victorious on the series in our hearts? That's what matters most. Well, we've already made our minds up, right? We've already made our minds up. We know who's going to win the series, being very resourceful and knowledgeable casters that we are, because we've made some predictions. I went with a 3-0. There's been a couple of 3-0s already. Why not add another one?
Yeah, absolutely. I understand why you've gone with a 3-0, but I've looked at the fact that both of these teams have gone 3-0 already, so I'm going with a game 5. I want something a little bit different to what we've had so far. It's been all 3-0s across the board, and I'm looking for us to see out a second S&D. And I'm going to actually kind of counter the point that you made a moment ago. You're saying that they're not here to impress us. It is 3 in the morning for us. They're absolutely here to impress us, my friend. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to judge absolutely everything, whether it's Britain's Got Talent, America's Got Talent, or the Pacific have Got Talent. I don't really care. I want to see it out here on the map for sure, and I'm looking forward to this series.
For sure. Well, look, those are our predictions, and obviously, you know, as casters, we're rarely wrong, right? So one of us is going to be wrong. For the record, Seymour predicted a 3-1, so I just want to get it out there that if he is wrong, Twitch chat, you can all the abuse that you like, because he deserves it. With that said, then, let's talk about our maps here in just a second for this best of 5. I am going to give a prediction right now that we're going to have another couple of vaults in it. Actually, 3 vaults. I'm going to go for 3 vaults in the series Enigma. If we get 3 vaults, I honestly might start taking up Soothsaying, because I feel like I'd be good at it.
Well, I watched you predict perfectly last time, and I was like, did he get a sneaky peek beforehand?
I didn't.
Okay, all right, fair enough. So I know for a fact that I haven't seen the map set yet for this.
Okay.
You said 3 vaults. I'm gonna say 2 more protocols. I think we got 2 more protocols coming in from this. We're gonna be talking a lot about that P2 castle rotation and everything else that goes on through it. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing exactly what we get here. I think that this is interesting early on in the tournament, because obviously a lot of teams are going to be trying to figure out where you do and don't want to play against each other further on down, and once we start talking bracket play. But also, I think sometimes when you square up against a team on like a Skyline, for example, I think that that's a bit of an ego thing, and you're looking at each other and going, all right, well, if we just play a map where we're gunning the hell out of each other, who's better than who?
All right, we've got 1 vault confirmed, because we're flying through a vault. Right? I don't know if that is that how this works? I don't even know if that's how this works. I think I might just make that up.
I don't actually know where that helicopter is. Where is that? Hassie?
Like Hassie? Oh, mate, my flawless streak is over. We got 2 vaults though in this best of 5. We are kicking things off on a vault hardpoint, of course, Skyline search and destroy, and a vault control, and then if we need it, a Skyline hardpoint and a Hacienda search and destroy to curtail this series, if we need it, because the first couple of series today have both been 3-0, so it wouldn't surprise me if this one was as well. But Vault hardpoint to kick this series off, Enigma. Any expectations right out of the gate here?
2 extremely different hardpoint and S&D maps, but I'll come to that later. To touch on your vault hardpoint, I think I'm looking straight away for which team plays in for P2, especially if you're the team that spawns quotation marks bad side. Then you're looking to immediately try and maybe send someone through pool, through palms, try and flip out that P2 spawn. If I'm seeing heads up plays like that immediately, I know I'm looking at either a player or a team that's onto something. Likewise, if you spawn in on good side, I'm looking to see if someone plays through that side just to make sure that you're not getting wrapped, not getting flanked around, and locking down that P2. For me, P1, often you're more than happy to walk away with 10-15 seconds, burn the game clock a little bit, and sit back. So again, we're looking for those kind of plays coming on through. You know, we play a lot of ranked. We watch the top players do it, and that's the kind of thing that you're immediately trying to come through to your team here. So if you're looking for a foursome that's on a wavelength, that's what we got to be paying attention to.
Yeah, fundamentals, I think, are everything here. I mentioned it when that last series we talked about Kadena, or not Kadena, excuse me, Hickam, right? I'm getting ahead of myself, mate. I'm just channeling my soothsayer powers. I talk about Hickam in that last series and you know why they were so good at hardpoint and Skyline in particular, which is a map that we could well see later on in the series if it does go distance. It was all about that spawn control, having a radar set up for key lines of sight. But off the start here, looking towards Osan versus Kadena. I'm excited to see which of the teams is going to come out on top as we get things going. Right off the rip, gunfights going down for the middle of the map. Afetian's not, unfortunately, aware of the fact that Toss had gotten past him. Bit of a miscommunication there, and that's going to allow Osan at the start of this game to get control of P1.
Well, indeed, Chronix is going to try and chow through lobby, shifts left, shifts right. Will, with a bit of help from Ephedians, find Toss, and then also clears one off the point as well. But again, it's all about the fact that we are sitting here with 20 seconds left of P1. How do you start to shape yourself for 2? once one player manages to get onto this point, I also want to see a couple of these blue hours back off, by the way, because Bang is starting to rotate on through. You're going to have Moss spawn on out. So all of a sudden, everything that I was mentioning about how important it is for P2, you see Kadena activate on it.
Yeah, and Toss now needs to play his life here. Already been stunned up, so Kadena know that he's here. Just needs to try and play his life, wait for a little bit of backup. Knows there's an important 1v1 on the horizon. Unfortunately, does end up losing it. It's a big gunfight there for Bang. Spawn control here, still good for Kadena, but map control and hill control not necessarily there. DJ was chilling inside the hard point and will get cut down. That's a 4 wipe in the feed. Kadena now with spawn control. Osan now having to push out from the other side of the map.
I was about to talk about how good Bang has looked early on those fundamentals with that respawn, but then he also goes on a 5 spree of his own. So great work there to push out through pool and generate plenty of map presence that allows your team to have a moment of reprieve here. You get yourself quite a bit of time as well, but now it's all about who decides to rotate on over for P5. I'm looking at players like Bang, like Aphelios to give up this fight for 2, start to move on over, because what you're looking for is art control, and that's the complete opposite side of the map.
Yeah, and they haven't really done that. I mean, you look at the map right now, and it's Osan just basically either spawning out towards the back of P4 or effectively nowhere near the rotation towards New. So they're on the right side of the map for the next couple of hard points, but not looking good here on the rotational gunfights as Bang picks up an important 2 gunfights. Now on 6 in a row. That's going to enable Kadena to install a couple of players moving forward. There's those spawn flips coming through as well. Osan really starting to be in danger here in this game, Enigma.
No, indeed. What I will say, okay, the maddest 30 seconds I think I've ever seen. Somehow Toss evaded everybody, sits in art. Not a single Kadena player runs through top art to try and get control of it to hold down P3. Toss survives and then gives up top art and gets himself slaughtered. I don't know what the hell we just watched. Either way, it all works out for Kadena, who hold themselves a 35-point lead. They're also going to have art control to potentially change P3 to P4. What I'm looking for here is not to overextend. Happily play through mid. You don't want to push too far forward here. If your Chronic start to draw that line in the sand and force Asan to run at you.
Kadena doing everything right from a fundamentals perspective. One player has managed to get through from the Asan side, though, and actually going to win that open engagement will be DJ towards the next hard point. So finally will get cut down. Big couple of kills from Chronix. BTN's now going to have to move out, and that's a big power position to lose. So Asan will now be knocking at the door around the back line, but fortunately for Kadena, they've got players ready to plug those holes in the gameplay. What they haven't plugged is actually around the front of the hard point. DJ able to filter through here, as is some Toss. Toss will find some value. DJ not able to do so just yet, but you are poking and prodding at this hard point. DJ converts for another kill. Kadena are falling apart, it seems, as Toss finds another couple of kills. And Osana all of a sudden flip the spawns out there in for the back 30.
Yeah, brilliant break there coming on through. I gotta say, worrying that you give up art so easily. If you're Kadena, maybe a miscommunication. You maybe think that you get bumped and send someone else in there. But either way, it doesn't work out. And Osan get themselves into what can be one of the trickier hills to break here. Toss finds himself another 2. It's a couple of difficult looking KDs on the side of Osan. But I think other than poor control from P1 to P2, looking at a squad here that could build themselves back in through the second rotation, currently down 25.
Yeah, I definitely think that breaking towards that last hard point has kind of salvaged the scoreline a little bit here for Asan. They'd be looking at a deeper, darker pit had that break from DJ and Toss not come through. But over towards P1. Set up in for Kadena. Chronix, the drop shot for the first kill versus Kate. A couple of players have made their way through under, currently in towards the bottom vault side. They're going to have to go for the long wrap around the backline. One player is watching it, and there was a player watching the top side as well, but Aphelios, that player watching you, does get shut down. That's 3 kills on the board here for Osan. Now make it a 4. That is a clean break and a map flip coming through from Osan.
Beautiful work there from the Asan players to double up through pool. Flip this on over. They've got to be careful though of Aphelios, who is wrapping through the southern side of the map and will find a kill. Noise, however, then turns a lot of blue hours in his direction and he will fall. Could potentially have just wrapped through the back, stayed quiet. As it stands, Osan slightly behind, in for P2. Toss will clean up Chronix, and the big fight over by Palms that Bang comes out on top in. Huge moment there, as that's going to allow you to knock straight on the door.
Back spawn's still good though here for Osan, so they'll continue to replenish their forces around the backline. Kati wins a crucial couple of gunfights, now finds himself on 5 in a row by Newt. A couple more kills around this hard point, and the Hellstorm missile will be yours, but unfortunately not able to locate Chronix in that moment. 2 piece from Chronix, 2 piece from DC will now give Kadena control of this hill. And this is that dangerous point. Because pre-aim around the back line here, you know players are going to continue to run right into your line of sight. They've got no choice but to do so to try and get control of this point. Most of the gunfights here being won by Kadena. Ephetians trying to dip and dive around the top side, but unable to actually finish that gunfight. He doesn't even really need to, though. Player towards the hard point is actually being contested. It's actually Chronic who has to get out of that position to even go down. So Osan will have to settle for scrap time here, but Kadena are just getting better looks at these hard points at the moment.
Yeah, 100%, and even more so interesting for Kadena that you do that from the front. Osan held those spawns at dirt for so long, it didn't matter. The wave of pressure was constantly dealt with, and Kadena now looking to rotate in. You have that player in art as well in Bang. And for me here, Toss has got to clear this. Someone clear top art, for God's sake. Chronix will then find himself a free pick, who's now in the bottom, and all of a sudden it just becomes a big problem for Osan. Kadena win the fights, and they will flip the spawns completely.
Yeah, it tossed just as Dolphin in that 1v1 against Bang, who once again finding these crucial gunfights. A couple of kills do come through from the front though. Overwatch from Bang is, well, less than perfect. This is normally a power position in which you can do a lot of damage. Bang does find a couple of kills though. Not enough to fully remove Osan from the point, but enough to unsettle them. Now it's going to be DC in towards that scrap time. Back 20 seconds that really with this much of a deficit is definitely worth fighting for. So Osan are going to throw themselves at the point. DJ now. Couple of kills, so that will open things up, and one player has once again snuck by. It was Toss and DJ last time around for the break. Now it's just the latter of those two players who will be able to find one. Is that the break that they needed? Bang and Ephetians are still hanging around the backline here. Kadena refusing to give this up.
The gunfight, Toss and Carty managed to come together to find Ephetians, but Bang will trade out and find both. Huge kills to ensure your backline is protected. However, because you are looking in the back, you aren't going to be able to protect your front, and that's going to mean control over by White. Carty puts bullets through. Unfortunately, one of them also hits your teammate in the back of the head, and that's as bad as it gets as 4 die, and that will surely then allow Kadena to press out and gain some map control.
Yeah, you really did need those gunfights to be won by DJ and Toss on the initial here, because this is the worst case scenario for how far this hill goes. Last time around, you got 30 seconds, and that was really about it. This time around, looks like you might be getting nada unless you can go for a last little Hail Mary play for the last 20 seconds. I don't think you want that. You'd be handing freebies to the likes of Bang and Ephetians at this point in the game, who are on a 5 and 4 speed respectively, but Mossy and Toss do come through for a couple of kills. Mossy dancing on ice around this hard point and finds yet another one. That's a big shutdown against DC. Bang still the play, want to take out though, is still alive on this 5 spree. But Enigma, this game has been blown wide open. Kadena with now a massive advantage going into the third and final set.
It has, and it's a shame really, because I think Osan have had a couple of moments where they could really have kept this game close. It's just, you're looking at those rotations between 2 and 3 in particular, where you've just not locked anything down, not clearing top art, which then gives it that 3-4 chain. It's just unfortunate. So I'm looking for them in this third set of rotations then to really turn the screw a little bit, find that extra gear, and just put some pressure onto Kadena. Make them feel something here. You got to shut down Bang, who's currently 32 and 11. The Ephetians 21 and 13. A hell of a start from those two.
Kadena gonna lose the opening gunfights here towards P1. 15 seconds left. Still time to grab. If you're Osan, you better grab this one, and you better hold the spawns towards New. Ephetians now with a challenge towards Old. That's 2 kills and scrap time at this point in the game. You can't really afford to spin away, but Mossy, rotational battle, you're gonna lose. You were kind of single-minded on that approach towards Bang. You didn't quite catch the player looking at you from behind, but there's still a couple of players in that new hardpoint. Carty and DJ have to go huge. Carty's already found one. Individual. Is this approach coming out from Kadena? It does not matter though. Those initials. Mossy trying to hold on towards this hardpoint. Gonna find one. 360 for the second is just not there. Kadena continues to have the numbers.
And they can't win it here. So Osan have got to fly, and they got to fry, and it'll be 2 red in the feed. So that's everything you don't want to see if you're this Osan team hoping to push this to another kill. A couple more kills will get you there. But right now, Kadena are spawning in dirt, and that means they can just continue to flood through the back. Osan gotta find these next wave of kills.
At the very least, Osan are contesting here through this hard point. They're continuing to hit it over and over again. Chronix will hit the reload at the last second and will get caught with his pants down by it from Toss. So Kadena still require 19 seconds. They're not going to get it on the old hard point. Osan have a few players in key power positions here for this roto towards New, but one behind enemy lines. They're not going to keep track of Bang, who will find the crucial gunfight. Chronix and DC also involved in that engagement, just 16 seconds away from victory at Kadena.
Bang looking so good there, and another important gunfight over by the art performance, and it's going to be DJ that finds 2. A couple of kills more in the feed. Osan will extend this a little bit longer, but for me, Toss, you gotta take a big gunfight, top art. That's what you do. You back your opponent down. You do find the kill. Unfortunately, your teammates fall as well. Holding on the outer palms, but Kadena find the kills and only needs 6 seconds.
Surely this should be it, and that final kill will be the final nail in the coffin for this game. You have to imagine one final contest from Toss. It's nothing but a pre-aim to try and get something to pad the stats a little bit. Those stats, doesn't matter if they're going to be padded because it's not going to win you the game, pal. It is a huge win in game number 1 for Kadena in this series. Just phenomenal all the way throughout. And I tell you what, that is probably the most competitive game that we've had today here at Enigma, just because of the fact that, you know, we had so many moments there where Osan looked like they knew exactly what to do. I think especially in that first rotation towards the end. I look towards that P4 break from Toss and DJ. Really competitive game, but it is Kadena who come out on top.
It is indeed, and I think that Bang is a player that kind of set the tempo early. We saw straight away that P1 hotly contested, as you're expecting. We didn't see Ulsan back off enough. They were trying to still fight for P1 for scrap time. We know that it's very important to make sure you set yourself up through that palm side control pool and make sure that you don't have players pushing through. And Bang slips the net, gets himself up through, activates to find a kill that lets his teammates out of P1 who are still scrapping for it, and then also gives them P2 control. And I think that was kind of the story of things for a large portion of the game. Ulsan kept it competitive, especially through that first rotation with an impressive break as well into P4. But so often you're asking here for Ulsan to go guns up against a squad that have serious firepower by the looks of things. Bang and Effectians in particular looking really, really strong out there. And as such, eventually you are just going to be overpowered. You're going to be bullied back. And well, that was exactly how that worked out.
Yeah, and again, it is worth saying, right, that I do think that game could have looked a lot worse from a scoreline perspective had it not been for that P4 break for what was, I think, like the back 30 seconds. That 30-second swing does make the game look significantly more palatable than it actually was. Kadena just had control for the vast majority of that game, and part of that down was to Bang. I think it was like 40 kills or something ridiculous like that.
Yeah, he wasn't bad.
Pretty good player. I think for sure. The breadwinner of this game, I think, is the way I will describe him, which is a compliment to breadwinner, by the way, because he had a phenomenal last series. But there is a scoreline in the best of 5 map set, folks. 250 to 147 in favor of Kadena. They go 1-0 up in this series. Fundamentally, both rosters look sound, and that sets us up, I think, for a pretty sweet search and destroy here on Skyline.
Yeah, it does indeed. And I think I start to look a little bit again over at Bang and whether or not the Big Bang Theory comes together for this one, because quite frankly, you are going to see hot engagements off the start. And that AR is going to be something that you're looking for to find those opening picks. So often we think of Skyline as like an SMG map, but I think in Search, you want your ARs to be really impactful off the rip. Find those first bloods. Talking Charles from like Barbecue or off towards Top Plat, and that's where I'm looking for those stars to step up. In terms of countering that, there was signs of life from Ulsan. I think that what it was for Ulsan in that map 1 is you were often reactive, not proactive, and that's got to be different here. You can't be afforded giving up first bloods and hoping to then take the situation back in the rounds. You got to get that numbers advantage early.
Yeah, and I do think, you know, you go back to that last series, right, with Hickam coming off a phenomenal hardpoint versus J-Bear, and it's just like, I think that goes to show alone the effects that momentum can have moving from a hardpoint into a search and destroy. Once a roster starts feeling themselves, you can be in a lot of trouble. So I think for me, that kind of has to be the primary purpose coming into this game number 2. Just put a stop to the momentum, right? You know, find a way to shut Kadena out for the first couple of rounds at least. You know, find your footing in this game, because yeah, all right, I think that map was pretty competitive, but still I think it's very easy for a game to snowball out of your control when you let a team get control of the series. So I think, you know, that's the big thing for me. Find a way to win these first couple of rounds for Osan, and we've got a series on our hands here in Enigma.
Oh yeah, and we know we would both love to, well, actually you wouldn't love to see that. You want a 3-0 for your prediction, but you know,
3-0. I just expect it, you know.
Yeah, I mean, you are just wanting it to be competitive at least, though, in these maps, and that's what we're hoping for. See these teams get pushed as far as we can see them be, so that we've got a lot more to judge them about when it comes through towards the back end of the tournament. What I will say, Skyline, it is a map that leans heavily, as you would expect around first bloods when it comes to search and destroy, but it is one of our higher ones in our current map set. You're expecting to win 73% of the time if you do take a first blood, especially on defense. It's one of the strongest sets that we have when it comes to data. Of course, it's all CDL data, not to do with this tournament, but it's a case of, I'm looking for, in particular, that defensive lineup then. I'm looking for your players to be able to find that first blood, then figure out a way of getting together. So often we've seen through this tournament already, first blood's given up. You're managing to get a first blood, but then you're giving up your life so easily following that, not playing that trade out situation, and therefore giving up that advantage. Again, when it comes to, like, you know, we know that Kadena then have fantastic respawn prowess. If Osan are going to deliver their way into this series, it's got to be through this S&D nice and early and not be throwing away any such advantage that you managed to pry.
I'm just going to keep on saying the word, folks. Fundamentals. Playing Search and Destroy properly is a big part of that. There's that offensive first blood coming out from Ephetians against Toss. And you can already see the immediate effect that's had on towards Osan. They have slowed up pretty consistently here. DJ, we're going to find a trade. There's not a single shot that actually hits on towards Bang. And I'm not really sure at this stage of the competition that's a fight you want to take anyway.
Not at all. Oh, Cardi finds DC, but then instantly traded. And that's going to keep numbers. However, it falls to 2-2. So an opportunity then to retake. I love this from the two Osan players deciding to hit this through the same side. Are Kadena going to be ready? Ephetians has a big job on his hands and gets found.
A slide out from Ephetians. Yes, good for the first. Chronix will finish things off, though. Aggression to try and close out that round. I tell you what, Ephetians feeling himself there again. There's that momentum I was talking about coming out of game 1, going into game number 2. You can really tell that Kadena are feeling themselves. And even in this final blood, Chronix just out into the open, confident that he's going to win that fight. And, well, would you believe it, mate? He does.
I gotta say, I am curious, though. Does Ephetians shoot actually at something beforehand? Or is he just a little bit
just
nervous on the trigger? Shot a couple of gunshots off just beforehand. I thought he took himself off for a little bit of a sneaky kill. But ends up giving up his position. And ends up working, though, for Kadena. 1-0 up. Osan with their break. And it's a big hit through the top of the map.
Nobody watching up top as well, so Kadena playing this relatively reserved for the right reasons, though. Bang, able to catch Mossy off guard. That's a great first blood. No immediate trade. Ephetians going to follow up with yet another one. Finally, some value to be found here for Osan, but it feels like it's a pound store because DJ really only finding his kill here in the situation. Not going to be able to catch Chronix on the flank as well. Now Toss is left in a very awkward situation. Shot up in the back. He's done for. Kadena, how about that? A brilliant way to counter aggression.
Yeah, I really liked what Osan were trying to bring there, something very different. It is, however, a very high-risk, high-reward strategy to try and punch on through like that, and they get caught. Honestly, I think that the route is interesting. You manage to punch yourself all the way to the top end of the bridge and then don't enter the bomb site. I'm not sure what the game plan was. You know, if you once you get control of that bomb site, if you lock it down as a full 4-man, that's going to be really difficult to retake. So great idea. Execution needs tweaking.
Well, at least the idea's there, right? Every journey begins with a single step kind of vibe.
Oh my god, what a nade.
It's a phenomenal set nade from Osan, and that's a phenomenal kill coming out from DJ as well, all the way down to 46 HP. Has to take the fight and does end up winning it. Unfortunately, he's losing teammates all around the board. 2 versus 2. A couple of players here from Kadena are split up, though, and how Osan are splitting up as well. Everyone's just playing individually.
Yeah, that minimap is something to look at for sure, but if someone wants to play everything individually, it's going to be Bang off the back of his incredible first map performance. We know that this guy can shoot, has hold of bomb, should be able to get it down at A, and as we see the sets of players try and rotate back towards each other, Ephetians going to spot one, but gets teamed up on, so 1v2 for Bang.
Knows where that shot came from. On the hunt for the kill. Should be able to go freebie versus Mossy, and does. Immediate chow coming out from DJ, but no, it's not immediate enough here. Bang going to get away. 25 seconds, though. Just spotted about. Now has the information and can work with it. Smashes glass, so DJ should know more or less where Bang is. Spotted him out. Bang, pre-aimed and pre-fired on. DJ wins the first round here for Osan in Search and Destroy.
Yeah, great effort there from the 4 remaining players at the end. The problem for Ephetians was you shoot at one player, that gives you away, and the second player's there to basically hit a trade on you from an angle you're just not expecting. But it ends up working in the end for Osan as DJ takes full advantage. I believe it was Osan that won, and we just got it flipped in the game. Am I being dumb? No, I'm not being dumb. Okay, all right. Checking that. But yeah, I mean, DJ there held his nerve. I was a little bit worried about his positioning if Bang had hit top plat, but he catches the shadow and makes sure that he's hitting all of his shots to finish things up.
Alrighty. Aggression here from Osan at the start of this round. Same kind of vibes we saw previously. Trades. Chronic's going to find 2. Once again, 2 versus 2. That is a hell of a fight to take with the Jackal. I know that the Jackal's pretty good. I don't think it's that good, though. And Toss gets absolutely outdone for the final kill of the round. It is a blink and you miss it round in Search and Destroy for Kadena.
Felt like a round that was basically everyone went guns up, right? Aphetians here is probably going to be a prime example of it. Just sliding out, hitting the Chal at close range with the aims, and coming out on top. It didn't feel like much of a strategy to the break-off. It just felt like everyone wanted to take a gunfight and found it. I know that sometimes Skyline rounds can be quick. That one's really fell into that bucket. Kadena up 3-1. And it feels like other than a moment where Osan managed to scalp a couple of early kills, there hasn't been much for Kadena to give up here.
Alright, well, Kadena playing aggressor. Look how fast Chronix is on the mini-map. You can see he is on the hunt for these kills and immediately going to convert for 1 and a second as well. Chronix getting it done at the start of this round, and that's going to turn the attention of Hasan away from the bomb site and to try and find Chronix.
Carty's trying to hit underground. Mossy's going to be holding from the top. He's playing a bit of leg kick action here. Mossy finds a nice kill onto Aphetians, but bangs there to instantly trade. So Carty then for the 1v3. 25 seconds. Bomb is down. 2 players are going to be holding this site. You're trying to play top cobble. I don't know what you're hoping to find here. Bang surely got information on you.
Oh!
I mean, I valued the Chal. Yeah, it wasn't bad at all. It's just going to be too much. You're trying to enter a bomb site with 2 bodies in it, and then 1 set up the jacuzzi as well to cover that cross should you try and hit it. And at the end of the day, too little, too late. We've got to go back to Chronix. Picks up that 2-piece at the start of the round. His movement through to get himself into that bottom gym so quickly definitely caught Osan off guard. And that's something that, especially when you're playing out these early parts of Skyline, when you got someone like Chronix on the map who's able to apply that instant pressure, can be so oppressive to your opposition, and very much so force them to turtle, give you so much map presence.
All right, well, Kadena are really starting to take control of this Search and Destroy now. 4-1 to the good. Osan, aggression, once again, almost immediately countered. Chronix with the first blood. Toss will trade things out. Chronix is finding so much value in the Search and Destroy, but Toss is ready to trade out. So, our umpteenth 2 versus 2 in this Search and Destroy, and this is a very reserved position here for Kadena on the defense.
DJ didn't want to go for bomb gunfight, and Aphetians comes out on top against DJ. Smashes glass entering into B. Should tell Toss exactly where you are, but you lose track. Can you spot him beneath you? Oh my lord. Toss has actually just slipped into the... Sorry, Aphetians has slipped into the underside of the map. Aphetians and Bang to get back together, play out this 2v1. And Toss, well, right now you have no information. You are chasing ghosts.
Yeah, gotta grab the bomb as well, right? See if either gotta pick up these kills or pick up the bomb. Making a lot of noise in doing all this as well. Trying to find everything. Still hasn't spotted out even a smidge of information. Now getting peppered up from bedroom, and the round is done just like that. And it does feel like so many of these open engagements are going the exact same way, right? Where we see trades in favor of, for the most part, of Kadena, or they go for 2 for 2, and then the Kadena players just kind of almost always play together. Favorable positions. Osan just looking kind of lost right now.
Yeah, and again, I think it comes back to Chronix. Finds himself 2 straight away, gets that first blood. Teammate then falls, but he's there to instantly trade it. I just think that Chronix is just not allowing Osan to really breathe here. And in the moments when it does slow in pace, you're right, Kadena do a better job of getting together, covering kind of his crosses over, and leaving Osan with very little in terms of knowledge on the map.
Well, Osan looking to try and keep this Search and Destroy alive. That's not going to be helpful for them whatsoever, as Aphetians opens up with a well-placed Semtex. Bomb now being slapped down once again, and as soon as they try to enter this site, Chronix will be waiting for them if they even get a look. Bang is now on the hunt, as is DC. DC going to get cut down. It's a good start for the retake. 2 versus 3. There's another kill coming through from Toss, now 2 versus 2.
You said last round, umpteenth time we've seen a 2 versus 2. We're here again, my friend. Bomb is down, though. I'm a fan of the positioning from Kadena, but then, yeah, you're going to have to split because you had no information around the back portion of the map. 15 seconds. Osan have got to go.
Toss. Oh, good shots. Bang will close things out, though, and that's Kadena 6-1 in the Search and Destroy. I don't necessarily think that scoreline represents how competitive Osan were at points. As I said multiple times in that search and destroy, mate, we saw a lot of 2 versus 2s, but Kadena just looked better at closing out the rounds. And frankly, I think the key thing in that S&D was opening them.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that has got to be flowers handed over to Chronix. Don't get me wrong, there's a lot of players who are involved in those opening engagements. And of course, I think we're still talking about how good Bang looks in this series. But yeah, Chronix, I mean, some of the rotation, some of the routes he's hitting, off of the initial break off just means that he's getting so much map presence. I mean, just in itself, you know how important that is when you talk about, you know where your opponents must not be. So that's information gained. And also it just means that from there on, if you've got a player like Chronix who off of that break has managed to get himself all the way up into gym, your 3 players know that you can position yourself so much further on the map, and it narrows down from maybe 10 potential opponent locations to maybe 4, and you can start to set up those situations where you pick up a couple of kills and give yourself an easy round from there.
All right, well, here's a look back at the search and history again. Just how many times did we see first bloods coming up from Chronix? Obviously, I don't think we're going to get to see it in a post-game score. I'm not even sure if that stat works in the post-game score. It probably doesn't, let's be honest. But if it did, it would probably show, like, I don't know. I was going to say 10 first bloods for Chronix, but obviously there weren't 10 rounds, so that would make sense. Something like, well, 6. 6 is a realistic number for Chronix. We saw a lot of first bloods for Chronix in that search and destroy. It was a big reason why Kadena were able to take away. It was like Chronix was almost kind of the opener, and Bang was the closer in so many different situations there, which I suppose is kind of apt for a player named Bang. With that said then, search and destroy. 6-1, phenomenal performance for Kadena. I mean, they are basically plain sailing potential 3-0 at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Seems that way. Your prediction's looking pretty good. I was hoping to see Osan manage to get themselves back into the series through some... Don't do that. We're working off the same hymn sheet here. The thing is here, when Osan are in those S&D moments, you're looking at those 2v2s. What you're hoping for when a team looks so good in respawn is that the other one has got these really strong fundamentals. Now, Osan's weren't bad, but it was just a case of it felt like Kadena were a step ahead. And again, when it came to those 2v2 moments, Kadena were so much quicker to wrap together and then get themselves set up. You're thinking of moments where, bombs down, one of you set up over it near the bar, the other one's in Jacuzzi, making sure that he's got those crosses covered. That felt like something that Kadena were instantly activating on. For Osan, it felt like it took them a couple of seconds and maybe a little bit of decision making and discussion internally before they put that plan into action. And when you got players on Kadena who are so interested in being aggressive, you're just not going to get that time. That then leaves me a little bit concerned about the control. We saw where Kadena were really good. You've got players like Bang and Afitians absolutely lighting up the scoreboard. You got to find a way to shut them down. For Osan, I'm not sure where that game plan comes from, what we've currently seen.
All right, well, Kadena so far in this tournament have not lost a map. Will that continue with another clean 3-0 here in the PACAF Esports Championship? Find out on the other side of the break.
Introducing Hardpoint, a respawn game mode where teams fight over a neutral objective that moves around the map. The first hardpoint has a short delay before it activates. This allows players from both teams to take their positions for the initial combat. Once it activates, teams can start earning points. To take control of the hardpoint, teams must have at least one of their players on the objective, where they will earn 1 point per second of control. If both teams have players on the objective, neither team scores points until the players from one team are removed from the objective. While a team is collecting points, the game clock is paused as long as points are being earned. Each objective location is active for 60 seconds before moving to a predetermined next location where players will once again be able to earn more points. The first team to achieve 250 points or have the most points when time expires will win the game.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Back everybody here to the PACAF Esports Championship for 2025, the first of its kind. We've had a whirlwind of a day of matches here in the group stage thus far. Well, I say a whirlwind, they've all been 3-0s. And this one might be a 3-0 as well, because right now Kadena are 2-0 up against Osan. And the maps, I want to say the first one was relatively close. It felt close when we were casting it, but actually looking back, it really wasn't. So how are we feeling about this control?
Feeling like it's gonna be a 3-0, my friend. That's what I'm feeling. I don't know about inside the control. You know, it's a case of there was a bit of life from Osan, right? We saw that in map 1, and we felt like in map 2, a lot of those rounds were closer than a 6-1 necessarily suggests. Yep. So there is a little bit of something here, but if you are going to put it all together, now's the moment to do it, to start to figure out this reverse sweep that you need in order to move forward. I'm still curious about where the hell this chopper is, by the way. I swear I've just like never seen it. But yeah, we are going to be off to Vault. Oh, it's on top of it. Okay. All right. You know what? Never been up there, so never spend any time up there. It's all good. Yeah, you can see like the top of the I forget what it's called. The twirly thing. What the hell is that called? But yeah, Vault Control is where we're going to be. So I'm looking in particular here for Osan to do a good job of like fighting in particular for that arc control, and they did a really bad job of that when we were talking the Vault hard point. They got to understand that that is the big check mark for locking down this final control zone and making sure that they have some sort of line drawn in the sand, as it felt like they weren't too bad when it came to breaking in the hard point, but actually holding their hills was something that we were a little bit concerned about at the time.
Sure. Just before we get into this map, I just want to give a quick shout out to Twitch chat. Specifically, a user by the name We Love Bang that is so dedicated in their love for Bang, they've created an entire Twitch account to Bang. Let it be known that we on the desk love Bang as well, because he creates a lot of fun plays for us to cast over and has been phenomenal to watch so far, as have the majority of players on Kadena. So shout out to you guys in the Twitch chat, and everyone is having a really good time watching the tournament. Me and Enigma are at the moment. It's currently 3:46. And honestly, I've never felt so awake. It's crazy. Not too sure how
we're just getting started, baby.
Yeah, we're just getting started. Halfway
I told
through
you,
today.
Join me on the absolutely awful idea of endless energy drinks, and you will absolutely prosper.
I'm not sure my heart will love that. And honestly, you've seen me, mate. I'm not sure my heart can take much stress.
Hey, look, that's harsh on you. That's really harsh. But anyway, moving forward here with our PACAF Esports Championship. Group games, we got Kadena looking to 3-0 this. Osan are going to have to figure something out here to keep us going through the series.
Alrighty, let's see if Kadena can get this quick 3-0 done and dusted. We get into our fourth match of the day. Kadena, off the start of this round, aggressive towards B. It's a little bit of an unusual hit, right? Generally speaking, you don't see teams hit B off the start, but they know this is the more difficult to get out of the way, and already now trying to get players into power positions, sitting around the point. That's 3 kills in a row. Surely not number 4. It's a full 4 wipe. It's not an immediate stack off the back of it, but as I say, I kind of proactively cast a curse them. There's now 3 players on the point. They're not stopping.
Yeah, so as soon as they rolled out here, this kind of reeked of confidence from Kadena. That's exactly what I was worried about here for Osan, and that's exactly how it works out, as well 1 kill has been answered to 8 currently. Carty tries to find 1, will get Chronix, who's trying to find a route in through balcony, but well, 3 ticks have already gone. Make that 4, and we've got a long timer ahead. This could be a very short round by the looks of things.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a control in Black Ops 6 at least that's been done for. There's 2 minutes on the clock. 2 minutes or more on the clock. It feels like that's the game plan for Kadena. Nobody's stopping this now, as Kadena having the time of their lives. A very quick round of control.
Anyone in production able to change my prediction to a 3-0? I can offer you a can of energy drink, a gold star, and my eternal gratitude, because currently I think all of my predictions have been wrong. So, okay, get confirmation in the back. Actually, you know what? Production are down. So, you know what, Brody?
Do you actually have the gold stars?
Yeah, I have a pack of gold stars, but I have a 6-month-old child.
Okay, just... in what setting would you use gold stars for a 6-month-old child? Like, what are they, like the sticker? Like a sticker?
Yeah, it's a sticker. What do you mean?
Where are you putting those?
I don't know, the fridge, the door, anywhere that he wants them to be, that's where he gets them.
Okay, all right, fair enough. I didn't know that was it. I'm getting parenting tips already. I'm not even there yet. That's all. I'm good. As soon as we get a child, it's we're buying a pack of gold stars. Apparently, I'll take one as well if you're offering them out. Anyway, Kadena, that was a very quick control round for them. They're now on the defense, and this is looking significantly more normal, should we say, for a control round here.
Yeah, significantly more defense-like, that's for sure. Kari, though, is going to find some sort of presence up through pillars, but gets shut down by Chronix. And that's the thing, great work in from Kari. You immediately fall, though, from Chronix, and then there's nothing to really back that up or trade it out. It feels very individualistic, and individualistic is just not what you want when your opposing team are so much better than you technically. The Chronix 8-3 right now. Roaming the map, having a lot of fun. This is tough for Kadena. Well, Osan. What I will say, you have managed to get DJ pushed all the way up into art.
Yeah, I mean, positives here for Osan, right? I mean, you're doing the right thing. I think Osan, or DJ, excuse me, is not actually looking the right way, I will say, right? Instead of actually overwatching the point, he's actually looking towards his own spawn, and that's allowed Chronix to just run straight through towards the point. Kadena picking up all the kills here. It's slow progress here for Osan.
Like, I tried. I'm trying to be very positive. Speaking of which, Bang, 5-1 right now. 4 up, and, well, you could easily expect that to be more if these rounds do drag on. As they typically do on a vault, usually we see quite long rounds here. Typically, your A will fall, B will then be hotly contested. And Mossy finds the Fetians in through the bomb site. The A has managed to get 2 ticks. I think that second tick is fully confirmed, so an opportunity to dive it if you find a way to kills here.
Gotta do it now or never. Oh my god, DC has just decimated Mossy.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, Jesus.
If it wasn't 4 a.m. in the morning, I'd have been screaming about that one. Let me tell you, folks, DJ has just taken Mossy for a ride. I don't think there's an orifice in Mossy's body that DJ didn't just explore. Or DC, excuse me.
Wow, that is...
I gotta see this again.
That's a vision, if that is
we're gonna
for sure.
see it. We're seeing it right here. Oh my god!
I mean, look, when the developers created Omni Movement, no doubt they thought about moments like this. Someone clip it, ship it, because that was absolutely superb. Yeah, DC wasn't messing around. We just found out the real difference between these two right now. Quite frankly, there's a wide gap. I go to Hassan, I look to you. Perfect reverse sweep. Is it likely? No. If you are going to do it, play together. Make something happen on the same wavelength. It's been far too individualistic against a team that are not lacking on individual skill.
Yeah, this has been phenomenal for Kadena. Really showing out here in the third match of the day, folks. At least there's going to be some kind of resistance here at the start of this round from Osan, though, right? Mossy's going to find a couple of kills. Chronix, the only real bit of value brought to the table from Kadena in this round, so defense looking pretty sprightly comparatively to what we saw back in round number 1, but it's not quite airtight. You're already allowing players behind enemy lines. Bang, of course, the best bit of onomatopoeia you will ever see. Really living up to that as well. He's out trying to get the players coming off the spawn now to turn back towards a point as well. And to be honest with you, I think this has been such an irregular round that Bang just didn't know where to look.
Yeah, one of those moments where you can see, he's like, where are these guys even spawning? And gets cleaned up. But just as I was about to talk about how Osan are making progress here, they're doing a great job. It's 3 kills for Kadena that will send Osan packing. And unfortunately, we know what that means. You got to start to drop back for B. That means you give up more of A. Toss is going to try and contest this for a brief moment. 2 ticks are through, though. Likely the third. You got to make sure you win these kills. You cannot allow this rotation to come in. DJ does a good job. So that's 3 dead for Kadena. What I will say, one of them has slipped the net and rotates on over. You have saved A momentarily, however. 50 seconds still on the clock.
And this seems to be a consistent issue for Osan, letting players behind him realize how on earth does Bang win that gunfight? Of course, the Fetians also wasn't dealt with towards the point, so there's a slow and steady capture going down. Bang will get shut down Out into the open they go, and out with the round they go as well. I do not understand how this is still continuing right now. How on earth is DC still alive in this fight? Almost wins a absolutely crazy one. But while that's happening, Chronix hasn't been dealt with towards a point. Second tick now going to be 3. Somebody from Medina get towards a point right about now. That team nade is not going to help the situation. Flanking play from Toss, is that going to do anything? All you're trying to do is get rid of the replenished players coming off the spawn. Chronix finally having to deal with a contest towards the point, and that's a couple of kills from Toss that will salvage the round for now. 3 for 1 trade. DC the only one to find some value, but 2 ticks down on B. This is going to be difficult for Osan to win.
It's an unorthodox route to get us here, but it's looking a bit more like a defensive round from Osan. But you're right, you need real control, real presence in key POIs. And the thing is here, Bang is just going to toy with your player in art and has managed to slip Toss's attention for now. Finds DJs, just cutting off players arriving from Lion. Mossy eventually gets there to clean that up. It's a bit of a pinstripe feed, but the capture's still coming through. This could be all she wrote. You will get 1 touch from Toss. DJ's here to try and support and doesn't get there in time. As easy as you like for Kadena. That will be 3 straight. And, well, you can understand the smiles on the faces.
Just too easy for Kadena throughout that series. And I tell you what, to be fair, in Control, that feels like the game so far that Osan made them sweat the most, right? I mean, we saw moments like highlights in the hardpoint potential where we can say Osan were competitive, but that Control really did feel like the kind of the moment where Osan actually were playing the game at multiple different points in that game, but it was not enough in the end. Kadena just showing out really, really good squad, and that's, I think, the 3rd series in a row now where we've had kind of one of the squads on one side of the battlefield really just totally show up the other one. Really looking forward, again, to seeing more of Kadena in this tournament.
Yeah, 100%. It's tough for Osan. They've clearly got something about them. They won their first series 3-0. So it's a case of, I believe that was against Ileson, but it's a case of, like, there's clearly a gap here as Kadena found so many holes in the Osan setup. Some of that was individual technical skill for sure. We did see that, for example, Osan, Kadena, a couple players like Bang, we've spoken about them so many moments through this series, but it felt like all of the players had their moments throughout it and were really, really good. What I will say is, if you are Osan, you're looking at, like, your next coming game, which Kadena also won 3-0 against that opponent. So it's a case of, all right, you've got an opportunity here to still steal away second, get yourself a solid seed for bracket play, and also have some confidence coming up against those other teams that you will no doubt meet in the double bracket.
Just phenomenal play here, looking back towards the series for Kadena, 3-0. And it should be said as well, sometimes 3-0s, they're kind of different 3-0s in Control, right? And I know what it sounds like right now, I'm talking rubbish. It's 4 a.m. That's definitely true. But I'm saying that 3-0s, sometimes you can win like 2 defenses on a 3-0, and it's just like the one round that makes the difference, given how defensively sided Control is, just generally speaking, across the entirety of esports history. But like, winning 2 offensive rounds for the 3-0? Come on, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's tough. I think as well, the way that first one kind of went about, I think Kadena immediately recognized, Osan might want to try and build themselves back into the series at this point. We want to make them understand just how much they are under the thumb. So Kadena immediately go for B, and that says everything that you need to know about how confident Kadena were feeling about being able to squash Osan, but also then the fact that Osan are kind of like, okay, now we got to scramble for the one zone that sat in the middle of the map, and that just was not gonna go well at all. So that's unfortunate. We've spoken a bit about what Osan can look forward to in terms of the rest of the tournament. For Kadena, I think this is a great opportunity to kind of let everyone else know as well how good you are. Put the rest of this tournament on notice. We've spoken about a couple of the squads that we've had already. Your Hickams, your Masawas, Yokota as well looked pretty good. So all of a sudden they start to put themselves in that conversation, and it's when they come up against those kind of teams when we start to find out just how good this team are.
For sure. Well, I believe we've got an interview with a player from the winning roster coming up here in just a second. I actually didn't hear who it was, so this is going to be a surprise for me. Of course, it's Bang. It's got to be Bang. Hey, Bang, how you doing, mate? Congratulations on the win there in that series. I'll say what I've been saying to most of the interviewees the entirety of today because we've had like 3 consecutive 3-0s, which is that you guys just kind of blitz through it. Before we get into the match itself, I want to talk about your guys' roster. Talk to me a little bit about Kadena, kind of what was the lead up to the event like for you guys, preparation, and kind of setting everything up for Kadena leading to the event.
Yeah, so with Kadena, we all met each other as we found out we were going to the tournament. We kind of just played ranked. We started taking it seriously. We did scrims. We scrimmed Guam. We scrimmed Masawa. So we took it seriously. We actually, none of us worked together, which is funny. We kind of just came together and we started practicing a lot because we didn't come here for no reason. We want to win. So yeah.
Well, you say there that you want to win, and you looked fantastic in that series, I won't lie. And have looked fantastic so far through the tournament. Congratulations, of course, on your victory. But we've had a couple of games go on through this event now. Any other teams that you're eyeing up as your biggest threat to taking home the championship?
So Masawa is a good team. We scrimmed them. They got solid players on there, so we're looking forward to playing against them as well. Hickam looks pretty good as well, so we're looking forward to playing them as well.
What about in terms of individuals? Because I think right now, I mean, chat, you've got yourself your own fan club going on, my friend. We've even got people in here called We Love Bang. And also, I got to be honest, me and Brody have done a lot of talking about how good you individually look out there. Are there any individuals that you're looking at, whether on your own team or throughout, you know, the other teams across the tournament that you're thinking, okay, they're the real deal here. They're competing with me for a big crown?
Yeah, another guy, Masawa Sweet, he's good. Our team's good. It comes down to a team game. You can play as good as you want by yourself. Black Ops 6, you're not going to win by yourself. Truthfully, we've been playing really well together as a team, and I'm sure we'll keep doing that. That's not going to change in this tournament. So,
for sure. Well, you'd say you've been playing well as a team. We saw that there in that 3-0. Is there anything you guys feel like you're strongest at? Hardpoint, search and destroy, control. Where is your guys' strength here moving forward?
I'm not going to lie. I think hardpoints are our best mode. We didn't practice search as much, but as you can see, we played really well in Skyline. I think we just trade each other really well. We just play together really well, and I'm really proud to see how far we come from when we first started playing. It was a long road. We had like 2 months to practice, and I'm proud of where we're at, and I hope it keeps getting better from here.
Sure, I would be, mate. You guys looked phenomenal, and you yourself looked great out there. Just keep on giving us clips passed over. We absolutely love it. Before we let you go, just want to give you the opportunity to kind of give a shout out to anybody back home. You know, anybody you want to kind of give a shout out to?
Yeah, so shout out to my wife Rachel. She's watching. I'm with the 909th Air Refueling Squadron at Kadena. All of them are watching in my office right now. They're probably like, they're making jokes and stuff, as you see in the chat. I have a lot of people watching, so I have to make them proud. So if I'm coming here to play video games, I might as well try to win it all, you know? So yeah, shout out to my wife, love her. Rachel, I love you. You're amazing. I hope you saw that.
I hope she did as well, mate. Well, again, congratulations on the dub. Looking forward to seeing more of you in the tournament. Thank you for giving us your time.
Awesome. Thank you guys for having me. Appreciate it. See ya.
Alrighty, well, there's a little chat with Bang. Phenomenal player, mate, and I definitely do want to see more of him because he just looks that
100%.
good.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really looking forward to seeing more of them. I think every time we get people on for interview, I gain a little bit of a soft spot. There's only so many places left in this heart, so this is going to be tough because who do I start to root for? I love that he says about Sweets being someone who's looked really good so far. I'm hoping to see those two maybe come up against each other in a hard point and seeing who comes out on top. I think that's going to set us up for a real absolute bloodbath of a game. But yeah, no, Bang, incredible player, but also an incredible gentleman there, calling out his team as well, saying that even though we're looking at him as the superstar right now, it's a team game, and it's all about his team coming out on top together. So yeah, wonderful interview, great stuff.
For sure. Well, I'll be honest, mate. The first 3 matches, they've been phenomenal to cast over, but I want to see something competitive. 3 3-0s on the bounce, surely we're going to see a game soon. Well, it will be soon, but first of all, we're going to go to a break. On the other side, we got the 4th match of the day here for the PACAF Esports Championship. Don't go far, make yourself a cup of tea or something. I don't know. Do you guys do that? Do it anyway. We'll see you after.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, everybody, to the broadcast here. Jumping back on alongside Enigma after what has been fast series across the day. And I have to say, Andy, a little bit disappointed in that one. I want a banger. I want a game to go close. And I in fact, I need a game to go close at this point. You know, we got to stay up super late. Let's get the teams, let's get the players to fuel us a little bit. Am I right?
I said this to Brody at the top of the last game, and that was the players are here to impress us at this point. So come out, put on a show, and let us know exactly who you are out there. Don't get me wrong, a couple of these teams, you know, you're looking at your Kadinas, your Hickoms, your Misawas. To be fair, Yokota were pretty good, even though they did lose 3-0. But it's like, I'm looking at some of these teams, I'm thinking, all right, yeah, you guys look all right, but it's also then a case of, well, I mean, last time out, Osan had won their first game 3-0 and then get beaten by Kadena 3-0 in very convincing fashion. So I just think there's a couple of gaps right now. We want to see those plugged. We want to see competitive series for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Or at least, you know, in some of those moments, for example, with Osan, I'm looking for changes. We start to see a little bit of life for them in control. But I'm looking at some of those moments, for example, in the S&D, and I'm like, okay, we've lost this 2v2 the same way about 4 times. Can we change it up for the next 2v2? Didn't see that. So I'm just looking for a couple of these teams to come out and be like, okay, it's not about avoiding losing. It's about finding ways of winning. And that's what I want to see in this next series.
I like that. I like that. And I do want to give a shout out over towards Kadena because they did an event with them and their community back in the fall of last year. Fantastic people. And it's good to see them showing out on stream. But let's look towards the standings after that match and where everybody's kind of lining up here in the groups for A and B because not a lot of maps have been lost for the teams that have been winning, but there have been side games going on at the same time, and you can start to see that everything is falling into place towards the top side of these matches. And for Group A, still Hickam at the top now 2-0 without dropping a map. Misawa just underneath them. Excited for when those two finally match up against each other. Yokota sadly dropped into an 0-2 match final, 0-6 in maps as well, so that just goes to, in my head, show that they played against that Hickam team and did not perform as expected. And I'm a little bit bummed out from that one. I was expecting some more from the team hosting the PACAF Esports Championships. But over in Group B, it's been a little bit different. And I'm seeing a couple of actually contests over into the second and third place teams.
Yeah, I mean, I'm scrolling through. I'm still seeing a lot of 3-0s, but we are seeing that tighter win-loss ratio over there in Group B for sure. We're going to obviously have Team Anderson and Team Eilson up against each other next. So it's a case for one of these teams to kind of lift themselves above the rest. What I will say, you know, over in Group A there, it is a shame to see Yokota fall down towards that bottom spot. I think all that says is maybe Hickam are the real deal coming into this.
Maybe.
They didn't look bad in their loss to Yokota, but Hickam come out and smoke them. So we are starting to take a look, see the superstars in our midst here and who it is to be paying attention to. Magnifying glass well and truly the team at the top of Group A.
And we heard too from players that, you know, Hickam is on the radar of Bang for one of the teams to play. Same thing with Misawa. Teams that have been looking good so far that I'm excited to see match up against each other in the future. But let's talk about who we got right now, Andy, inside of our match on stream, because this is one where I'm hoping it's going to close the gap a little bit more in terms of competition. We got Anderson Air Force Base taking on Eilson Air Force Base. These two teams matching up for the first time today. Not sure how scrims have been going, as we heard from Bang that teams have been scrimming each other. But nonetheless, I'm excited to see two new teams take the stage.
Yeah, I mean, we know that Team Anderson lost to Kadena 3-0. We know that Team Eilson lost to Osan 3-0. So a case of them to answer back here. For Anderson, it's going to be Big Mike, OC, Loading, and honestly, probably the best name here, Drip Lord. Going up against Eilson with Trisket Biscuit, not bad, by the way, Don Serrano, and Mez. I don't know much about any of these gentlemen. I know that you know a bit more about the Air Force Gaming competitive players. I'm curious to get your thoughts if you have any for any of these players. Otherwise, we get a beautiful look in at some of these intros. I gotta see Drip Lord. I'm not gonna lie. I really want to see what the play with that gamer tag looks like.
Guys, come on. Air Force Gaming. Like, in chat, whoever's here, like, W names. It just gets better and better every single time. And I'm right there with you. Drip Lord's looking good. I feel like on the side of Ilson as well. I mean, you got Don and Serrano. I think you can put those two together, and it's like a Sopranos character like Don Serrano. You see him in The Godfather, maybe even. It's some big honchos on both sides that I'm excited to see match up in this series against each other. No fancy logos for either team. A little bit bummed about that one, but nonetheless, I mean, we get to see the players. Everybody's looking good. Again, shout out to the content team over at Load Screen and Rally Cry for putting everything together, because it's nice to see the face behind the name. A lot of times we see community tournaments in Call of Duty. We never really get to truly learn the player behind the name, but here we get everything.
Yeah, absolutely. I love to see it. You're right to call out the wonderful work done by Load Screen, and Rally Cry is fantastic to get to see that. Not only like the fact that we actually get to witness and see these players come on through, the player camps, etc., the evolution of the product that has come on through.
Yeah.
You know, we've done this for a couple of years. I know you've been doing this before me, and it's a case of seeing where it's come from to where it is now. It's a wonderful journey to be a part of. We're very lucky indeed, and now working out in the Pacific region as well. This is truly something to be a part of.
Yeah.
And speaking of which, you know, for Team Anderson, for Team Allison, for all the teams involved in this, it's an opportunity to really make a statement. Who is the best team out in the Pacific region? Well, we are looking already at a couple of people. We're dotting names, we're crossing those T's, dotting the I's, and starting to make a couple of notes. Here's an opportunity for two teams that have had slow starts here to really start to step out amongst the pack and prove that they deserve to be a part of this.
Before we jump forward, just a quick little thing too. This kind of all adds up into who's the best team in the world in terms of bases. When we go through North America, when we go through Europe, when we get to those world championships, everybody be prepared, because if you're watching this and you're like, yeah, I could do it too, sign up. I want to see you. I want you to prove it. Let's see who the best Air Force base is, the best Space Force base is here inside of this circuit. But for right now, for these two, Ilson and Anderson, we got the map vetoes ready to go. Let's take a look at where we're going for this series, Andy, because we've been seeing a whole lot of protocol, been seeing a whole lot of vault come through as well. We've seen some Skyline, and I'm getting the hint that we're going to be seeing some more here and now. Well, here it is. Skyline, Protocol, Vote. Now, Hacienda, Search and Destroy. Please give me a Game 5. Please.
Would love to see it. What I will say, we have got two extremely different hard points into extremely different search and destroys. Your first hard point is going to be bang out central. We're going to be running in, guns up, and ready to shoot at absolutely everything. Expect your technically skilled players to really thrive here. For Vol, it's much more about playing the fundamentals, the rotation central. You're in particular looking at P2 and then that P4 holds. So very different styles, and it's going to be interesting because we often talk about teams that are good at respawn, but if the gap is tight, it could be a case of, okay, well, one team actually prefers shooting at everything. They're going to love Skyline. When we move to Vault, it might be a very different victor. And it's a similar story when we start talking about the S&Ds. Skyline, Hacienda. Again, Skyline is basically a big execute break-off strategy, high risk, high reward, the vast majority of the time. For Hacienda, we're going to see all sort of creative breakoffs and strats, likely big adjustments that go on through. So again, even if we get the certain winner in the S&D in the first time, we might see something very different in the second one, depending on who it favors.
Yeah, well, I think we've seen the Skyline before. Teams, it was Hickam on stream that would just absolutely put J-Bear in the blender on this map. And one thing that always kind of like comes to mind when I'm thinking about a map like this is who's going to step up in that lane, because I think you and I both know for sure when you go to a Skyline, you best hope that your guns are warm. And a map like this can really get out of hand if you're falling behind in that category.
Well, I mean, we do see it here quite often, and like, you know, we want to talk about certain players. We haven't seen a lot of the players who are part of this. What I will say is I know that Serrano has got to make sure he steps up, because we get Nikki coming into chat. Serrano's my husband. He'd better cook or he's eating rocks for the next month. Well, goddamn, Nikki. Hoping that Serrano comes out and absolutely fries in this one. And to be fair, there's no better place to get your gun warm and to really feel like you're in the flow of a series than Skyline Hardpoint. Don't get me wrong. Me personally, I'm a 31-year-old. I have a child. I have lead in my boots. I've been an AR for many years. I like a nice casual rotation to put myself on a heady. This map does not work for me at all. But all right, there's no need for that. But when it comes to like someone who's like looking to really show their technical prowess and really like get some confidence and ego into the series, there is nowhere better than this map.
Like, I wasn't even disagreeing with you. I was like, yeah, this isn't the map for you. I was there with you.
There was a laugh behind that. There was a laugh. No need for that.
It's all fun on the desk too. I think, you know, first off, I don't want to have that added pressure that I'm going to be eating rocks for the next month. Like, what the heck? That is not I don't think that's really fair to Serrano. He's going to be out here playing his best, but with seeing how teams have performed already, when you're looking at like Misawa, or you're looking at Hickam, or even at times when we saw Kadena in that last match, is that you as a team need to now look at this, and that is the expectation of performance. Now we have 3 teams that have solidified to be strong teams in this, and there's only 3 teams that can qualify to the World Championships. So right now, any team underneath that, they look at those as the teams to beat, the expectations as a player. And this is what I'm going to be looking at and judging from teams going forward, is can they play to the expectation of trying to upset teams that we've seen before.
All of our deliberations will turn into righteous gunfire as we move to the first hill of Skyline. Look for players here trying to push on through piano side. That's going to be OC pushing on, trying to get control, flip out for the P2 spawns. I'd say your bed hard point, P4, is probably your best chance to lock something down. But P2 is certainly a location that can sneak you away quite a few points as long as you get something locked in defensively.
It can be. And so far, Anderson making the most out of P1. 20 seconds so far. Finally, Ileson's going to have a break, but OC swings out, shuts him out, and gets back in for some extra time. Better spawns for Ileson. They should have the early setup to P2.
They should indeed. Don, oh, you're going to need to back up and gets caught. And the problem is there because you had so many players over by P1 still. You're trying to escape. That exit route is cut off by Drip Lord, and he finds 3, dripping all over his opponents there. But you will still get those spawns in for Ileson, and they're here to draw a cordon.
And the Drip Lord through the doors.
My God.
Oh, 5 in a row. And there's the break for Anderson right away. Hop that hill. Still spawns in the back for Ileson, so a chance to re-hit this right away. And they do that successfully. 3 kills to get back into it immediately through loading. Might be looking for a chance to hop up, but he's going to be cut down as well. So insane time there from Ileson, but something fishy's going on, Andy. I'm not sure what it is, but we'll get to the bottom of it. Soon.
I mean, we work in Call of Duty, and sometimes we just get, an issue or two that we got to figure out between them. But thankfully, it happened early enough that we will get that full game reset. So an opportunity to just draw a clean sheet and go again, which is something that we like to see. An opportunity for everyone to kind of, okay, sit down. What did we learn from that break off? Well, what we did learn was that Anderson took a lot of points in P1.
Yeah.
You don't often see a lot of points taken in P1 on Skyline, especially off that first break. It's often such a mixy, scrappy hill. You're largely looking for that P2 rotation. We did actually get Ileson in for P2, but it wasn't exactly smooth sailing. Drip Lord was picking up a lot of kills there.
Yeah, and you know what? Even for that P2 that Drip Lord was able to immediately break, hats off to Ileson for breaking right back into it, because a lot of times for that P2, you'll get wiped and you just won't be able to see the light of day of that hill again. But they do it immediately, and that just shows that this isn't a team that's going to roll over for free in this matchup. And it really goes to show that it's also a matchup that is going to be tight-knit in terms of skill. Both of these teams going back and forth. I'm liking the pressure on both sides. Yes, you give up time at P1, but you're making up for it. And now in the reset, I mean, it was, fortunately for us, about a tie game really early on. So we're going to be able to get a full reset and do it again. And, if you're both sides, you can talk amongst each other as a team, go over what went wrong and what went right, and reflect on that and see if you can adapt to that going into this reset now.
Yeah, I think I'm looking, for example, at Team Anderson and saying, okay, well, you did manage to get a player in through Piano, but that player then wrapped back towards P1. Should they be doing that, or should they be pushing through for P2? That's a conversation to be had internally, or otherwise, can you send someone through Kitchen? I think actually Ileson had set themselves up for someone to come in through Kitchen. I remember seeing number 8 down there. I forget who player that is, but you end up with a situation where it's like, okay, otherwise, if you're on the opposite side of things, your Ileson is like, okay, what did we do wrong with P1 that we can change better into P2? I think for me, they were probably worried a bit more about locking down P2, which is totally understandable and fair. But yeah, you do want to make sure that your opponent's not walking away with a good 20, 30 seconds on P1, because that could negate all the great work that you had going into P2 and the setup that you've worked so hard for.
Yeah, so, I mean, you brush it off if you're either team off this reset. I can see players in the practice range shooting some targets right now to stay warm, and you can just see that all these players, it's light conversation, it's just feeling good, making sure you're still locked in for this game. I don't know who this is that is the closest on the left to me, but he is dialed into his screen right now. He hasn't said a word in a couple minutes, but for the both teams, I like to see the conversation, obviously planning some stuff out. It seems like we got some technical difficulties going on the left side here, but figuring it out as fast as possible. Folks, we're trying to get back into the Skyline as quick as we can, but it's been a fun day overall, Andy, and there's no complaints on my side from what we're getting here in the PACAF Esports Championships. It's been a grind throughout day one.
Yeah, it has indeed, and it's absolutely wonderful to get to see everyone be there in the venue together. What I will say as well, that gives us great moments like this where we get to take a look at all the players sitting alongside each other. I think what I'm looking for here is your IGL to take over the situation and kind of like keep your boys relaxed, get them focused in for what's coming. You know, these technical difficulties, it happens. We're not immune to those in Call of Duty, and you're just not through esports, quite frankly. And so, you know, it's an important role as an IGL to sit and like make sure, okay, boys, what did we learn from that P1? What did we learn from that P2? How do we adapt into those? But also at the same time, making sure that we're nice and calm about everything.
Yeah.
That we're just going through it in a constructive manner. And so, you know, I'm looking at a couple of things now that are currently going on. A little bit of pointing, a little bit of discussing, but nothing that seems over exuberant. I like what I'm seeing, especially from the squad on the right-hand side of our screen. Yeah,
and I mean, hey, it's a 3-day event. This is a marathon, quite literally. It is not a sprint to the end game. You got lots of Call of Duty to play. And while it looks like teams are still kind of loading into this one, I wouldn't mind taking a look back at the groups of each side just to kind of set the stage again for how impactful this game alone will be for seeding. Because from the group that we are going into for Group B, I mean, there were a few that were pretty tight-knit, and I think that, you know, in terms of looking at seeding going into tomorrow, the fact that Ileson and Anderson are both towards the 3rd place and 4th place spot right now, I don't think this is the standings that I was looking for exactly. This is just the groups that we're looking at. But alongside that, you're looking to be next to Kadena as the best team. Here we go. Possibly looking into those standings. But either one of them, this is an important match that can really gauge who's going to be the 2nd place team in that group.
Yeah, 100%. And it's, again, a case of like setting that early marker and saying exactly what the, you know, who you are, why other teams should fear you, what it is that you're bringing to the table here at PACAF. And I can see a couple of screens here. Looks like our players are getting themselves loaded in. So we are just moments away from hopping back in with the Skyline here. Again, like we've talked a lot about how these players look in terms of like being on LAN, how you feeling, how you vibing. A lot of fist bumps coming through on the left-hand side of our screen now. So these teams ready to go, locked and loaded. We're off again. Skyline hardpoint. Do your worst, gentlemen.
Do your worst, do your best. I just want to see some good gunfights going. So out the gates, it's a couple kills for Anderson yet again. Nice contest here for P1 as it is Ileson kicking things off with some early time. They have the less preferred side. As you can see, that early rotation from OC pulling those spawns for the P2 rotation. That is going to come up very soon.
Now, what I will say, OC took himself right in the back and decided to not move. Just literally spawns in, holds that backside, and and waits for the longest time possible to allow his teammates to push on forward. It's going to guarantee those P2 spawns, but the unfortunate thing is here, you've done exactly what I said you shouldn't do. It's almost a flip reversal of last time. Ilson will gain so much time off P1 for free that now you must get a good P2 hold if you're Anderson.
Yeah, shoes on the other foot. Let's see if you can fill it. So Big Mike here for the setup. You can see a couple of those red arrows surging towards this hill. And a time where Dawn actually gets an angle inside, so that surely shakes up this setup in the hill for Anderson. It's giving Ilson a lot of stake inside of this P2 hill. As you can see, Drip Lord waiting. Another issue. We're going to reset it back to the drawing board.
Yeah, I was going to say, when I saw OC spawn in and literally not move for about 25 seconds, kind of got the inkling that there was something that needed sorting. It's just the case of what it is. Again, this is something that just happens in esports, and we will get everything locked, loaded, and make sure that competitive integrity is at the forefront of what we do here. So all the players here just taking a moment to breathe. Probably the right thing to do. Again, looking at your IGLs, looking at a couple of your players, your support network inside the team to kind of have those relaxed conversations, grab some water, whatever, look after yourselves, and make sure you're ready when we're good to go again.
Yeah, and in chat, I know you guys like hearing us yap this whole time, but we're going to need a moment here to fix everything that's going on and get these players properly loaded up to the Skyline. So Andy and I, we're going to take a step back from the stream. We'll come back with the action as soon as the Skyline is ready. See you soon.
What I would do for you. What I would do for you. What
Welcome back, everybody, to the PACAF Esports Championships. Thank you for the patience on getting everything going. We just had to switch out a few things, get the players happy, because you know what they say, happy players, happy tournaments. So we got the players smiling, ready to go. Skyline, Hardpoint, we've been in there and out of there twice now. Enigma, hopefully third time's the charm.
Yeah, I mean, you managed to get 2 opportunities to find out a little bit about how your opponents play, so maybe you've learned a couple of things there. One of the things I will say, the first time we broke off, it felt like Team Anderson took the vast majority of P1. Second time we broke off, felt like Team Eielson actually managed to find the vast majority of P1, so maybe they did learn something different. But then it's a case of, okay, well, who then cancels each other out going into the third turn? I feel like we played a little bit of rock, paper, scissors, and as such, we've had 1 win on each side, who then manages to bluff themselves into a great start here for the third one. What I will say again, it's all about that P2 rotation. It's all about who's setting up to try and push on through. We've seen efforts coming on through from Team Anderson, for example, through Piano, where they were shut down eventually by Team Eielson. So then it's like, okay, well, then do we move that on over to Kitchen, spring a different tactical surprise for our opponents to think about, keep them on their toes?
Yeah, and you know, I feel bad for Nikki in chat. Every single time I look at chat for a second, she's like, hey, my guy's not FaceTiming me. This is the most I've seen him in weeks. Like, I get you're practicing. Share some love, my man. It's not all about the game all the time.
I mean, yeah, brother, we got to talk about, you know, a different type of call out that's going on here. Like, this is, you know, make sure you are not just locked in on those rotations. You know, yeah, the preparation was brutal. I've just tapped open Twitch chat actually, and Nikki says the preparation was brutal. Hey, look, if your man brings home a trophy, then I am sure it will all have been worth it. I hope.
Speaking of, I mean, have you seen the trophies too, Andy?
They're gorgeous.
I love it. You know, it's one thing that, like, we've been in the esports scene for a long time. We've seen our fair share of trophies. I love the preparation into this that AFG has done, that Load Screen has done, that Rally Cry has done, and I keep, you know, glazing them, but for all the right things, is because, like, they go into this, the theme of the event is incredible, the trophies look great, and to have teams go into a regional qualifier where it's you're trying to place into top 3 just to make it to Worlds, but you also get something for it too. This is an incentive to play well here and now, to have it pay off in the future as well. It's cool to see everything coming together for this one. I'm sure the players are eyeing up those trophies as something to put up on their shelves at home.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, some of the best. Yeah, I've got a couple back here on my shelves. Not from anything as cool as this, of course, but you know, it's one of those, like, what are you doing, brother? Like,
sorry, I had to zoom in to see them. I couldn't tell.
All right, okay, okay. The ones here are far nicer. I'll be straight with you, but yes, it is a really cool thing that we've got going on here. Obviously, you know, 3 teams qualifying as well to get to go to Worlds, but they then get to compete for something even bigger. It's absolutely phenomenal stuff that we've got as a circuit to look forward to. And the players here, you know, we've spoken about how a couple of these teams have come in. They've said they've not had much opportunities in the way of scrimming and stuff. Apparently, Nikki's partners had a lot of opportunities to scrim, so we are, you know, expecting them to come out really strong here. But this is also an opportunity in group stage, because every single team will make it through to bracket. So at this point, it's kind of, okay, we're testing out a couple of maps, a couple of strategies, a couple of things that might make us stronger once we start talking about the bracket. And I genuinely think that when it comes to a Skyline, for example, you've now had 3 different attempts to break off and figure out exactly how you look on that. This will be that third one being loaded up, as you can see on their screen. So yeah, I mean, we're going to find out exactly what they've learned from the first 2 and how we look from here.
Yeah, so here we see on screens too, I'm seeing Skyline, I'm seeing some Jackals, players locking in, getting ready. No fist bumps, but a lot of conversation throughout each team every single time they're on camera, and it's that small talk that is something that I think everybody is kind of looking at when you look at a team getting ready to go into a map. How much you're talking to each other, how much you're setting up, what are the vibes like? Well, I'm seeing smiles, I'm seeing chatter, and that makes me happy.
We're going to break off then with Drip Lord, who started last break off really hot. Will get Charlotte Kitchen and does find the first kill. All about how you lock this down as you're checking that P2 rotation. And oh my lord, well, it's not going to be much at all. Jipboy punches through Kitchen. His teammates follow him, and Anderson immediately find their way into the P2 side, and for now also have control of P1.
Oh, gotta watch how many times you pump right now, OC, because red card is in my pocket, and I'm ready to throw it down. No snaking on main stage, guys. Let's be clean with it. So OC's right just holding on. Dawn not able to get through. That's some good assistance from Driplord for OC just staying alive. This guy just bobbing and weaving through everything, but staying alive as long as he can. 23 strong seconds in P1 from Anderson.
Yeah, but you get all the kills at the right time if your Isleston 4 come through. That will let you squeeze forward. Don finds an impressive 3 through Kitchen side. You will get that remainder of that scrap if you're Isleston. Also with T-Biscuit opening up with 2. That should have allowed you to punch forward. But Anderson answer back with a wave of their own, and Isleston will be sent packing.
That's a man after your own heart. Names himself T-Biscuit. He knows what's up over on your side of the world, right?
What? Oh, I get you. Like a cup of tea? Brother,
Yeah,
I was
cup
like,
of tea
what
and a
on earth
biscuit.
is it? All right, okay, all right. Yeah, I can vibe with that. That's pretty good. That's not bad at all. Yeah, all right. Anyway, Chris punching through Kitchen is gonna be trying to get him through the back here, but will be picked up. Big gunfight wins it. Oh my god, and his teammates fighting through the front. I also have managed to break this P2, an opportunity to get themselves back in the game.
Yeah, so I think one thing we saw when they first loaded in was P1 looked good for Anderson, but eventually Isleston were able to wake up, and this is that moment that we see right now. Good scrap time at P2. They finish it off, closing that lead that Anderson has. And the rotation over to P3, you see the blue arrows have the setup, but can they hold on?
First kill actually goes against them, but that's the Jacuzzi side. That ain't gonna matter too much. I like what Don's trying to do here, set up some sort of pinch situation, but he's found an information picked up from Jacuzzi will mean that he falls, but it's a break through the middle from Anderson. Just run straight through wood, bully their opponents back, and get themselves the lead. Surely, well, I maybe spoke too soon as we tied things up. And oh my lord, loading flies in, finds 2. To go onto a 3 spree, almost snaps onto a 3rd. Impressive individual play. His teammates spawning in behind him will back him up to make sure that Anderson maintain the lead for now. But it's all about P4. It's all about making sure you lock down bed, because that is the one true money hill on this map.
Yeah, so near tie game. Isleston back in for P3. Can you flood this one? You see the arrows setting up for the rotation. Anderson a spawn out from Driplord, but in the backline loading, OC winning their necessary gunfights and hoping to have a safe transition to this money hill. So, quick lead swap for Isleston, but I don't think it's going to last, Andy.
I don't think so either. As T-Biscuit tries to set up through the front, Don has managed to get in through the back, but all of a sudden, all the reds fall. So, Anderson finding themselves a moment to breathe. I say that, but then you get Chris activating through top flat. He will then be traded on out. It's a little bit of a pinstripe feed. Big kill on Big Mike in the back. Don finds it. That will allow you to squeeze, but you need a place to support this push from the front. It just isn't coming. But it won't matter. Don's found his way in somehow. That felt relatively free.
We still got bodies here, and Don knows that. Pushes out, clears Driplord. Securing this time for the rest of the team. One last contest inside from OC. As I have no idea where he's gone. Harry Houdini, and Don doesn't either, but fortunately the rest of the team helping you out. A literal tie game heading into the second set.
Loading, just trying to cut off any exits here. Finds one, but will be traded from a player waiting in gym. Map all over the place for a second, and well, as the dust settles, it will mean that Anderson are in for P2. They have that preferred rotation, the slender lead, and well, a lot of kills coming on out. Don will find one, will get himself in on the point. Impressive work individually, but will eventually be cut down. So as Anderson try and draw a cordon, a line in the sand through the middle of the map, beg Isleston to run at them. Did you just blow himself up with his own RCXD?
Yeah, that's not even allowed, buddy. Are we sure for this one? Mez gets an RC and he decides to use it against himself. So, not what you like to see for Isleston there, but still, you look at the score and you are not out of this at all. So, nice shots there from Chris. He's on 4 in a row, quickly shut down by Big Mike. And time is open, but you look at New, that lock on the minimap going to open up, and Anderson are there first.
T-Biscuit trying to change that. Picks a kill up over by White Steps. Loading's just trying to hold, well, a little bit too much at the minute. I think he needs someone else to pick something up because at the minute it feels like he's unsure about what he needs to be covering. OC, the man who's lighting things up at the minute, 23 and 13. We'll just ensure everything is cleaned out. One player did stick around. That's going to be Mez, who then is also traded on out. You will get more players arriving from the front. But OC right now, just locking things down. Being the front runner for his team. Joined by Loading, who's 19 and 10. These two putting on a performance for Anderson Air Force Base.
That's good kills from Dawn for sure, but all well, Anderson are just running up the clock right now. So another contest from OC. He breaks for the scrap time, translates it into 2. So keeping Anderson ahead. And this is the biggest lead that we have seen throughout Skyline, where it was literally 90-90 going into the second set. It's been nothing but Anderson since then.
That's what a P2 can give you sometimes. Oh my lord, OC finds 6 in a row. Has himself a Hellstorm. Make that 7. Anyone else dare challenge him? Well, the spawns are actually going to flip. Drip Lord should call out that he's spawning bedside. That should allow OC to turn. He doesn't quick enough. So Don will break into P3 with 2. Mez will get another. It's now up to about cutting off the players trying to escape kitchen over towards bed. And as Chris finds that kill and can push through, important kills there from Big Mike and Loading to ensure that you just stop what felt like a little bit of Ilson momentum.
31 and 14, a minute 45 in the hill. Quite literally doing it all for our Anderson Air Force Base and looking good. Well, he does it. Rotations over to 4. Again, it's Anderson ready for these new hills. Big Mike pops off 2 at old, so scrap time as well for Anderson Air Force Base. Spawns looking to flip there. You got some work from Chris to get done, but as he's cleared out again, you're fighting this one from the front from Ilson. You need to group up and do it together.
Drip Lord caught fully by the stun, and Dawn will punch straight through for 2. Chris then flies in for 2 more. 4 dead. Surely the spawn's in your favor. Yes, that will be. As you see, Anderson spawn all the way out. Ilson here trying to use this to get themselves back into the fight. There's again a couple of great bits of work here from the SMGs of Ilson, just doing all the work they can to pull their squad back to within. I mean, it feels like you got one of those moments where you pull back to within around 50, but just in that moment, Anderson find themselves the scrap time.
Yeah.
And that's going to mean that they triple over that 200-point marker way before Ilson are even looking at it.
I mean, this is what you get from a team that's ahead like this, is that Anderson, every second counts, and Ilson feeling the pressure off of that you have to hit old again, try to steal the scrap time, but you're losing those fights and you're losing the time. It is just a match made in hell right there for Ilson. So over to P1, Mez in for a moment, Streaks to be called in to clear him out.
Oh my god,
that is a whole lot of OC in the feed.
Cleans up absolutely everything, loading the unfortunate recipient of 1 as well. That Hellstorm putting in work, breaking that hill wide open. Ilson are going to have to send straight back at this because Anderson can win this here and some. Anderson also then rotated in for 2. For Ilson, it's do or die. You got to go huge. If you're going to do it, it's got to be now. OC finds 2. OC finds 3.
Oh.
Having himself a map.
42 and 20. 62 engagements across Skyline, and there's still 10 seconds left. Enough time to win it here, so Ilson, they have to hit old. Nobody's going to the hill. And that's it. Nobody contests. No math done to recognize that either. And they just hand the win over to Anderson in the Skyline hardpoint. That is one that you're going to be frustrated with looking back at it. And you can see some words being exchanged there, just looking to lock in for map 2.
I mean, it's tough. You look at, we've seen a couple of these series now, and they've kind of been run over by individual superstars. Felt like that was a moment where OC really announced himself. 42, I think you end up with there in the end. I've got to say, on the opposing side for Ilson, it felt like the SMGs in particular were doing some great work. Don and Chris, I believe it was, who felt like they had a couple of pop-off moments. But just Didn't feel like their ARs really got into the fight very much. For Anderson, it felt like a great team collective effort. I think Big Mike was potentially a little bit, slower in terms of the start, but the rest of the team really picking up some great kills all the way through. And as said, I think OC's really dominated. When we spoke about what this map 1 will be, it's a square up. It's an opportunity for the technically skilled to dish out some damage.
Yeah.
OC certainly put that on through.
Yeah, putting his name alongside Bang, alongside Sweet, everybody that we've just seen popping off across the day. And now, welcome to the club, OCWR. As we head to the Skyline Search and Destroy in map number 2 now. A change in mode, but stay on the same map. And this is kind of one of those where you look at a player like OC and the impact he can have here in that first blood category. Something you are worried about for sure if you're Ilson.
Yeah, absolutely. It's got to be all about the first bloods. You look at Skyline. It's, especially on the defensive side of things, a huge one for first bloods. You are looking at, your ARs to really light up those fights. You're talking like barbecue side. You're talking from top bed to kind of look on out over top steps. And you end up in a situation where you got to be making those picks to give you some room on the map, because let me tell you, there is very little once you execute your first break off. You're going to be straight into those gunfights. I think in particular, if you are this Allison team, you're looking to drag OC out. So I'm looking for the players to be sitting there. Okay, OC played this side this round, so next time we play offense or defense, we got to make sure we just double up on that guy and get him off the board.
One last look before we load into the search and destroy at both teams. I think one thing that, again, I notice with these players sitting at the setups, and I don't know if you catch on to this, is the demeanor of them, is that they never truly look bothered. They look like they're here on mission to get the wins, and you can see that they are just so easily able to go from, all right, let's chat, let's get things going, let's shoot some bots, to we're in game, we're ready to play, let's get this done.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I'm fully expecting members of Air Force bases, members of the military, to be very mentally sound, and as such, keep themselves composed, even off the back of a dropping. An opportunity to get some early kills. Drip Lord takes the shots, but will only glance your opposition. And T-Biscuit will find the first blood and a second. Dawn finds one, and all 4 are dead. Ilson answer big, and importantly, that first blood comes through onto no one else than OC. That's who you want to get off the board.
Just because that pillar was strong in map 1 doesn't mean that it can't crumble. There were some weaknesses, there were some links that you could definitely break, and you see it here in round 1 that they do just that. Search and destroy, I said it before, I'll say it again. You take away the objective, you take away all the intricacies on strategy. If you win your fights, that's all you need to win a round. There's only 4 lives on the other side, so that's 4 kills you need to get, and they do just that.
Attempt to answer then. Oh, loading has thrown himself off the map. That's a long way to ground level, my friend. And will mean that Anderson will have to fight this round with 1 less. Drip Lord will find Mez. Maybe some sort of issue, unless we've got some weird cam thing going on there. No, we're good. Anyway, we lock in.
Yeah, we move on. Nice kill from Chris. So 2v3, now a 2v2. So it looks like we have lost somebody from Anderson, but Big Mike handing strong inside A, and he pops off 2, hiding in the corner for his fallen comrade, winning the round for his team.
That's got to be a tough one if you're Ilson. You see that your opponents lose a player, and then you end up still losing that round. Big Mike does indeed go huge and gets his team back level. We will, no doubt, figure things out, get that player back into the matchup. Yeah, it feels like that's one that if you're Ilson, if you lose in around 11 or he gets that round 10, you don't get the side that you want, you're probably feeling a little bit like that's the one that got away right there. You cannot let a numbers advantage in S&D turn into a lost round.
Yeah, so no clue what's going on for them, but you kind of said it that it just didn't look like something was going right for one of these players. So Still trying to figure out some of the issues on each side. But Andy, hey, I mean, welcome back. Ilson, what a round 1 to kind of walk away with. Almost having a chance at round 2 as well. But that round 1, I mean, they come out, you win that first blood, and you don't just stop there. You're not just happy enough with that first kill. You keep going. You feel confidence even after a loss. And again, that kind of shows up in, you know, how this team is reacting to this series.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to confirm, by the way, we'll be going back in with Ilson up 1-0. That disconnect happened before the first blood occurred. Honestly, if I'm Anderson, I'm like, well, we won the round, so, you know, can we just keep it or what? But I really like that Ilson also, their strategy in that first round, the way that you pushed on forward. T-Biscuit finds a double to open things up. But it's like, again, it's about finding OC, getting them off the board. When we tune into round 2, you also see that OC's back down quickly from steps. And that's one of those moments, you know, you and me have been there. You recognize that someone on the other team has something a little bit different. Well, this is Search. You kill them once, they ain't coming back to haunt you. So you can just call out exactly where that player is. Okay, well, T-Biscuits should be saying, I found him first time in this location. So next time they're pushing out us on that same round, we then have to just go and push that same spot together as a duo, make sure he's dealt with. So plenty of positives for Ilson, who are currently needing a way back into the series. Maybe it's the search and destroy that will give them a lifeline.
Yeah, I mean, hey, he was 42-20 at that point. It means he died 20 times in that map number 1, Andy, and that is something you could say he is not unkillable. Man bleeds. So as you do that for round 1, it pays off. Kind of unfortunate, I'd say, for Anderson that round doesn't count towards them because they did win it in the 3v4. But hey, rules are rules, and we are all about rules here. Competitive integrity is important at the end of the day. So we go back to the rule book. We draw things back into a 1-0 for Ilson after it, and you get to run back as well, maybe changing up your strategy in that round for sure. You had a good chance there. It was brought back into a 2 versus 2. You had the isolated gunfight over towards Bar. I think you just got a little bit aggressive in terms of the chow, and not to mention that, and people will know that when you play a Skyline, is that chowing out to Bar, that Bar heady is not easy to find a kill on. So I think Big Mike just found himself in the right place at the right time, using the environment to his advantage. So you run that simulation back again, and for Ilson, they are not scared to take these fights against Anderson whatsoever.
No, 100%. And it's a good thing to see, because sometimes when you get run over in map 1 the way they were, you can come out a little timid, right? Like, we've all been there. You know, you get into a spot where you're like, okay, really don't want to be taking these early fights. I kind of want the dust to settle a bit before I start figuring out how I want to play this round out. You get no such luxury on Skyline. You have to be brave. You have to come out, beat your chest, and say, I'm still here ready to fight you. And they're squaring up well. We saw in round 1, it was a quick 4. Those first 2 kills coming from T-Biscuit, and then it's a nice and easy run through off that. I'm not even sure if you lose a single player in that first round. So it's exactly what Ilson needs to do. They will be 1-0 up going into this following the reset. And for Anderson, it's about re-establishing that dominance that you had in map 1. It's about letting someone like an OC pop off and be that dominant superstar slayer again, because we know that can transfer over at times. You, especially on an AR, you look at your AR players, sometimes you put them in the right positions, they can usually unlock your opponents, especially on those offensive rounds where you're dictating where the bomb should go. So that's what I'm looking for if Anderson wants to find this first round again and tie things back up.
You and me both. So loading back into the Skyline a little bit too early, it seems. Not ready just yet, Andy. So I guess you guys get to come back to us yet again. Oh no, maybe they're just resetting it for the next round.
Yeah, that's what I think it's going to be. Just making sure that we have that 1-0. Been seeing a lot more of this recently. I know traditionally we used to just start and just like almost like super glue a number over the top of it and be like +1 kind of thing. But like, no, these days I see a lot more this way of doing things, where people just throw themselves off a map or whatever. Anyway, off we go. Team Anderson will be 1-0 down correctly this time. OC is going to get aggressive through Jacuzzi, and that's a change up from what we saw previously. Oh my god.
Yeah, oh my god, indeed. So, first blood on OC. Nothing changing here. Loading, hiding away, but now he's all alone in the 1 versus 3. Gonna have to be a 1v4 clutch to win it out, and the chase is on. He's getting away. Swaps the knife. Down into the vents. Something's sus. So, he's gonna reposition. And he's got time to see if he can actually work this one. And look at the map. I mean, Isleston are actually kind of spread out. This could fall apart. But no, they go over towards B, and I like that a little bit more.
We're going to come back and talk about something that happened off the break, because it is wild. Loading. 1v3, bomb goes down. Jackal in hand. You're hoping to bait someone out here. I'm just down it. Stun goes out. Connects with nothing. Done your homework. Don has not. Checks completely the wrong direction. Loading finds a second onto Mez, but there will be that trade. Oh, God. For a second there, I thought Loading had done exactly what he needed to do.
Oh, boy. You know what? If Chris was not on that staircase, I would give that to Loading, because the guy's been crisp across map 1 and so far in the map 2, and he deciphered that retake near perfectly. I mean, if not for the damage done for the player behind the table, I think Chris would have been given a run for his money in that last one. So that was a big round for Isleston to go back-to-back now, rewrite their wrongs from before the restart. And OC, can he finally stay alive off the breakoffs?
Well, Loading will find the first blood. OC then finds Chris over by the pool table. Drip Lord will find one as well. So wants the Biscuit to find all 4 here. Some crazy things happen, but this would be an impressive clutch up, considering there's not many angles to really move people around on Skyline. Such little space to operate in. Did you spot Loading drop over by piano side? I don't think so. T-Biscuit hoping that someone will be baited out, someone will come looking for him, someone will get cleaned up, but nothing given.
Oh, it's funny because
all the noise in the world, and well, that did not go well at all. I think there's also a little bit of extra love there from an Anderson player that was putting bullets into a body. Loading, the player who we're probably going to get to see whether or not he did. I gotta say, this is always bad karma when you're down and need to see out around, but
hey, he's just making sure he was down.
Yeah, no, definitely. Just check it.
Yeah.
It's all good. It's all good. But by the way, what I wanted to say last time, so Anderson broke off, sprinted through Jacuzzi, OC got all the way through, managed to get through to back bed, starts to come up cobble, and Isleston turned around and 3 players were stood looking at him. Very unlucky.
Very, very unlucky. You saw that T-Biscuit there. And I'll get back to it in a second. One opening fights happening back and forth there, but Chris is looking for an angle to go up the zip and into B. So catches Drip Lord looking at the sky, and he is moving around the map. Big Mike in a 1 versus 3 ante, and this is where I can kind of talk about what I was going through over towards the patio there. Big Mike finds 2, 1 versus 1. Hold the phone, and it's Chris, who's been absolutely active on the map so far. To post up just in the closet at the time, they might pay off. They've completely wrapped around each other, but Mike's got the aims, and he's ready for these long-distance battles. Finds the timing, but not the gun for it. So 1v1, and Chris keeps Isleston in the lead.
I tell you what, T-Biscuit's going to be counting his lucky stars there. As Nikki goes wild in chat, by the way. I've just tapped it back open. She's absolutely going crazy, and rightfully so, as Chris finds the kill. But yeah, T-Biscuit should not be challenging that solo. That first kill comes in. There's no damage done to your opponent. The last thing you want to be doing is challenging that solo on a full health player who's already looking in your direction. So T-Biscuit's going to be very thankful, looking over. Extra bit of a fist bump for Chris. At the end of the day, he's covered up for your error, and you're now 3-1 up. Feeling comfortable in this S&D.
Shots out. Kills too. OC, another first blood against him. Fortunately enough, his team has been carrying him through this map after the carrying that he did back in the hard point. So it is a quick double kill to keep numbers now for Anderson. Turn the tides and head over towards B to get this bomb down.
T-Biscuit just does not see Loading. We might have an issue, unfortunately, with Chris. So 3 players currently figuring out what's going on.
Oh, he might be back.
Oh yeah, Chris. No, he was just taking a breather. He was just taking a minute. You know what? 20 seconds to go. He thinks he can clutch up a 1v3 with...
Oh, no. He didn't make any noise. I was like, slide that bomb, go for the defuse. At that point, what other choice do you have? Really?
I mean, it would have been a wild ninja. Big Mike was already here.
Oh, yeah. For a second, in the x-ray, I maybe thought Big Mike was on the other side of the door. So I was like, timing goes right, then possibly, but no.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to know what Chris was up to. Maybe he came into Twitch chat to say, like, yo, Nikki, can you just relax a second? But nah, it's going to be 3-2 on the board. OC. Gonna break off here, and we have been talking about how this guy's been shut down since his performances in the hard point, losing all of the first blood fights basically at the minute. They need to find a little bit more from him if you are Anderson.
Lots of shots traded there from Mez. He gets away. Chris draws first blood. And he exits B. He finds a second one. Running through the map. Chris is doing it all. 3 in a row. 8-2. A legend on Skyline at this moment. Bombs going down at B. 1 versus 3 for OC. Let's see if he can crawl back from that breadstick he had before.
You don't want to give individual fights to someone as good as OC. He will find the first. It's close quarters, and it will be traded. That was the best case scenario. Get up there, trade that out. Do not let that become an actual 1v1.
Yeah. And hey, the round before, Chris heads to the bushes there. He just gets a good old whiff of the flowers, and he's just like, you know what? I'm back, guys. Got a good old fresh air in the lungs, and he pops that 3-piece that was pretty impressive, too. I mean, he was all over that B site.
I mean, certainly got a spring in his step now. That's for sure. OC starting to build his way into the game, and this is the problem for Ilson. If you do start to see him really find his flow, he's going to be a difficult player to shut down. Oh my god. Mez just ran at that without even checking. My god.
Absolute animal. That's the guy who blew himself up with an RCXT in game 1. Don't forget that. I won't. Chris. 9-3, slides around, gets it done. Oh, shots a little windy, but now it's a 1 versus 2. And they know where Dawn is. OC repositions. You can see the full wrap from loading as well. They have eyes on the bomb, and time is on their side as well. 23 seconds, so Dawn taking the scenic route. See if he can find some timing here, but loading has a little bit of an idea that, hey, maybe he's behind me. So turns around. Timing pays off, and that is a round back for Anderson.
I feel like a lot of it kind of comes from that first blood situation. I'm a little bit worried about what we're pushing into without information. It's a very difficult site to get into at the best of times. From there, Anderson play numbers advantage largely, see it out. Dawn left in that horrible 1v2 situation. Just gotta make sure you're nice and tight on these breakoffs if you're Ilson. Gonna make sure, again, playing around those first blood, shutting down big players. OC's built himself back to 5-5. Wasn't long ago we were talking about a breadstick, so you want to make sure you're finding him. And we're on board with Chris, 10-4 right now. He's hitting the tunnels. Big fight. Oh, and loses to Big Mike.
Bomb down, and numbers for the post plant, too. This is feeling good for Anderson, but Drip Lord's gonna find some shots there. Ilson quickly losing members, and you gotta lock in this moment. Dawn 1v3. Again, it's just odds stacked against you. And Anderson have climbed their way back into the search and destroy. For a moment, it really felt like Ilson found their mojo, Andy. But quickly, Anderson just finding form from what we saw back in map 1.
Yeah, losing those first bloods for sure, not helping. That's been a consistent theme throughout the last couple of rounds. But also, that is the wildest final kill animation I've seen in a minute. Do we have an issue, or... I'm not sure what's going on there. That is freaking me out.
Yeah, this is a first for me.
I mean, that guy's got a beard, by the way. Wow, that's an impressive work. But what I will say is, yeah, first blood's coming on through at the minute for Anderson. I think what it is, well, starts to get OC build into this, but like moments like that, there's that fight down low. Unfortunately, you get that situation where Chris loses that fight, and that gives the entire underground passage of the map to Anderson for free. They know they don't need to watch down there for a while because they've just killed the guy that was down there, but then they can push on through and start to find opportunities to wrap their opponents, trap them in horrible crossfires. For Anderson, who've built their way back into this game, I don't know if they are going to want that break to come on through because of the momentum that was in favor with them, or whether this is an opportunity to sit, discuss, again, going back to that IGL conversation that we had before, your leaders here with a great moment to sit and kind of draw up a playbook a little bit. What do we want to do for these remaining rounds?
Yeah, hey, we were just getting to the good part too, Andy. Tied.
Hey, are we going to simulate 4-4? If so, I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah, I mean, 4-4 tied up going into what is the back half of a Skyline hardpoint. And this has to be one of the best Skyline hardpoints I've watched this season because it hasn't just been hit to A, hit to A, hit to A. We've been seeing a lot of love over towards that B site for those opening breakoffs for the attack, and it's been paying off too.
Yeah, we saw one of those attempted earlier on as well in a series that me and Brody did, I think. So it's definitely something that we're seeing a bit of here at PACAF, and I'm with you. I like seeing the varying strats. Don't get me wrong. I think when we head to Vault, you're probably still talking mostly A. But yeah, I'm definitely down for seeing different strategies, different breakoffs, things come on through. Confirmation that we will be going back in at 4-4. So one team to 6 will be the answer. And again, I just think like at this moment, seeing a couple conversations go on through. How do we want to break off here? Where's the power pieces that we need to slap down? Where's OC been activating around the map? That's the kind of conversations that you need to see coming out in order to make sure that you are ready to go. For Anderson, you obviously have a few more lives after winning map 1. For Ilson, this feels like a map that you must take.
It does, and that's not only the fact that we've been seeing 3-0s all night, it's just the fact that, Search and Destroy is just one of those game modes that can relight some passion going into the rest of the series, especially with the control coming up next. You have that resource management in lives and the ability to now really take control of the game. We see Chris heating up. We see players shooting a lot better in this game than back in game number 1, I'd say, for Ilson. So you put all of it together going back into the respawns, and that's kind of where everything falls into place for your team. And, for Ilson, game 1 was neck and neck for the first rotation. It was 90-90 Enigma. And then everything just kind of blew out of proportion. I feel like, at the same time, it kind of boils down to maybe, again, you're going on to main stage and you're just not warmed up at that point. But now you're warm. Now you're back into this one. You win the Search and Destroy, you tie it up, force the game 4, you're right back in the series.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, 100%. Like, this is an opportunity to remind Anderson as well that they're in a series. I'm with you in terms of map 1. It was 90-90 at one point. Felt like we had this real great contest going on. But I think, we talk about a certain team in the CDL, for example, about how they have these great starts, but it's about keeping up with that pace consistently. It's about once the system starts to break down, can you get it back together? Is there a plan B, a C, after plan A fails? Well, with some teams, we're seeing that, yes, that is the case. For Ilson, it felt like that after the initial plan around that Skyline hardpoint started to crumble, there was no answer to that. So, I start to think, okay, well, is that because the Skyline hardpoint is just a crazy map where once you start to get into a spiral, things can just go against you? Or is it because you don't really have those answers? Well, we're going to find out here. 4-4 in the S&D. You've lost all of the momentum. How do you fight back?
Yeah, I mean, Chris finds 2, opens things up, bomb down at the A sites. It's going to be quickly recovered, but loading, falling, putting OC in a pickle. Backs right out. See if he can play for the ace now.
Well, if anyone's going to step up and do it for Anderson, you expect it to be this man. Had a very slow start to the search, but has built himself back in. We're sitting even before we went to a reset.
Yeah, I've really never seen a player go from bottom of the barrel to back into a heroic position like OC has in this Search and Destroy. He might be getting a call from Optic soon.
No, definitely not enough. Definitely not enough YYs in there for that to be coming on through. So just remind you guys, that'll put Eilson onto 5-4. And that will mean just one more win needed for Eilson Air Force Base to get them through this search. I'd like to say unscathed, but they've certainly had a couple of kittens through this one. OC, the one thing I felt about his positioning there, as soon as you put yourself into that jacuzzi position, you're just asking for someone to get the height on you. You're asking for some situation where you're essentially trapped behind the jacuzzi. Didn't like the positioning for OC there, and Eilson punished him for it.
Well, let's see if Eilson can force that map forward for the first time today in the PACAF Championship. Oh, back and forth trades. 1 versus 1 now for Dawn. As he's got 4 in a row, looking for 5. It's not going to happen. We got a round 11. Sound the alarms, Andy.
Absolutely nothing to break down in terms of analysis. It was just straight up slaying. And the first blood that went the way of Anderson is then picked up by Eilson. And it's just a trade fest back and forth. OC did find 2. Also probably spent half a second too long shooting bodies because he eventually falls straight after that. So we'll be thankful that Big Mike was there to step up, push us to a round 11. Eilson will be on defense. Anderson on offense. Who takes map 2?
All quiet here. Nice route being pushed in towards kitchen. The attacking side, but sniffed out as OC. Now he's forced to make a play by loading. He drops low. Everybody should collapse on this one. Drip Lord falls, and it's crumbling on the map. Eilson have everything pointing their direction.
Chris with 2 huge ones to get this started. A random Semtex to nothing. Biscuit kills Mike. Loading. 1v4. Round 11. We saw one literally 12 hours ago.
Loading. Oh, he's finessing right now. Slides around. He's got the timing. Chris doesn't know. Shot in the back. Second one around the corner, but shut down. Eilson, they get it done in the search. Round 11. It takes a while to get there, but they tie us up in this series and a weight off of their shoulders. So far, rocks are not on the menu.
They aren't indeed. No, he's cooking. He certainly deserves himself a nice meal. After that one, opens up with 2 big kills. The first one as well onto OC, the superstar player for the Anderson Air Force Base, the player that had built himself into the series, very much so into that map, and needed stopping, needed to have all the momentum paused, was brought to an end by Chris. I gotta say, Loading finds that first one. I thought he had that second kill. I think if you get it down to a 1v2, anything can happen. Loading certainly has the potential, so almost a spot there where we end up with a 1v4, but comes on through for Eilson. I think that that's a moment of belief injected into the team. That's a reminder that you can compete with a squad, even if in terms of technical ability, they can outslay you.
Yeah.
And I think that then changes the whole dynamic of the series.
It does, and you even see players like Big Mike was stepping up. He didn't have the greatest map number 1. I was impressed with the search and destroy. When OC wasn't performing, you had the rest of the team really stepping up in ways that you needed to kind of push you throughout that search and destroy. Towards the end, we saw those glimpses of OC like we saw back on that Skyline hardpoint, but it just wasn't enough to finish the job. And now, Andy, for the first time on stream here at the PACAF Esports Championships, we are gifted at least a map 4 in this series, so we get a little bit further now between it. I hope Brody's not falling asleep off screen right now.
Either that or he started having a nap as soon as we came into this one, and therefore he's getting himself nice and refreshed and rested on up. One of the things I will say about getting that map 4 is we are then going to see 2 very different hardpoint maps.
Yeah.
So even though map 1 comfortably went the way of Team Anderson, I don't know if that necessarily speaks to how things are going to look on Vault. Yes, I'm still expecting OC to look really good there, but that map is so much more about making sure you lock in your money hills than Skyline ever is. So there's an opportunity for Eilson with some solid fundamentals to pull themselves into a respawn map, and that is where your Neslos start to come from. You take those 2 S&Ds, you nick away one of the respawns, and that's how you upset a team that can outslay you.
Yes, it is. Well, we have been sitting here across that map too. It took a little bit of a while, so we're going to give the players a break to get up, stretch their legs after what was a prolonged map number 2. We got Control coming up very, very soon. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you on the other side.
In Search and Destroy, teams compete in round-based, single-life combat over 2 bomb sites. One team is designated as the attacking team, where their goal is to plant a bomb at either bomb site before time expires. The other team must defend these bomb sites, preventing the attacking team from planting the bomb at all costs. Additionally, either team can win the round by eliminating all members of the opposing team. If the attacking team plants the bomb, a 45-second timer will begin where the defending team must now defuse the bomb before time expires, even if they have killed all enemy players. Defusing the bomb takes 7 seconds, so players must ensure enough time remains to secure the round. Teams will switch sides after each round, and the first team to win 6 rounds will claim victory.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
I told you guys there's going to be a quick little break because we got the teams set up for Control very soon. Andy, back and forth games, both on Skyline, both entertaining. This has to be best series we've had all day.
It has indeed been a most competitive series that we've had on main all day for sure. And I'm looking through some of the other scores and largely 3-0s on the docket. So we get a map 4 here for sure. We'll be seeing that vault hard point. First, we got a Control to settle. And honestly, I don't know which way to lean here. I think you're probably still looking at Anderson as favorites, considering how much they outslayed on Skyline. But, I mean, it's a case of you saw some really good fundamental stuff coming out of Isleston in map 2. So we know that this control mode is a mix of the two in many ways. So if you are going to be getting those solid breakoffs out of Isleston, that may put them in a position to try and at least squash the threats that Anderson have there out on the board.
Yeah, I think we look back at the maps here. We got a lot of people rooting for Isleston in chat. Get out of here with cannon. We're not there yet. We're not ready for that. That is months to come. So we look into this series. Skyline Hardpoint 250 to 141 for Anderson. Skyline Search and Destroy all the way to around 11. Eelson ties us up in the series. We go back to a protocol control, which is a map mode combo we've been seeing a lot today, and none of them really has had a team actually fight back, and it's just been one-sided affairs every single time. A lot of pressure coming out towards those spawn traps from the defending team when they are the better side. So I think for this one, with how contest heavy these two teams have been in terms of slaying, this one might cook. This might be a very, very fun protocol control to watch.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. I think at least looking for, as you said, a team that fights back a little bit. I think it's been pretty much straight sweeps all the way through. And I'm looking for, for example, Eelson. Is it going to be tough on offense? I think so. I think that, you're asking your Slayers to step up and put down players that have out-fragged you throughout this map so far. I think your best players as well have been SMGs. So I think it's going to be hard for you to punch through on some of these AR-dominated areas when you're, asking someone to take down a player like OC. However, on defense, there's no reason to believe the SMGs can't control important portions of the map. Maybe on your break off, you drop in through grandmas, get yourself over into the bottom of trips, and just control that area. Make sure that you lock out the best player on the map so far, which has been OC. We're off. We're underway. Map 3. Of course, protocol control is where we've been in quite a few times. It's all about this break off, and actually you're going to find 2 big kills coming out of Mez. Yeah,
Mez opens things up for Anderson, or sorry, for Eelson, as it is going to be the offensive team looking for a way in towards that A zone. I like this from Loading. He's going to be pushing through, forcing those spawns back towards Lighthouse, shooting some of these players in the back, and with that, every kill truly matters here for Anderson, but Dawn gets top triple, shoots them in the back, taking away the pressure from A.
Yeah, that's one of those things that I was talking about coming into the map here. If you can get a hold of grandmas and then start to get some players into trips as well, you really do make this a nightmare to get a hold of. Chris clearing the point as his teammates go absolutely nuts elsewhere. I gotta say, that's 4 dead. You're getting some deep spawns right now if you're Anderson. 35 seconds to go. No progress at all on the point. Eelson, they're really putting up a fight.
Complete 180 from map 1. Eelson in full control. Loading's in behind. Can this pay off? He's finding a route over towards the time. Stops it at 21 seconds. And Trophy's down. So now you have some stake in the hold of this zone. You just need to find the kills that follow it up. And that doesn't happen. T-Biscuit and Dawn keeping Eelson in control. Dawn 7-0, might I add. He has just been lights out on this map.
This has certainly been the best player for Eelson so far. Dawn really showing his prowess, but unfortunately you've given up B. You're up considerably in lives at least, but that first tick will come on through for Anderson. Second one shouldn't be very far away. Big kill from Driplord to maintain control of top trips as well as Zip. 4 dead all of a sudden for Eelson. Do not let this slip too far. You've lost B completely, that's fine, but reset, go again, draw that line in the sand, bully Anderson back from where they came.
5 seconds. Here's the thing with a map like Protocol, if you get those kills, this map is easy to manipulate those spawns, and you saw how deep the defenders were spawning on the map, and now look at that, just layering down the pressure, standing over towards A. Chris is going to do his best to keep them off that time, but 49 seconds. Loading is 12-3. He has heated up into this game, going band for band right now with Dawn in terms of slaying pressure and streak success. But even still, with all that, third tick getting worked on, and Dawn trying to be the hero.
Beautiful work there from Top Trips. Not a place you see many jackals. Dawn feels comfortable in any fight right now. What I will say, though, there's some serious progress on the ticks. So if Anderson walk away from this, even in this situation where you haven't managed to win the offensive round, you're going to feel very happy. Then again, Loading will not settle for anything less. He's on an 11 spree. 12 spree. Absolutely in complete control. Will finally die. Won't be allowed back onto the map because of the lives lost by his teammates. And for Eelson, that'll be an opportunity, surely, to finish this off. 1v3. Driplord to do it all.
Surely. Drip Lord. Shots in, still alive. Bob's up. No way. They line up, but he's alive. 6 HP. Looking for the regen. Hops it, and no. Oh, man. Ilson down to a 1 versus 1. And that could have easily been a round where on defense you gave up 0 segments. But Anderson not only capture B, they get 2 segments at A, and they almost steal that offensive round.
That's incredible, really. Don't get me wrong, incredible stuff out of Ilson to manage to take a hold of the early portions of the game so well. But I gotta give full props to Anderson, especially loading, who is 16-4. Goes on 12 spree to drag his team kicking and screaming towards the finish line. Yes, you don't win that round, but I think you walk away from it very, very happy if you are Anderson.
Swapping around, loading. Can he fly? Dawn takes that head-to-head. He's going to shut that one down. And a couple kills for Ilson. Mez seems like he literally broke his legs off of that jump. But resurgence from Anderson. They get the kills. And with 3 down, you got to be communicating and watching for the spawn trap.
Biscuit in a big fight. Big Mike's going to back him down. It's important for T-Biscuit to just stay alive at least. And he does that. Big Mike sent packet all the way towards Heli. Just trying to cut these players off. Don't let them escape on up towards A for free.
Hello?
That's got to be one of the worst Hellstorms I think I've ever seen. I don't even think that was necessary.
I mean, yeah. It's about sending a message sometimes.
What the fuck? Big Mike? Big Mike just took a Hellstorm to the dome, my friend. I don't know what message that sent over to Ilson. I'm going to be honest with you.
Hey, it just means you're never safe. Loading is out for blood, even if it's your own teammates. It doesn't matter. So, 25 seconds, Ilson, after what nearly was a flawless round 1, now in the blender on an offense of their own, struggling in the kills category, struggling in the objective category. And Anderson, they are all over them.
Yeah, unfortunately, looks like we've had a player disconnect from Ilson. T-Biscuit potentially sending himself for one. As we draw to a close, no doubt get ourselves set up to go again. Figure out exactly where. I imagine it will be 1-1. But we will get confirmation from production before we lock that in for you.
I don't want to say I'm a tunnel vision. I was pretty tunnel visioned on what was going around for the objectives. I didn't see exactly when the leg out happens, but it did. And, you know, fortunately enough, it is not our job to figure out who's leading this series off the resets. So we're going to leave it to the admins to decide that. And they're going to tell us, and then we get to tell you guys at home, which I appreciate everybody for being up at this time. Is coming up to about nearly 2 a.m. for myself. I think, you know, PST, but the Pacific side of North America, going to be feeling a little bit better for time. But I know for you, Andy, it is late. And for others, it might be late as well. So thank you all for being here. This is a very big time for Air Force Gaming, as this is the first ever AFG event in the PACAF region. And I like that the teams are showing up and having fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is, what, coming up to 6 a.m. for those of us in the UK? But, I mean, as much as me and Brody will sit here and talk about, you know, how late it is, there's also an entire production team in the back, a lot of which are from the UK too. So, yeah, really putting in the work, great stuff, and getting this all delivered nice and ship shape as well. And running through things that, you know, like this, where we end up with a little bit of a technical issue, but we just get it sorted. No dilly-dally, no messing around. We get moving on forward. Confirming as well, by the way, that it will be restarting at 1-1. So, unfortunate circumstances for Ilson that will mean that they lose that round. But what I will say, it was looking pretty solid initially from Ilson until, well, Big Mike, he took a Hellstorm to the forehead and got absolutely obliterated out there on the helipad.
Yo, my man Mike, he did not deserve that. He didn't deserve that.
Mind his own business. Like, what the hell?
He's out on the helicopter trying to figure out how to fly the dang thing. And then, bam, Hellstorm out of nowhere.
I love the idea that Big Mike's like, yo, this hailstorm's going to come in, protect me. This is going to be amazing. And then just hits him square in the top of the dome. Like, that is rough. That is really tough stuff. But yeah, I mean, from there, it felt like Anderson just walked straight through to A. Looked likely to see that out, catch that, and then start to apply that pressure to B. So it felt like a strong attacking start from Anderson. But yeah, I mean, look, for both squads now, again, this is an opportunity to sit, talk, come up with a couple of sessions. You can see that there's conversations coming on through. You can see here, you know, a couple of chats about where players are appearing, what kind of things we need to do in terms of rollout, breakoffs, because we've seen it so often on this protocol. It can flip so quickly. You can be in a situation where you're in a spawn trap off the start of a round, or on the flip side, you just go straight out and capture that A point, for example, and that's exactly what you're trying to set up or avoid in these moments.
And weird thing too, I mean, we literally saw it in round 1, but unfortunately, like, instead of it being the A site, it was the B site. And just one quick 4 down, you push past Lighthouse 2, you spawn the defense so far back towards docks that's like shaves off a good 10 seconds before they see the hill, let alone take those gunfights before getting to the zone itself. So that is just some solid offensive round from Anderson in terms of finding a resurgence back into that round itself. And for Ilson, and one thing I'm just worried about is, like, do they have the ice in the respawns? Because they play so close for so long, and then bam, it just slips away.
I agree. And in round 1, while you do win it if you're Ilson, you will have been concerned by the fact that you had such a dominant start and they got dragged to a 1v1. Shows that in moments where Anderson suddenly turned the dials a little bit, you struggle to keep up. That being said, you get a couple of good kills here that will push Anderson back into their spawn. You're now going to control those arches. I actually think Chris gets the worst COD timing in the world as he steps out, trying to find out where these players have come from. Should have an opportunity for a kill now. Finds one top trips. Oh, big fight, and just doesn't come through on top. But OC, top trip control, an important part of the map to hold.
And let's kind of set the scene too, going back in towards this one, because we got some easy caster math now that there's a segment captured over towards A. It's 1-1 in map score, 1-1 in series score, and now segments 7-0 in favor of Anderson for that game 5, or that round 5 if we do need it. And off of the race at Anderson, just keeping up with the antics, man. They are slaying out of their mind. OC pops off 4 in a row, loading not far behind him. Don't forget, this guy went on a 12 spree back in round number 1, so they are frying.
Not messing around at all, but it will be a couple of kills that come in for Ilson that allow you to push Anderson back a little bit. You got to make sure you catch loading here, though. He could be a real thorn in the side. Don sees him, tags him up. Hasn't done enough. And the problem is, and the wise decision from loading is to wrap back through. So as Don and Mez go looking, that's going to weaken this defensive hold because, well, loading might be nowhere to be found.
Minute 17 live advantage for Anderson. Chris is going to take Drip Lord out of that zone for now. As you can see, a full rotation coming up from the back in OC. Hassan aims in hand. Definitely not the gun you'd want for that situation, but as he goes down, it allows for these red arrows to turn around, start pushing away from their spawn and clearing out the zone, clearing out their building, having some semblance of control for the map. But Drip Lord finds 2, 4 down just like that. And Anderson, they can put this one away.
They can, and OC is going to be a difficult person to remove from this location. Finds Don. Great reads. Unfortunately, checks away at just the wrong time. Mez now steps back out. Going to be a victim yet again, surely. No. OC needs to reload, but all this is doing is buying time for his teammates who found 2 ticks and are moments away from the 3rd.
Stacks in, and it's stopped. Chris, nail biter on the zone. As that 3rd segment's going to deplete. 5 life lead for Anderson. 1 wipe, and she is surely over for this round. And the slaying for Anderson has just been one that has carried them throughout these respawns. Chris finds 2, make it 3 in a row as he's on a 6 spree. Has to play his life as he's got no more respawns. Time to hit a route and see if he can clutch.
And try to set up a pinch. Leave T-Biscuit to defend from the front. Doesn't happen. So Chris then to activate 7 in a row, 8 in a row. Getting shot from behind. Unfortunately, you're getting shot from the tower as well. Gotta say, Chris played that brilliantly. Love the work there to set up that pinch. What he needed was Biscuit to stay alive a little bit longer, put up more of a fight, so then he could collapse him through the back and just buy more time, try and push it towards a situation where both teams were on their final lives. Just ends up being a little bit too much. But I gotta say, 17-5, having himself a game.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those situations, too. You got to give Chris some time in that situation. Play your life. Find a corner, hide. The zone was nowhere close to being captured. So you just get into a position where you can play your life effectively, and you allow Chris to hit those routes. But put him in a 1v6. If he slid right instead of sliding to the zone, honestly, Enigma, he might have had a chance there. But it's a tough situation. Very hindsight. We see more than he sees, and it's a tough call to make.
Brother Chris has locked in. Don't get me wrong, he's been not bad through the series, but this feels like suddenly he's dialed it up to 11. Absolutely frying. Will finally be brought to a close by OC. But his work going to allow his team to push on out. The problem is you have loading in behind enemy lines. And he's going to get top trips control. Big kill. A lot of headshots in the feed, and they mostly go the way of Anderson.
Yeah, it's 3 down. You lose control of top triple. Chris is immediately going to look to work on that, as it is crucial for A alone, alone B, to hold this position on the map. And loading, running routes, gets back up the zip, clears it through. Segment on A, captured by Eilson, is working off of these top heli spawns. Second one as well, getting stacked in. It's 3 down. Don last alive. He's mid-gun, trying to do some damage to allow for the respawning player's safe passage.
Despite all the struggles so far, you're only down 1 life. Make that tied now. So an opportunity, if you can get that pressure through on A. And you have a player there as well. Oh, okay. I thought that was about to happen. Trip Lord will get support to help clear the point. Problem you have for Eilson here, is that you can't really get any sort of consistent control of trips, any consistent pressure then through the middle. You're just being forced into these individual gunfights. Chris gonna try and hit a route through both sides here. Could distract some blue arrows over towards B, or set up some sort of pinch. But the problem is your teammates keep dying elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean, Chris is cooking. 22-9, making 22-10. The only issue is, before the reset, Don was right there next to him. And you needed that with the way that both, OC and loading are looking like Shaq and Kobe right now, just dunking on you from mid-court. It's an impossible situation to find yourself in when they're just running rogue on a map like Protocol. And that's something that is so worrisome for a map like Protocol, is that those subs can get lost so easily. And they do enough to just be annoying, always shooting them in the back. Loading was an issue in that. OC kicked things off for this series, but he's got help now.
He does indeed. He's got that support coming in. It felt like that was the one thing that Chris was missing. I think there's anything that Eilson take away from that is hashtag someone help Chris, because he's just doing so much work. Moments like we saw at the end of that round where he tries to set up that pinch play, you just want T-Biscuit there to stay alive for a little bit longer, give Chris the opportunity to activate in through the back, and unfortunately that just doesn't come through. And it's difficult. You can't. We spoke to Bang earlier, and he said it himself. You can't 1v4 these teams. As much as some players try, as much as we've got some superstars in our midst for sure, it's just difficult to expect to carry a team by yourself. You need your boys to be alongside you, fighting that good fight with you. It's a great effort from Eilson. I feel like with the fact that they won map 1, the disconnect in round 2 is difficult to swallow, especially with the fact that you walk away with no ticks because of it, and that always put you on the back foot from there. And I just wonder how much of a mental impact that had throughout the rest of the map.
Yeah, it's, I like that quote, because it's like BO6 is just one of those games where it's it's fast, the maps aren't that big, so as a solo player you could do damage, but there's always going to be somebody that gets by, and that person's gonna do damage if you give them that opportunity. So it definitely isn't a game that you can just solo. So you see right there that loading and OC have really stepped it up, and I think for Anderson, this is where they have just looked very dominant inside of the respawns. There are moments, and I'm saying this really tentatively because I think that Ilson have really been good enough to keep it close in the first couple rounds of control and even the first rotation for that hard points. But after that, after you kind of give up like the steady rotations and you're just rolling through like the like whatever routine you have for those maps, you give freedom over towards the side of Anderson and they never give it back.
No, you're right. And that's one of the things that separates teams, you know, at the top end from the lower end. Is one of the conversations at the minute around Neptune and why that player going into the CDL is so important is because of his ability to apply relentless pressure. And that's where the difference maker kind of comes in. We spoke about the fact that for Anderson and Ilson, you play on map 1 Skyline, right? And it felt like they kind of kept up with each other. The problem for Ilson was they weren't able to continue to match that pace consistently. They were already putting their engine at absolute max to maintain that tied set after the first set of rotations. Eventually, you slip from that pace because, quite frankly, you're just you're basically burning out by trying to play it over and over and over again. You gotta slow it down, start to play into some of the fundamental side of the game. That's where we see somewhere like a Vault potentially change the script a little bit. You've shown that at points through this whole tie, even in the control there, that you can, when you have to pop off, keep up with Team Anderson if you're at Team Ilson. What you need to do here is take full advantage of the fact that you can rotate in for a great P2, P4, lock down those money hills, and steal away as much time there as possible.
Yeah, I think that is just one thing for Vault that you can really hold close to your chest, is that you don't have to really worry about, you know, players going as rogue on this map. I feel like it is a little bit more systematic than your Skylines, than your Protocol, and you can find solace in that and like comfort in the fact that your ARs are going to have a lot easier of a time setting up on a map like Vault than really any other map that we've seen so far in this series. So I can see them loading into this as well. It's our first map 4 of the night, Andy, and I think that is where I'm just excited that these two teams are locked in to go toe-to-toe with each other, really putting a show on for the stream.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And I think that this is one of the things that kind of what will be a theme through the tournament. The deeper we go into it, the more map 4s, the more map 5s we are going to see. It will get closer. It will get more contested. We're just day 1 of 3 here at PACAF. And what that means is, you know, sometimes we are going to see these group games a little bit unbalanced. We've certainly had some games that have been absolute blowouts, but they're starting to feel a little bit more like contests. And that's certainly something we want. And what we might well see is a game 5. But to do that, Ilson have got to upset the odds and find a way to shut down Anderson's Stars.
Yeah, OC loading, both that we're looking at here as the star players. But on the other side, somebody to note is going to be Chris, and see if he can have some help this time around. Gets it behind. Good heads up play from Mike to read the rotations out. Big kills coming up from the supporting cast of Anderson. Just no time to boot from it.
And pause and breathe. Let the dust settle and go again. Loading. Jesus Christ. You gotta be mouse and keyboard. Otherwise, that sensitivity is insane. Don will push on through to mid. Finds one. OC cut down. Big Mike kill. I'm looking for anyone pushing through for this P2 rotation. Look at T-Biscuit. Manages to find himself inside P2. That will then flip OC out. And it's an opportunity to swarm from the front. Unfortunately, looks like Don has maybe hit some kind of issue there. And well, Drip Lord will get himself a nice little pistol kill for sure. I think that we might have a moment of reset. We will continue until we get confirmation.
Oh, he's going. Like he's back.
Yeah, looks like actually we are back in. So just a temporary issue there for Don. And what you have then is control for Anderson over in P2. Loading point 2 in order to continue to send Ilson away. And that's 3. That's 4. Ilson should get big control here of the point. No, Anderson. We flipped the colors? We did flip the colors.
We have flipped the colors out. So Anderson rocking the red this time. Ilson in the blue. Mez, nice slide out. 2-for-1 trade. Now time to look for a break here with 20 seconds. Mez is in behind. Don's going to spawn up with him. Loading's in trouble. And T-Biscuit does it himself. Walks to the front doors and picks up 2. No time off of it. It is going to be some exit kills from Anderson from afar to keep this one uncontested at the moment. But Mez, top hall, trying his best to cut down some of these rotations.
Big moves coming in from Chris and Don, who actually get a spawn in for Mez at 2. They've rotated on so far over, and I think that actually confirms a theory that I have about the spawns on this map. I'll come back to that. Anyway, spawn next is going to be important, and you get spawned out if you're Mez and back in if you're OC. So, a couple of kills that just unfortunately all line up at the wrong timings for Ilson. But they are doing a good job of fighting this straight from the front. Might get upset now by Big Mike, who's rotating in from the back. But removing OC from this top part, while it is paramount, while it is very, very important, it is going to be very difficult with the guy who's been shooting so straight.
Yeah, I think I want to hear what your old spawn thing is. I feel like you just had one of those moments where you're just like, I understand it now. But I'm going to ask that later. Again, you got me intrigued now on what's going on in that brain of yours. But time for Anderson here. They're holding on to this lead at P3. You're looking at Ilson and what needs to be done. Well, you see that 2 and 4 looking to make this cross through no man's land, but some good pickup from OC. Put some shots down, cleans up Chris, and they have the safe rotation to what is the essential money hill of the map.
Money hill indeed. This is one of those moments where Anderson could start to run away with the game if Ilson don't find a way to break. Don's looking to play through Art's side. OC will find a kill. You got to clean this up. You got to clean this up. Do not let OC get away with this. Will be helped by T-Biscuit. That'll let you fight in straight from the front. T-Biscuit finds a second. So you have the numbers advantage for a brief moment. Don playing for Art, or considering it at the very least, to find OC in the back. A couple of gunfights that are going the way of Ilson, importantly, but the problem is you're not then capitalizing on it with any time. Anderson have a 50-point lead and could well make that 60+ very soon.
Could be the case. There's a little bit of an advantage here. Big Mike with some big timing top hauls as he has not given up this control of that power position just yet. And at the same time, looking to dictate those spawns as well. T-Biscuit's going to track him down. You can see some trades there from Ilson to finally get some time behind it as well. But 5 in a row for Drip Lord. 3 for loading. Quickly just clawing their way from hill to hill. OC killing everybody, and Big Mike gets team killed again. They're in the time.
Yeah, Big Mike gotta be looking over at his boys like, what did I do to you? Like, why do I have to keep, suffering this? But, well, if his team continue to push on forward and get them the win, he will care little. Spawn will come in for Drip Lord, by the way, over by Trophy. As such, that then suggests that Anderson have control of P2-4 now. Chris is trying to change that by hitting P2 himself. Maybe 8-15 right now could be extremely impactful if you find a couple of kills. There's a big one at Dirt. Can you stay alive, though? Can your teammates get in to support you?
It's moments like that where it's just, you look like you are kind of hectic at the moment if you're Ilson, just trying to force plays. Nobody really setting up into situations where you can contest these power positions, and you're giving up this time off of rotation. It definitely seems a bit frantic from the side of Ilson, and it's reflecting in the scoreline. Anderson, cool, calm, collected, and locking it all down. A team kill from Dawn. That's not going to help. 4 down. Anderson soaking up the hill.
I'm pretty sure that's a Hellstorm. Then gets called in next as well, so that's going to cut off any support coming in from Pool.
Look, Big Mike goes inside. He knows.
All right, can we have a conversation about how god-awful the Hellstorms have been during this tournament? What the hell is going on?
Yeah, that's why Big Mike went inside the gazebo. He knew it was going for him.
Yeah, that guy's got PTSD for sure.
He said, not this time. And off of that, OC going down to Loading's Hellstorm. A break for Ilson to finally get a little bit of scrap time here, but this point, you're down 100 points clear. Scrap time's just not going to cut it.
Oh, this is spawned in really randomly for Chris. Oh, and it's red. Never mind. OC reads that entirely. So, that will continue to allow Team Anderson here to extend their lead up 100 points. Big fight in the middle of the map. Mez will find it. That will give you mid-map presence and control, but Big Mike's pre-nade will actually then shut down Mez. So, Team Anderson here just not letting anything slip. For me here, I think Ilson maybe chalk this one, rotate in as a foursome all the way through the south side of the map, get themselves in for P4. You're just sending good time after bad here, and it is not working.
Need to push for new, but they're fighting through old, so not trying to give up the scrap time for free. Spawns out for Anderson, so This is a flip that now you can take advantage of depending on where you spawn yourself, but it should be split spawns for both sides. Instead, you spawn to the back of Art. Chris with an important engagement up top, but you're staying alive with your mic, doing everything you can.
A couple of big kills come on through in favor of Ilson that will give them hill control for now. You got to be worried about OC at the very front. Are we allowed RCXDs? I mean,
no, but we'll let it slide.
Yeah, loading calls in an RCXD. Maybe it was an accidental press. Blows it up in the middle of nowhere. Finds Chris on the point. Don doing his utmost to stay alive here. The longer you can stay alive, the longer you can stay in the fight. You can let your teammates support. There will be a spawn out from Drip Lord. You're going to be coming in from Solo. Alson edging ever nearer to 100 points. It feels like a little bit more resistance coming on through.
Yeah. But it's been better. I think that's one thing we can really highlight for this team, that it's scrappy, but it's been better. And you're finally getting time behind the kills. So you give up these last 3 seconds here. I'm looking at players to rotate over towards New. See if he can find some kills off the exits. But Loading, he knows what he has to do. And he is taking that back as well. Just killing Ilson, trying to get to this P1 hill.
The problem is, as well, it feels, again, a little bit individualistic. Ilson, they felt like they had players wanting to push Art, players wanting to push New, players staying in Old. And with that in mind, it's going to turn into individual gunfights. And players like OC are just going to eat that up all day. 28 and 15 right now for the man. We've well and truly got our magnifying glass on. P1 in control over that 200-point marker. Also holding P2 side. Ilson, it's do or die. They got to go absolutely nuclear from here to drag themselves back and force a game 5.
Drip Lord's gonna pop up. Nice shots from Chris. He makes it too. That's your teammate, T-Biscuit. But immediately they just separate and get pinched. Rotation to P2 again is here. And Ilson, this is where they just haven't been able to crack the code on the brakes for these money hills.
I think Chris is the important player here. Number 4 slips in through the back. Can you wrap through the back door? Can you break in? Find the important kill on Big Mike. You get in. You get the hostage. You get the kills. Huge 2-piece for Chris. Finds 2 more in the back. Weakens them up. Finds the first. Loading's then going to chow. Does a great job of beaming a player off ahead. Chris here has forced the extended part of the game. We are going to see more of this hill. But all of a sudden, Anderson just bully it back through the front.
Oh no. 100-point club still on the table. You have to hit through New, but the kills coming in. They're too far away, and Ilson know that. 250 to 99. Anderson, they take the series in 4. Ilson just couldn't crack the code in terms of the respawns, where the slaying was so dominant on the one side. The rotations were always calm, collected. And I just feel like that was a situation where you just did not have the practice you really wanted to on the respawn game modes.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because I feel like we came into this talking up a lot of Ilson's game and where they could find their way into this. It was going to be fundamental rotations. It was going to be setting up defensive holds, not trying to out-frag Anderson as such. And we just didn't see that at all, really, through the vault. I think that you're so often rotating in late, and Anderson are just going to eat that up all day. We saw OC and Loading in particular go absolutely massive, and I think that it just kind of summed up what you were trying to do towards the back end there. When we're talking about that P4 into P1, you've got 1 player pushing New, 2 are still sitting around Old, 1's then trying to hit through the northern side of the map as well, and it's just you got to be on that same wavelength. Your fundamentals have got to be great when you're coming up against a team that can outshoot you. You know, we've been there. You understand that you're going to give up some important deaths at times, but it's going to be one of those where you've rotated in early, so you've stolen away more of the points. If you don't do that, there isn't much we can do for you, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I mean, there are moments there that we do have to give some props to players on Ilson. I think, Dawn towards the start of the Search and Destroy, all throughout the Search and Destroy was, catching OC's number. And Chris, I mean, what a performance from him in the control, the Search and Destroy. Every time you needed him to step up in slaying, it felt like he was there. It's just the one thing in respawns that is always really, I'd say, easy to pick out is that teams, can find the kills, but putting time behind that is the tricky part. And, you know, for Chris, he was getting 2 pieces, 3 pieces at times, but after his team was dying. So nobody was really there to pick up the objective for that. And Chris just can't do everything by himself. And I think, you know, I'm sure Nikki's in chat just saying, you know, this guy, he's getting rocks, but he does not deserve rocks. This guy played out of his mind. He was a champion in that round, and honestly, I was impressed with the way that he was playing.
No, absolutely. I'm looking for I'm looking for at least a steak dinner for my guy. Feel like he did a great job. What I will say, obviously the series then means that you've actually won a prediction, my friend. 3-1 comes on through. Yeah, I mean, I think that right now you and Brody are sitting on 1 each. I'm sitting on a fat donut, so this has been tough. But yeah, coming back to the series, I think that Chris can hold his head high for sure. I think that's another player to kind of keep an eye on once we talk about the remaining group games, but also then running through that double bracket. For Team Anderson, I think that you've got a great team all the way through there, but in particular, OC, Loading, felt like when they needed to be stepping up, they made sure that they did. I think the only time I can think of where OC didn't feel like he was absolutely dominating the map was the early stages of the S&D, and even then, he well and truly found his way back into it. So, yeah, those are the players for me. Big asterisk next to their name. How good are you guys looking? We're going to find out, obviously, once they step up against even bigger opposition. But for now, certainly, 2 players that can stick their chests out and be feeling very proud about themselves.
Certainly indeed. Well, we got one of the big players in the booth for the interview as well. In fact, the biggest of mics joining us in after that one. Mike, come on. I got to ask, you know, for the team, like, did they have something against you with that Hellstorm? Like, what was going on? Was it personal at that point? Like, why'd Loading do that to you?
Nah, it wasn't personal. I just pushed up a little too far. It wasn't nothing personal. Nothing personal.
All right, yeah. Okay, on the real note, more serious note, because this is the first time that we've had you in the interview booth for the stream, let's hear a little bit about the team, like how you guys came together and how you guys got here to PACAF.
Me, OC, and Loden, we actually all worked together, so that's how we formed. And with Drip, we just found him through the tournament that Guam hosted for the qualifiers.
You guys as a team coming in, you're looking pretty good here, coming off 3-1 victors against Ilson. Gotta say, we've been looking at a couple of different teams. We're putting them towards the top of our power rankings, because obviously a couple of you guys haven't played against each other yet. Who would you say is your biggest threat or competition to making sure you qualify for Worlds?
Right now it looks like it's Kadena.
Kadena. Okay. So I guess I come back then to a couple of individuals, because we've spoken about how good you 4 look as a team. In particular, OC, Loading, they look like real superstars out there, but all 4 of you had your moments for sure. Any individuals on any other teams that you're looking at and thinking, all right, when we play against them, we got to make sure to shut them down? Is it going to be a player from Kadena or another team that you've got your eye on individual player-wise?
Kadena has a lot of solid players. I know Sweet's out there from Masawa. Pretty solid, so I would have to say them.
Okay, Sweet's coming up multiple times here, Seymour.
Yeah, I mean, everybody has their eyes on the superstars for the teams that are really performing well. But Mike, I mean, for your team in general, and you guys have had a couple series already played, and you know, you speak about Kadena. What are some things that you've learned so far as a team that, you know, if you're going to take down these bigger names, you know, these teams that definitely look strong inside the tournament, where can you guys see yourself improving to maybe look for some upsets?
Just better comms at certain times, and then just more teamwork together. Just getting the more reps in.
And I mean, it comes with time too to kind of figure that out. You get some scrims behind the scenes, you get some time on the main stage, and hey, the confidence settles in. It did for this game as well. I saw you top holes on Vault. I mean, you were unkillable. You always had their number, my man. But thank you for coming on. And before we let you go from this interview, I mean, is there anybody watching at home that you'd like to shout out personally?
Just want to shout out my mom and all the fan base, and then shout out all of Anderson for supporting us.
I love that. Shout out to the fans, shout out to the family, shout out to the base. And Mike, shout out for you for coming on. Congratulations on the win for the game. You guys got pushed to a map 4, but you guys look good.
I appreciate you. We still got a long way to go.
A long way indeed. And for us too on the desk, I will say it is incredibly late here for me. For Andy, I feel like the sun's coming up for you now. You can hear the early birds chirping, but for the rest of the day, I mean, does that kind of scratch that itch of that competitive feeling that you're looking for?
I'm still looking for even tighter games. I think that the respawns were blowouts a little bit. We do get that map 4, which is great, but yeah, I want a little bit more. I want that game 5. I want those big 250, 245 games for sure.
Yeah, you and I both. We're looking for it, but Andy, we're getting ready for this next series. We are going to step away. It's been a long one, so we're going to cook with this next one. We'll see you soon with some more PACAF, folks.
For Control, teams compete in a round-based respawn game mode where each team is either attacking or defending a set of objectives. At the start of each round, each team begins with a pool of 30 lives split across all members of the team. The attacking team must capture both zones before either time expires or they run out of lives. The defending team must prevent the attacking team from capturing both objectives while staying alive themselves. If one of the two objectives is captured, the attacking team will receive an additional minute of time to capture the second zone. The first team to win 3 rounds will win the game. However, if the score is tied and it reaches a 5th and final round, the team that captured the most objective points throughout the first 4 rounds will be the defending team in that final round and have the inherent advantage.
What I would do for you. What I would do for you.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, everybody, to the PACAF Esports Championships hosted in Yokota, Japan. Yokota Air Force Base in Tokyo, Japan. My name is Seymour. Alongside me is Infinity. Brody, I mean, you've been away for a little bit. I thought you might have maybe fallen asleep in your chair waiting for your chance to get back on stream. But you're here now, and welcome back, buddy.
Yeah, honestly, I think I might have done. I was just waiting in anticipation. Wow, it's really late. I was waiting in anticipation for that match to win, so I could join you on the casting desk again, mate. We are finally here, and we got a great match ahead of us. Hopefully, a great match ahead of us, because the last one we finally got past to map 3, so we're making progress. We're like edging closer to game 5.
getting closer and closer. And hey, maybe this one is the chance. Well, let's take a look about where these teams are kind of sitting inside the standings after that match as well, because that should shake things up over towards Group B now that Anderson has that win under their belt. So they're going to go 1-1. Ileson's going to drop 0-2. You can see that they do have that map win, but now losing that head-to-head, that is going to make things really difficult in terms of your chances for days 2 and potentially 3 if you do make that run. But we're going to take our sights over towards Group A, you and I, as we're going to see towards the bottom side of Group A, J-Bear versus Yokota. Both teams haven't won a series, let alone a map, Brody. So this is a big one to see who is going to be that third seed coming out of Group A.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's the key thing, right? You know, the fact that neither of these teams have won a map, I think is the biggest issue. Now, we have seen both of these teams today, both of them at the top of the show as well. You remember Yokota lost earlier on today versus Misawa. I think it was 3-0, and there was some close maps. I think it went to a round 10 in Search and Destroy. It was actually, I don't know why I'm acting like I don't have it here. I have it written down. It was a 250 to 181 hard point, a 6-4 Search and Destroy, and then a 3-1 control. So, like, technically speaking, that's been the closest series we've actually had today outside of the last one. Obviously, and then beyond that, we saw J-Bear lose their matchup to Hickam, and that was significantly less close, 250 to 32, 6-0 and 3-0. So, not great for a J-Bear. I feel like we're probably going to get to see Yokota in full force here, right? Like, this is a roster that maybe didn't have the best run of things versus against a really strong team in Misawa. Like, surely this is where they get a chance to shine.
Yeah, surely too. And again, it just kind of goes back to, I gotta say it, logos are fire. And I didn't say it earlier for Yokota, but like, just look at that, a samurai with a controller. Like, come on, man. We just recently got the Ninja Turtles in Call of Duty, and they got Shredder as their main logo right there for Yokota. But let's take a look at these players here for both teams, as we got J-Bear being introduced here. A couple players that definitely are looking for a confidence boost after what happened to them versus Hickam, because you were outslayed, you were outclassed, and that is definitely going to hurt the mental going into this series for sure. But they did have moments where I saw Wave Corey was definitely a player that I was impressed with. Same with Bear did, was somebody who was stepping up in that slang when you really were trying to claw out of those moments. But even for Yokota, this is a team that going into the day when we saw them on stream, Brody, a lot of chat was saying it. We were having that feeling as well. This is a team that might be a little bit of a sleeper pick in terms of the respawns, and I don't think we've really seen truly how good Yokota can be.
Yeah, I mean, going back to that first series of the day, right? I mean, like, ultimately, you do look at kind of Yokota being this roster that could contest with Misawa in key moments, right? I mean, again, you go back to that Hacienda hardpoint, and were it not for, I believe it was like a 3 versus 4 at the start of the day, they probably would have had a better go of things. Same could be said for the round 10 in Search and Destroy. Just a couple of clutches really make the difference from Misawa. Like, there really are like splitting hairs when we look at these two teams, right? On these maps. So I do think that maybe the fact that they got 3-0'd kind of doesn't actually go to show just how good the team Yokota actually are, and I think we're going to see that here in this matchup. So excited for this one. Yokota going to be a good team. J-Bear, they've got their hands full here with this roster.
Yeah, they really do. But at the end of the day, both of these two teams are 0-2, looking for their first map win. At that, we can take a look at the series and see exactly where we are going to be setting the stage for them in this best of 5. And hey, Brody, look at that. Look at the background. You know what's coming. I know what's coming. Red card map number 1. First time we're getting it on stream. Guaranteed to see Hacienda as well for the first time today. I'm surprised it took this long, but we get that for the Search and Destroy and the Control. And if this is pushed to the vault hard point, we get that from map 4 and a red card Search and Destroy map 5. So very different than what we've seen so far throughout the day.
Yeah, I think, you know, key for that first series of the day, again, Yokota versus Misawa, no protocol here. We're not starting off with a triple protocol. There's not a single protocol in the mixer. You compare that to the series that we saw earlier on, and also no maps, I believe, here from the series from J-Bear versus Hickam, right? So for both sides, this is basically a brand new map set, and I think that's going to make things interesting as far as what do we expect from these teams on these maps is concerned, right? So we'll see how this one goes. Again, ultimately, I think we both kind of have our expectations set as comparatively to what we saw earlier today, and how we expect that to translate into the series.
I expect greatness, nothing but greatness in a map like Red Card, Brody. But this is something that kind of switches things up, because we've seen Skyline, we've seen Protocol, but a Red Card is completely different in terms of roles that are needed to step up, because it kind of puts more emphasis on those early rotations, being you have those full 5 hills, you have that long lines of sight for the ARs to really be those important players for your team, and you're going to need them to really pay attention to this start of the series if you want your team to go up 1-0 here after the hard point. But we can skip through all the nitty-gritty parts of Red Card for now while we wait for the teams to load into the map. Let's talk about our predictions for the game, because you and I right now are the only ones with proper prediction wins throughout the day. Andy, he has 0, and you know what, it might stay that way for the rest of the day too. But you're gonna go for the 3-0 for Yokota. I too think Yokota are gonna win, but I got J-Bear sneaking away a game. I think it's gonna be the Search.
Yeah, I mean, that's totally fair. You know, again, J-Bear, they had moments in the Search and Destroy earlier on today where they did look good, so I think that's totally fair. Like, that's probably the way into the series if there is one at all. I think this is probably going to be a clean 3-0. I don't know, again, just from what I saw in that very first match of the day, Yokota looked like they know what they're doing in these games. It's just sometimes down to a matter of execution, and that wasn't necessarily there versus Misawa. So very different opponent here. I think they should be able to get it done in a very clean fashion. Again, has to be said, this is a roster that maybe hasn't had the best time today, but I think that's down to maybe their group being more difficult than we initially gave it credit for. So yeah, expecting big things here.
It is a tough one. Misawa just showing up right away and putting them down on a 3-0. That was a surprise for the stream and kind of a wake up on, you know, maybe things won't be as straightforward as you would have expected, but it looks like we are loading into the Red Card hard point for this map number 1. Teams ready on both sides, as ready as they can be. And for this one too, I've put some focus onto the ARs, especially for this hill number 1. You're looking for that outside control to see if it can be dominated by your just gun skill alone.
All right, sure. Well, I actually don't think I've casted a Red Card hardpoint in like forever. I don't know. Maybe it's just like it's never picked or whatever. Maybe it's just my luck on these things seem more. But I don't think I've casted a Red Card hardpoint since like the start of Black Ops 6. Actually insane. I certainly haven't played one because I always veto it in ranked play. And with that said, though, we're getting into it for the first map in this best of 5. This is a big moment for both of these teams. A reminder, folks at home, both of them have yet to win a match in the entirety of the tournament. So really, this is going to be a dub for one of these teams regardless of what happens.
Somebody's got to win and somebody's got to lose is kind of what we're getting at here. And for Yokota, starting off with that early kill presence, 2 for Spread, 2 for Jay Lear. That's going to garner them a little bit of time here off this first initial hill. Look towards the bottom side of the minimap as you can see that there is a player for J-Bear trying to look for that kill towards top window. It's not going to happen. Spread does shut you down, and that should give you the setup over to P2 that you want.
This has been a great start for Yokota, right? They've already got a lot of time off of the back of P1. Now looking to soak up some more time as we transition over towards P2. Bearded going to get shot in the back, but immediately you see players from team dealing with that threat, and now they can 3 it towards this point unless Spread can do something up top. He's going to find himself cut down short of the 6-3. A 5-3 early on gave Yokota a lot of control, but as we look towards the hard point, J-Bear now starting to aggress once again. J-Lit looking for some kind of route behind enemy lines for the kills. Doesn't even necessarily have to do it. It's the rest of the squad have done so. TK from Yokota will not really make things as strong as they would like, but still they're keeping the time away from J-Bear.
And even in the game versus Misawa, I mean, like, there were players for Yokota that were impressing me, like Fax on that hard point when he joined back. He really played well with that sub in hand. Spread throughout the search and destroy, and the control was an Ames player that did have some great shots at distance, and that can really translate into this Red Card as well. But we see J-Bear with the early rotation over towards P3. They do have the spawn in the back as well, so they're going to be clean 4-4, but Spread's hitting the quick flank, and they don't read this.
Still more damage to be done as well. Yep, you'll lose your teammate, but Spread is right there to trade things out. Spread's job not done just yet. More kills inside the hardpoint to find. He's going to find Bearded. Got to turn around. They're expecting the back spawns, and it's not coming from that side. There's still pressure coming from the open side, but it's so slow from J-Bear that it's throwing the timings off from Yokota. Finally, there goes the kit. Invest is there for a couple of kills, so now the rest of the team has to pick up where he left off. This feels so jarring to look at the slow approach from J-Bear. It's giving a lot of space to Yokota, and even for us here on the casting desk, Seymour, it's very hard to kind of judge the timing of each of these individual hits.
Yeah, well, we got Collapse Serum with the C9 in hand. Not a gun we get to see too often in competitive Call of Duty. Maybe in my range play games, but you don't see teams pull it out too often on the main stage. But I do like this gun. Definitely one that beams at range. But Yokota so far in the clear driver's seat in terms of objective time, 83 and counting for them. But J-Bear have been knocking on the door of a few of these breaks. They're going to get one here, and they have the setup, but the issue has been holding on for the team. We've seen them in positions like this before. They need to put the kills behind it.
Yeah, you gotta make sure you're watching all of the different entry points towards this hard point. You've already lost the first couple of gunfights against Invest. Now Fac's gonna follow up with gunfight number 3, just down to Collapse Zero inside the hard point. Invest will triple up towards the hill. 13-8 start to this game for Invest. Last 15 seconds on the hard point. Looks like it should go Yokota's way, and we look towards that rotation towards New. J-Bear will not be there just yet. Neither will Yokota, to be fair. Both of these teams still focusing on scrap time, but it is going to be Yokota slicing up the middle of the map, so they should now be the first team to touch by New. And you look at the differential in the scoreline right now, Seymour. Things could get out of hand pretty quickly if J-Bear do not get control of this roto. Here comes the hit. Clap Serum and Papa Perry each picking up a kill. Haven't quite dealt with all of the players yet. Yokota still hanging about. There goes J-Lear. And I'd like to see Spread get into the action sooner rather than later. He is being suspiciously still. I don't like it.
Oh, he turns now. He's good. He's in it. And he's here. But this is good time for J-Bear, and Spread's going to go down. So you've been getting almost every second of this P5, which you get the rest of them, and you're going to be very, very close to a potential tie game. But finally, the kills come through for Yokota. They're going to get that break, still 20 seconds. And this is time that you definitely want if you're either side. One last chance for J-Bear. They're going to try to hit through old, see if you can gain this last couple of scrap, but you don't. You lose the fight, you lose the time, and now Yokota breaking the 100-point marker heading into the second set.
Bit of a dodgy hard point there for both of the teams. J-Bear just about tagging behind here by 36 points exactly. Now they're going to be the ones in control of P1. Not a lot of AR control talks back here for J-Bear, though. They're really struggling to keep Yokota out of these key positions. Spread will find a couple of kills. Unfortunately, one of them was his teammate, so now they're going to have to flow up to some more to clear out. J-Bear, Spread on the hunt for kills. Unfortunately, not being careful about their backside. And, well, J-Bear now going to find 3 kills between Wavy Corey and Clapser, and that's going to be the back 25 unless Yokota do something about it.
And it's a big unless, but they've been good in that kill column, and you can see 3 go down. They hit through old. They take him off of that, and even J-Lear just kind of hovering around the middle of the map. That is denying any of those rotational gunfights as he's just looking for kills to lessen the pressure forward to the front of this P2. Now in behind the play. He's going to get shut down by Collapse Serum, but that gives his position through. Kills funneling into the hill itself. They get the break. They get some time. And I hear the RCXD. I don't know where it's coming from, but Papa Perry just never a chance to blow it up where he wants it.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate. Sometimes the RC can be really dodgy to arrive in these games, right? So you can get stuck on like the most minute things, and then it's more difficult maybe to actually get it out of things. Look, I'm a trash RC car driver. Like, that's just how it is sometimes. But J-Bear right now trying to find their way towards a hard point. That's 5 now in a row for a Spread. And now Yokota to try and hold on for the back 20 seconds. They're about to face the full force of J-Bear hitting from multiple different angles towards this hard point. There goes Collapse Serum for 1, and Wavy Corey on the other side will pick up Spread. So that should be the back 10 seconds. They hesitate for a moment before jumping in, but ultimately, I mean, what? J-Bear get the back 10 seconds. That's really about it. Off that hard point, once again, it will be Yokota in control of the roto.
And getting that early time. It has been super contest heavy throughout the entirety of this red card. And another break to leave it uncontested inside. Papa Perry trying to keep his team in a position to stop Yokota from pushing this clock even further. Clap now off the spawn, gets 2. Can he find 3? Spread denies it. And he, in fact, going to deliver one right back to you with all 4 from Spread in a row. Says anything you can do, I can do damn better. And he shows it.
Still more work to be done. Still more players pushing from that garage side. Papa Perry for 1. Trade's looking pretty good for J-Lear and Invest. J-Lear still able to find another one as well. Back 15 seconds. It would be wise for J-Bear to put a couple of players in towards Old. J-Lear is having absolutely none of it, though. Takes one of those players from the Via for the scrap down. So now the lead starting to enlarge in between these teams once more. Yokota have been in control of rotation after rotation after rotation. That is basically the sole reason for the gap between these two teams. J-Bear looking for early control of a Roto for the first time in this game. Bearded opening up with the first kill. Invest with Semtex and they'll escape off the back of that. One more player to deal with. It's J-Lear from behind for a couple of kills, and the first step is just not that great from J-Bear.
Hey, going back to that P3 too, I mean, Spread, he's 29 and 15, and I don't think I've ever seen like a scenario where somebody gets a triple kill and then that last player up finds a quad kill to answer back. Like, that is just an egregious interaction for gunfights, but it has allowed Yokota to shove this lead into about a 75-point gap, and with the scrap time is going to be pushed even closer to that 200-point marker. And with this, I mean, with that winner's advantage in a map that is really contested like red card, I mean, this is something where you get this time, you might be looking at a map win.
Yeah, I mean, this game has just been blown wide open. Over the last, like, what, 3 hard points? We were talking about a game, I think there was a 20-point differential at most, and now it is an 80-point differential and expanding. First time J-Bear, they get a look at the hard point, and almost immediately they lose it. Spread comes through for 2. Now J-Bear, no choice but to hit this from a multitude of different angles once again. Clapper, does get stunned up over the top. Who's Fax keeping an eye on things, though. Fax will also pick up another couple of kills here. Fax finds 3.
Wow.
And Yokota here in control without a shadow of a doubt. The back 25 seconds. This is valuable time. And you start to reach the point in the game, where you have no choice. You have no choice but to hit for this scrap.
Invest is twisted. As Spread still firing on all cylinders, 35 and 17. Fax, he turns up for the squad. You can see the slaying is reflecting in the score. You don't win it here, but you get into a position where you're about 20 seconds away from winning map number 1 for Yokota. And on this rotation, I mean, J-Pair, they've had situations where they've been the first ones to the hill. They just cannot hold it if their life depended. Another break coming through off of a team kill from Clap Serum. For a moment, Yokota gonna get in, but J-Bear not giving up just yet.
13 seconds, all that's required for Yokota. That's one good break. They've been pretty good at that so far. Good first wave of gunfights, though. J-Lear still hanging around in ticket. How on earth has he survived that? How on earth do they not know about this? I mean, they're really lucky. The shots from J-Lear are terrible because the players should definitely be dead right now, but it is all a ruse. On the other side, Invest and Spread pushing through. J-Lear now looking for the trades as Wavy Corey finds a couple of kills. J-Lear still more damage to be done. He is hanging about in this ticket joint like he owns the joint. 13 seconds left still to find, and despite all those frags from J-Lear, it's not going to be found on that kill, but it might well be found on the next.
Yeah, might be. Seconds away for Yokota on the rotation. Clap Serum, this would be a big win if you could find it, but it's a 2v1, and Spread finds his 43rd kill in the map. And Vest going to clear a couple of them. Shots in the back. He finds 2 in a row. Hops on, 10 seconds. You see the spawns not too far away. And another team kill by RCXD. Brody, what's going on?
I don't even know, dude. Yokota are just trying to throw as much as humanly possible. 5 seconds left. Another TK comes through. It's actually a self-K come through from Clap Serum. It doesn't matter. It's over. Yokota finally find those last few points that have been eluding them for the longest time. They will take map number 1. And make no mistake, Spread was a huge reason for that. I think he finishes with like 45 kills or something ridiculous. Looks like they finally get a map on the board.
Incredible there. I mean, Spread might have just broken the kill record for the day at the PACAF Esports Championships with that red card. And that was kind of expected from, you know, a player who has been sharp on the aims versus a team like Misawa. Loads into a red card where traditionally is going to play to your strengths. And he was frying. Starts off the map 5-0. And by all means, he did not stop after that. And Brody, I said it very often that J-Bear, I mean, they were doing the right things in terms of fundamentally setting up for hills and rotating. It's just when they were into the time, it's like you're not turning that time into a situation where you can truly hold it because you're just getting traded so often and you're getting killed by Spread, like multi-killed by him, or Invest shooting you from behind. J-Bear should just never solid have a 4 up to hold a hill.
Yeah, you know what's actually funny is I would actually go ahead and say that I think the problem, if anything, for Yokota, yeah, they were definitely not being as efficient with the time that they were getting as they probably could have been, and that would certainly have helped close the deficit in that game. But there was a string of hard points where they were just not rotating properly whatsoever. Like, I think it was in the second set, right? They were down by like 20 points, and then they lost like P2, P3, P4 rotation almost back to back, and it didn't even really look like they would try. I would say probably the most egregious example of it was that rotation from P3 to P4 on that second set where they were hitting for scrap for 10 seconds. And the spawn control for an X wasn't even that great for Yokota, right? They were literally just hitting the middle of the map. And they could do that because the spawn rotation, the rotations to new from the opposition was just even worse, right? From J-Bear were just not doing it properly and just giving a lot of space to Yokota. And I think that really was the thing that fell them in the end. Just that stretch of 3 hard points where they gave away, I think it was like 90 seconds through those 3 kills. And that blew the game wide open. Just slight corrections, I think, in those rotations. And of course, as you said, in the efficiency with the hills they actually did have control of, would certainly made a difference.
Yeah, it would too, but fortunately for this team, I mean, scrap the objectives there. You got Search and Destroy coming up next, and this is something that we just saw Eilson actually steal away from Anderson, and just more of a traditional stick to your guns, find those first bloods, then play your life and work off of it situation. And in a map like Hacienda, this is something where you can really dumb things down to just an easy attacking round where you 4-hit a site and get that bomb down as quick as possible. It is definitely a map where traditionally you can play more as a team. So I'd like to see that, you know, whether or not it's from one side or the other, it is definitely a possibility if they just try not to overcook in this map. It is a very simple one to handle.
Yeah, for sure. Dude, honestly, I don't know what to expect at this point. I feel like the Search and Destroy from J-Bear, you know, you go back to, was it the Protocol Search and Destroy versus Hickam? Right, and granted, I think Hickam are a very difficult squad, I would say, right, to take down under any circumstances. I do think it's fair to say, right, that the fundamentals in Search and Destroy, the way in which they were kind of analyzing Protocol Search and Destroy, which I know is very difficult to where we're going next, it just wasn't really there. Like, they not pushing the sites probably as well as they should do. They weren't really playing the team as well as they should do, and I'm hoping kind of between series here that these guys are taking some time to be like, all right, cool. This is where we kind of went wrong in our earlier Search and Destroy there. This is where we can make it up as we move into new maps. But Hacienda does play very differently. It is much more open, and you have to be a lot more kind of methodical in the way in which you play the map. So we'll see whether or not that can benefit J-Bear in any particular way. I hope that it does, and we have a series on our hands here. But so far, the start of this round, it is going to be Yokota on the offense, and they look to be taking the bomb towards A.
First blood from Bearded, so J-Bear having a little bit of a better run here. Fax on the turnaround, trades it, plays his life, and now for the 3-on-3, they're taking that bomb over towards B, where there's actually going to be a little bit of a gunfight going on between Fax and the last one now alive. They have the information here, and Fax is just happy enough to play this.
Dude, no way. Bearded gets away with that gunfight. He surely does not get away with his life. Surely. Hello? Someone kill Bearded, please. Stun doesn't connect. Bearded still on the run. Please, somebody. Thank you. Bearded dead for the count. I tell you what, Bearded survived a lot longer than he should have done.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you're just scared to trade that one out, not getting the full communication from Fax on how low he truly was in that moment. But You got a little scared when Bearded actually hit that slide. You thought he maybe caught that timing, but to the rescue was the player that actually steps up big time in that round. Invest 3 inside round 1 to keep Yokota in the successful column after what was a blowout hard point in the red cards. So big things coming out from the subs here. Now swapping over towards the defense to go for the hard read at B, but it's a 4-stack at A.
Only really one player anyway close enough to deal with this, and that would be Fax, and he's taking the long route behind. I wonder whether anyone will check this. It feels like they might do. Nope, no idea
looking
whatsoever. One for Fax. Doesn't quite. Spot up a second. How does Fax go away? How on earth has Fax literally just gotten away with murder?
He literally just sprints. He just sprints. I guess he's too fast. He's dodging the bullets, and the bomb still hasn't been planted, Brody. So you are trapped now. Fax hits the re-wrap flank, and now he's got 3. Looking for the ace. Pop-up parry a little bit farther behind from this one, and he's not going to allow it to be a flawless round at that. So cutting down Invest, but there is so much that has to go wrong for you to win this round.
Stun out. That's information for Yokota as to where Papa Perry is. Of course, the bomb being down is the biggest issue. Fight not good whatsoever. Has to take a second one immediately after not even really losing the first. And Yokota able to somewhat unsuccessfully be successful in that round. That's kind of the best way that I can describe what on earth just happened, because there were some freebies given away there.
Yeah, Fax gets away with highway robbery at that one too, and I don't know how he gets it. I mean, if that was me, I get the full force of the military to turn around and shut me down in that moment. But hey, Fax, I guess he's just moving different. So 3 in round 1 from Invest, 3 in round 2 from Fax. No aces off the back of it, but a 2-0 lead. You're going to be feeling good about this one. Back onto the attacking side, and they're going for a split push over towards B with player 3, Fax, looking to run the route down low, but he's caught. J-Lear trades it. We're into round 3.
Oh, J-Lear gets away. It's a big escape as well. Information passed on to the team of Yokota. They're going to use that spread, expecting the chow, and it's not going to come anytime soon. Or maybe it will. Just as I say it, Claps here and decides to full sprint towards the site, and should it get shut down? Yes, he does. Too many players to look at there in that situation. Overwhelmed. And again, the trade takes a while to get there from J-Bear. Wavy's going to get some shots down that should stop that bomb plant. That's going to generate some time here. 40 seconds on the clock. That's not exactly something that Yokota have.
Papa Perry on the full flank, and Wavy just beating him to the timing. 1 versus 2. Now Papa Perry, 9 HP. They should have the information off the utility. If not that, the shots give it away. 3-0 for Yokota in the search as they are truly cruising through this best of 5.
And that was the right idea there for J-Bear towards the end, right? You know, take some time to wrap. You know they're going to plant the bomb, so there's no real point if you don't have faith that you can take the head-on-head gunfights to actually just push all the way through open and hope for the best. So instead, the wrap happens. Initial kill from Wavy is good. It's just the follow-up that's so difficult. Just a little bit, I think, too twitchy on the trigger finger. Now, J-Bear, 3-0 down in this search and destroy. We've been here before, Seema. We were at the start of the day. J-Bear versus Hickman. Protocol search and destroy. That was a 6-0. J-Bear just got to try and find their footing in some of these search and destroy rounds. This time, things are a little bit more passive, but once again, it's the exact same route being taken from Pax here. And if he draws this first blood, oh boy, I'll be kind of terrified for J-Bear.
Yeah, he is exactly where he wants to be. And he's got the compact in his hand too. Peeks up, this thing shreds. If the shots hit, this time he burns the mag and shoots a wall. He's going to play his life, though, re-wrap through you, and he still has a chance to shut down any play over towards this A site with the bomb just above him. You think it's going to be a matter of time, and he gets the info, waiting it out. Nobody knows. Fax is just down low, waiting to spring this trap, but Fax actually backs out of it.
Time's starting to dwindle in this round as well. Now you're losing more players. There goes one more. Papsiran and Papa Perry split up in this situation. Papa Perry's about to get peppered from behind. Papsiran does find J-Lear, so it makes the situation slightly more palatable. Papa Perry will get the regen up to 100 HP, but not really much of a chance beyond that, as once again, the exact same situation here, where J-Bear just stuck in the site. They do step one, right? They get themselves onto the site, but they don't really do anything with site control. They don't try and bait players out onto the site and get the kills. They don't try and get the bomb down and play off the bomb. They just kind of wait for something to come in their direction and don't really deal with it. Really struggling to find their footing.
Yeah, across the board too. No one person falling behind that is kind of leading to this differential. It is a team effort right now. And on the other side, I mean, you could say that just about Fax and Invest alone is just keeping up the pressure throughout this attack, throughout the defense. And it's going to be another hit over towards B. 3 members here. Fax still lurking, so trying to pull some attention away. Nice shots from Bearded. Actually escapes away, but dancing with literal death.
And that would, I'd say
no
trophies? The biggest issue. Yeah, don't worry about trophies in this game. Don't worry about it, mate. It's fine. That would be, I'd say, the biggest issue so far is that Yokota have struggled to get onto the sites. They've really been winning rounds by just killing J-Bears, to be honest. So, it feels like a bit of an anomaly of a round. Capserum, that's a big fight to lose.
I mean, this whole time, he's just been working through A. Into the spawn. A name kill from Wavy Corey. But he's immediately just going to fall in the site. So 5-0 up. And I don't think Yokota could really do anything wrong in this series. They are just playing so coordinated, so patient, and they're just waiting for Fax to make the play to disrupt the attention.
It does just feel like Yokota could just play pure fundamental duty right now. And they'd be alright. All they got to do is just get themselves the defense into one of the sites. Generally speaking, J-Bear haven't really had a look at B properly the entire time, so it's probably going to be an A hit. Just win your gunfights. This time around, split 2-2 here on the defense for Yokota. J-Bear pushing middle of the map, and Fax has gone for a different route here. He's gone a little bit more honest towards the A site. That might have thrown J-Bear off.
Shots there from Papa. And finally, he finds that first blood for the team. So, can you translate this into a round win? Fax has been spotted, but the compact hit is shredding. And anybody wondering, yes, GAs are not enforced right now. So you can use guns to your heart's extent if you'd like to. 2 versus 2. This is one of the best runs that we've seen, at least an opportunity to win. And Papa Perry, this is a kill that you'd love to get, but he stays alive and gets out to well.
Still looking for the gunfight. Oh my goodness, gets decimated by Spread. No trade from Wavy Corey. Spread is on the escape route. Now Invest looking for a way to wrap back towards the site. Do they even stop the bomb in time to get the clean 6-0? They don't stop the bomb plant, but through the fence comes the kill. And Spread will close things out. And a 6 spree, never mind, he's dead before the end of the game. It doesn't matter. Invest will close things out.
Yeah, it's a 6 spree in round count. Brody, 6-0. The second 6-0 that we've had on stream today. Both unfortunately given over towards J-Bear, which I thought about after I said it, and now I feel bad for bringing it up. But you see smiles on the side of the left. Yokota feeling good about this one. It's hard not to when you're just so dominant across a series. Everything is going right for your team, and you're just on cloud 9.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, dude, these guys are feeling themselves right now. I mean, they're just winning gunfights. They should not be winning. Spread especially. I mean, we've got to give him a shout out, right? Because he was having a phenomenal game number 1. That continued to that game number 2, where they were just destroying pretty much every single gunfight they came across. Again, I'm not too sure what the final KD is. We're not getting looked at stats at the end of these games, but I got to imagine pretty much got into the double digits there. In that game, just the amount of gunfights they got into that they just shouldn't have won. I say, like, got into the double digits. To be fair, they didn't actually play enough rounds to get into double digits, so that probably isn't the case. But still, just a phenomenal individual performance once again from him, and really from the rest of the roster, just constantly winning those crucial gunfights.
Yeah, it's a good thing to see that you were stepping up as the host for the PACAF Esports Championships, but we still got more to go throughout this series with the control coming up soon. We're going to step away, get the team set up, allow them for a breather while we get into the control. We'll see you soon.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, everybody, to the PACAF Esports Championships as we are into our second last match of the night for us, but the day for them, as we got Yokota looking strong against J-Bear throughout their first two maps. It has been a pretty one-sided affair for the team hosting the event, and both of them, Brody, went into this one looking for a series win, a map win, and now Yokota looking for their first series win in a 3-0 fashion at the same time.
Yep, you know, we go back to map number 1 in this best of 5, and it really did feel like there were moments of closeness, I will say, on red card, hard point. You know, J-Bear, they just messed up a few rotations, I think it's fair to say, right, and lost control. It was, at one point, it was a 20 to 30 point game, and the game just kind of spiraled out of control in mid-game. Searching the story, though, totally different story. I mean, it was a very clear 6-0 whopping, in which the map was constantly in control for Yokota. J-Bear, you know, they had their moments, granted, but never able to capitalize on them, weren't able to finish up key gunfights, and ended in that clean victory for Yokota. So now we go back to Hacienda for control, and I've just got to kind of hope that the respawns for J-Bear is where they're strongest, because they need a reverse sweep in the series.
And they need a few things to start going their way in terms of engagements, because one thing for map 1 that was certain is that spread was an issue, and if you have nobody that is going to go toe-to-toe with this player in terms of those AR battles, he's going to continue to be an issue. And not only that, when spread isn't the one making the plays, he's got 3 players right next to him who are not afraid to keep doing that, and I don't think we have really seen somebody on the side of J-Bear be that player, to be that playmaker. I mean, we've seen a couple moments, I'd say, from Bearded to kind of try to stunt the success of this squad, but it hasn't made an impact that makes me look at them in an upset factor. So going into this control, you got to feel like this is one of those last moments for you to really show your worth here at the PACAF Esports Championships.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is your time to show up. You know, again, there is still a way back into this series. They are best of 5 for a reason. It's not a best of 3. The series is not over. You could still reverse sweep this series, make a hell of a comeback here in the PACAF Esports Championship. It's worth saying, even if you do lose this map and, you know, you lose all of your games in the group, it's not the end of the world. Yeah, it's not great, but you still have a chance tomorrow in bracket play. You're there regardless of what happens. Affects how difficult your first match is. So with that said, we need to see the start from J-Bear, and that is a brilliant start from Claps here, and picks up a couple of kills of players getting over aggressive. That's a great adaptation, right? You know that Yokota are going to go aggressive at the start, and you react to it.
And you play accordingly, you get it done for this one. Still, Yokota looking for anything towards B, and Fax is going to clean up top New Hall, so you have 3 players here looking to set up another kill off the respawn from Invest, and Collapse Serum's the only one on the map that is really in a position to do some damage. He's in behind, but doesn't find the kill. So the stack on B, there's 2 members here getting some progression.
Alrighty, well, Yokota in control. Now looking for some kills here. Spread pushing in towards Tin. It's not going to work out. Shots looking pretty good from J-Bear. All of a sudden, J-Bear are playing really well as a team. I don't know where this has kind of come from, but the way in which they are kind of pushing together as a team, like that 3 hit on towards B is a pretty phenomenal hit from them, considering what we've seen in the past. 25 seconds left on the clock. They've done a great job at defending so far. I need to see something a little bit more focused out of Yokota, and I think this could be it.
Yeah, everybody looking at B. 25 seconds is where that clock stops, but some pressure onto the flank here from some members of J-Bear, and Fax is just going to wipe them back to the respawn. B gets secured. 21 playing 18. In a minute 20 on the time bank for this one. And you can take a look at these blue arrows. Steel putting some pressure onto the respawns, forcing those respawns so far back. Bearded, no chance to even cross over this one. He's fortunate enough that his teammates are winning these fights inside of the zone, because that should pull Fax away from those spawn kill moments.
Yep. B has gone. Extra 60 seconds on the board here, so still a chance for Yokota to trade things up in this game. Jaylir moving forward. He's going to get the kill versus Clap Serum. Jumping out towards Brass will get shut down. Now time for the RC cars and the respawn. Turns out they are not GA'd. Here is Seymour using them and having a fun time with them. These things can be kind of ineffective at times, and that's why you spend so long in those RC cars and not really getting much for it. But now the spawn trap's starting to come through to invest. A couple of kills now on the hunt for number 3 inside the winery, and there it is. Yokota now going to stop the clock. 31 seconds here. They've got players on the point.
26 seconds. Invest is in 4 in a row for that. He's going to look for more. Pushes forward into fire. And, yeah, that's not how players are supposed to walk. So, Clapserum's going to take that and runs with it. 3 down. Decapping that first segment at A. And J-Bear, you asked for them to show some signs of life. Well, here it is at the expense of a player of Yokota.
Yep, 1 player down. Okay, we'll get to touch the point. Whether or not that should do anything towards the end here is a different story. Pepper Perry comes through with the 2. There's the final kill against Jaylir, and there is a round on the board for J-Bear. Yeah, I was wondering why I was saying. Have they been missing a player the entire round?
No. It was
Okay.
it was pretty close there. I will say, J-Bear, and I don't want to be like saying that this all chalks up to the player not being there. They had 4 up for the majority of the time, and this is definitely a round that counts. It's just this moment in particular for Invest, having his team on the zone, and if he didn't reset there or DC in that moment, I mean, he was in a perfect position to catch 2 kills on those players that were rotating through back into fire. So it's unfortunate for sure, but it was just a bump in the road for the series.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think we're going to have any like streaks to talk about really as we get into the game again off the back of the reset. So there's not really going to be anything too much to stress about. Beyond maybe like trophy systems at the start of the round, but that's literally going to be about it. And again, I don't think we've seen any trophy systems really at all in these games. Like I think that was something we mentioned earlier on today, the fact that like, especially in Search and Destroy, there's been kind of a dearth of trophy systems. But still, yeah, I mean, great start for J-Bear. You talk about it, right? I mean, they seem to be playing as a team more, which is something I think they were certainly thoroughly missing in Search and Destroy, where it's just like you're almost constantly just playing individually and kind of finding yourselves in 1 versus 2s, 1 versus 3s. Now it feels like they've kind of turned up. They're actually hitting stuff as a team together, working trades really well. That was a great defense from J-Bear. Maybe they can now take advantage of Yokota kind of taking the foot off the gas a little bit. That's what I would like to see. So good start. Maybe the start of like the ultimate reverse sweep, like the double reverse sweep.
It's technically not the ultimate reverse sweep, because the ultimate reverse sweep would be 0-2 down in the control, and then you reverse sweep the control to reverse sweep the series. But it's pretty damn close, I would say that, and it would be a pretty magnificent reverse sweep if you're able to make it happen. And I think you get a little bit more freedom for that in a map like Hacienda Control, because as long as you as a defender is able to like get out of your spawn and you're not trapped back there, then you should be able to start getting in towards top new halls, holding down those power positions inside open and closed, and making sure that you are just finding angles to shoot those attackers in the back when they do get to those zones. There's definitely a pressure on control defense that is non-existent in the other game modes, and it allows you some leeway to kind of move throughout the map freely.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's a number of different ways I think we can see these guys play control. As you said, I mean, Hacienda is such an open map, right? It's just like there's so many different ways to play it. There's so many different kind of routes you can take. So many like good timings you can potentially get. And I think the other thing you got to consider here is that like ultimately these guys are not really playing sort of like those power positions that you and I would normally expect if we were watching like a game of challenges or like even CCL, right? You're not seeing teams take advantage of those key power positions. Like for example, you would have an AR like top mid, right? You'd have an AR like top mid. That's not happening here in these games. Like, you're not having to worry about that, and so it affords you a lot more space on the map. Just simple stuff like that, like changes in the gameplay here in the PACAF Esports Championships, like makes a wild difference. So something to bear in mind, I think, here as we come into this. Like, there are definitely exploitable weaknesses in the defense for Yokota, and we saw that in round number 1.
So can they do it again? It's the big question, I'd say, for JBear. Now, after we load back after this reset, definitely some connection issues would be frustrating for these players, but you can't imagine, and you know, Andy said it best, that players who are inside of the military themselves are going to have a hard time bouncing back with the mental game of a game like Call of Duty. But the round stays true. JBear up 1-0. We're going to reset things out, and now you get a chance to prove your defensive worth if you are Yokota.
Yeah, for sure. Yokota now chance on the defense here to do something spectacular. They're already having to deal with a threat from the B side. A couple of players to deal with. Shots from the back from Jaylit, doing really only a couple of love taps, not anything actually substantial, and even letting Wavy Corey get away with something here, more than something, as he finds a couple of kills. It's going to keep JBear in the conversation for the defense, for the offense, excuse me. Yeah, it's because their names are flipped. JBear on the offense here. But yeah, not going to work out. Second tick not just through just yet. Now JBear going to try and attempt things over towards A.
So segment so far, Invest looking to get in behind, spoil some fun. Contest on the zone, and Spread, has he woken up inside this map number 3? 4-3 after the reset. He's doing good so far. Exactly what you need at this very moment. 14 seconds, players at B, and you can see Respawn is trying to get here in time, but they are met by 4 members of Yokota looking to shut down this offense.
Yokota trying to move forward now. Stop the offense, as you said. 7.8 seconds. Couple of players to deal with. Wavy Corey's still playing his life, but gets overwhelmed. Good effort there to stop that one. But there is this player on towards A. Bit of a weird position as well inside the corner. That's not immediately checked by Fact, so team shot's good enough to take that player down. First tick now going to be through on the point as well. Bearded out towards the point, not going to do anything. Invest will find 3, and that is the clearance that they wanted. Just one more player to contend with. Is Wavy going to be able to stop the clock long enough? No, they will not. And that second tick, crucially, does not come through. Yeah. So just as quickly as JBear win that first defensive round, there's an immediate trade coming out from Yokota.
And I'm not 100% sure on the recollection of what Yokota got done in that first round. Did they capture B fully?
No. Fairly certain they didn't capture anything. I think they might have got 0 ticks in that first round.
Well, we do have some people who should be able to fact check us on how that round 1 went, if this round 5 is needed. But for Yokota, they're able to trade out on defenses. A big stop there for only 2 segments being given up. And again, I mean, you just see the power of having that freedom on the defense to run some routes and make sure that you're always flanking whoever is trying to hit those attacking zones. So time for Yokota to see if they can step up now in the attacking side. And Jaylir, he's going to slip through tin, and I don't think Clapserum actually knows that.
Yeah, still on for that player. I think you can see Claps just kind of frantically searching for that last player. There we go. Jaylir now going to reveal his position and pick up the first kill. Bid on the other side, just going to wait patiently here for the Chow to come through. Doesn't expect that player in the corner, and Jaylir continuing on his spree through this game. There's number 6 for Jaylir. And that's going to draw continuing players from JBear to deal with Jaylir. Finally, he'll go down, but he'll open the door here for Spread now to make his way on towards the point. A slow and steady capture now happening on both of the points.
Yeah, double progression. Segment at A actually getting secured, but B is going to be stopped there. 2 members still alive for Yokota, actually looking to push into the spawn of JBear. See if you can play some TDM, cut down these lives, and make it even harder for the longevity of JBear inside of their defensive side. But trading in these kills, nothing ever truly secured for Yokota in terms of an advantage, and I think they are widely underestimating JBear in their shots.
Yeah, J-Bear seems to actually be turned on at the moment. Like, they're not able to take the same gunfights they were previously. Yokota actually have to think about most of these gunfights. Fax, though, just currently laying in the corner, waiting for any kind of individual challenge. And trust me, he's getting in the moment. Stun check from Wavy Corey will result in a frag, but immediate trade comes through. It looks like Yokota should have the numbers to make this happen, and they do. That's 2 for Invest. Second tick already through. I don't think there's going to be much of a way to stop this one, so we're going to see an extra 60 seconds on the board. But the bigger issue here, that life differential between the two teams.
Yeah, there's lots of time for those 10 lives of J-Bear to be depleted, especially when you have Spread just walking into your spawn and dealing a couple of kills like that, 3 in a row. So Wavy Corey, the only one pushed up, and he actually deals with the pressure over towards B. So that's going to draw Yokota away from the spawn of J-Bear and allow for those players out of the spawn to actually make it into a setup.
Life differential hasn't changed that much. 6 lives the difference now. J-Bear running out of lives, and that is not going to help. How would that even happen? Like, what was the com on that? Does Clap Serum just, like, yeet a nade over the top and hope for the best? Because the worst just happened. You've lost Bearded, down in the final set of lives. Clap Serum on the escape route will defend against one, but you have to look in a multitude of different directions. One player has already just got past you. J-Lear might actually get some bad timing, and they do. Papa Perry gets away with it, but you've lost Wavy Corey for the entire time now. Kills starting to come through. Bearded and Clap Serum left up here. 2 versus 3, now just 1 versus 8 on the whole for Bearded. This would be a miracle, and it's just not going to happen.
Yeah, the life issue definitely coming into play for that round. So you find yourself up 2-1 inside the control if you're Yokota. Feeling good in this lane, feeling good in the pacing of this control so far, and Invest on this sub. I mean, how good has he been? Even on the red card, he was having good, impactful moments. Triple kills at P3, holding down P5, and sliding into P2 when you need to contest. He is somebody who has been involved with the gunfights throughout the day, and alongside Spread, just very impressive in terms of individual performances for the series. But for J-Bear, I mean, we've seen them find round wins here on the control. Where has this gone? Because it felt like it was just tossed out the window in terms of communication and team play back in that last defense.
Yeah, there's just, again, certain moments where J-Bear seem to kind of lose control of the game. Certain moments where they seem to have full control of the game. I don't know, it's a bit of a weird one sometimes, but J-Bear now just 1 round away from losing this control. Currently 2-1 down. Yokota once again on the defense. They push J-Bear back. 3-for-1 trade at the start of this game. That's a big trade coming out from Wavy Corey, though. That's going to open things up here towards B. But again, you're losing the vast majority of the fights, and you need to start slowing down the time on this round. 51 seconds. Not a lot of options as to how you're going to play it. So they're going to go for a 2-1 split from B to A. You've lost Papa Perry over by B. There goes Wavy Corey over by A. But a couple of players still on B here. They could make this point work.
Stacking it out. Single progress as Spread is just clearing off that A zone. 3rd tick now at B. So Spread's got to turn around and clear this one. He gets it done. But you can see the players off the respawn immediately for J-Bear. This is some good, actually, ping-pong action to go from one to the other to give yourself at least a little bit of extra time. They even get that first tick at A.
This has actually been solid for J-Bear on the whole here. 40 seconds, though. At this point, I would just advise focus on one of these 2 points. Do it as a roster. 2 kills by Rockside, but you lose Papa Perry, probably the instigator of the capture, over by A. Now Spread starting to heat up once again. They're not watching you. Clap Serum decides, hey, I'm just going to try and create some space around Rhinoly, but you need to actually pick up some of the gunfights, and that's a nice one from Clap Serum. Long-range shot that will create enough space here. The rest of the roster can make their way over, but you need to follow up with more. Invest trades things out. 25 seconds on the clock here for these 2 teams. And Yokota on the defense, jumping down. There goes J-Lear to try and finish things off. 24 seconds now. Point to be cleared, but now J-Bear over by A.
Papa Perry gets it done. B-zone's captured. We're not done yet, Brody. 11v14. And this is kind of what we were talking about. If J-Bear can start bleeding the lives of Yokota, you can steal this one away. And not only that, the objective pressure in. The second tick nearly captured. But Yokota, they wake up, they clear it out, and they're going to deplete that time.
Yeah, and the life differential now starts to become an issue as well. An 11v14 is palatable. Losing all 3 lives here on the point, well, that's kind of not now because you're 5 lives down. A couple of kills do come through, though. Now down to 4. Yokota have to be very careful about how they play this. Progress now being made. Second tick through. Jumps down from Infest. That's a big 2-piece. Surely not number 3. No, Papa Perry will survive, but not for long enough. J-Lear is there for the trade. One more player to contest with, but again, J-Bear only have so many runs at this.
Yeah, I mean, just literally 5 lives left in the tank. 1 extra life, and there it goes with Wavy Corey going down. Bearded and Papa Perry doing their best to keep the play alive. 33 seconds, a wave of kills. Do you stack the zone? It can go fast. Bearded's going to take a route around this one. He's going to leave his teammate alone, and the time is draining. The lives are gone. Bearded so far away from the rest of them. It just doesn't seem feasible at this point, Brody.
19 seconds. We literally need a miracle from Wavy Corey and Bearded.
They're on.
We'll pick up it first. They're going to just double stack it. I would say just literally just double stack it at this point. There's no real reason not to. You've lost Bearded. Now down to Wavy Corey. He's not winning a 1 versus 7, and they are done. A 3-0 for Yokota. Not only are they on the board, they've got 3 extra maps on the board now as well. They end their group in a positive way.
Yeah, and it's with 3rd seed coming into the bracket play. And they do it in an emphatic fashion, just looking good across the entire series. A couple moments in the control where it may not have been as collected, as as coordinated as you would have hoped to after seeing the way that the Search and Destroy and the Hardpoint went. But I think that just kind of gives a little bit of a testimony over towards the potential of this J-Bear squad, where, even down, they still are putting their effort in to play as good as they possibly can. And you saw some players starting to pick it up. It was just a little bit too late. We look back at the series, the hard points. I mean, there were moments too where J-Bear were fighting. I think that first P5 is where my mind goes to right away, but it was in the general overall for the map, where it was just the fundamentals from this Yokota squad are still levels above J-Bear.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and that's the thing, right? You talk about the fact that they do shoot back towards the end of the game, and they do, right? I mean, we're starting to see 2 pieces being popped by key players on J-Bear, like Wavy Corey and Bearded, but just, again, as a team, and this goes for a lot of the teams that we've seen today, as a team, just a couple of cracks that they kind of need to tape over, but work on some improvements ahead of day number 2, because, they can shoot back. It's just about shooting back as a team. They can do that. They might even be able to take some of the better teams down in this competition. It's just about making those improvements.
Yeah, it might be. And I mean, you never want to count a team truly out. I mean, you look back into day 2, you have that chance to go for a little bit of a VOD review, maybe figure out those mistakes, figure out where you can improve. And for a couple of these teams who might be like last pickups, putting themselves together just in preparation for this tournament to represent your base, Brody, you might still be learning this game. I know we've seen it a lot across Air Force gaming, where people might be picking up Call of Duty for the first time, and there was time to improve. And if you have the discipline to make it happen, there is that day-to-day improvement that could possibly pay off.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that is literally the aim of the game. I think for a lot of these guys, it is just make sure that you're making those improvements constantly, because resting on your laurels is not going to help you in these situations. If you're getting consistently beaten by teams in this pool, which they are. Again, you look at other teams in this pool, and they look so good. It's kind of the aim is trying to beat those guys, and then trying to beat teams from the other pool, which is where you're going to be tomorrow in bracket play. You have to make improvements. You cannot rest on the laurels whatsoever. So I think they can. I honestly think both teams can make improvements, and we'll be looking at better teams on both sides of the battlefield here tomorrow in bracket play. But both teams will be in tomorrow in bracket play regardless of what. So
yeah, that's the one thing I like the most, is that you're never out off of day 1. You get to play in day 2 as well. So we get to see these teams again on the stream tomorrow, Brody, which we can look forward to if those improvements do come through. But for the day in general, it looks like we got one more match for this one. In here we got Invest loading up in the interview, not ready just yet, but we will have them soon. No, it sounds like we actually just immediately got confirmation that he is ready. So we're going to bring Invest into the booth here for the interview. My man, that you were frying. I'm going to say right away, congratulations on that map. You were moving on the Hacienda. How do you feel?
I feel good. Yeah, we just need to make some improvements, make sure we're playing our lives better. You know, we have purpose behind what we're doing. We're not just doing random stuff on the map, because I feel like our ceiling is so high on this team, but it's also so low. Like, we could get bombed out super quick if we're not making the right plays.
Yeah, I mean, and right away, I think I'll just jump into that because you're talking about those improvements, looking to make them. Tomorrow, you got the bracket. It's obviously going to be a tough road to climb back from where you are right now. What are some things you guys are already thinking about in terms of, you know, looking to improve from day one into day two with that overnight turnaround?
Honestly, we need to get on the point. We need to get on the point.
Facts. Yeah. I mean, that's simple. Keeping it into just a couple of words, but I agree. I mean, it was definitely an issue, but you got to think, like, as a team, like, where does that start for you guys? Is it a communication thing? Is it is something that just comes down to you don't have a player playing that role, or is there more to it?
There's not really much to it. I think just the last match, everybody was trolling, just running around, just playing TDM.
Well, okay, so that might be an issue versus, like, I guess, teams that are lesser skilled than you guys, right? Because obviously I feel like you guys were pretty confident in that last matchup. But what about the rest of the teams in this group? Because coming into this matchup, you guys were 0-6 in maps. You guys hadn't won anything yet. You know, are those the kind of improvements you guys need to make to kind of beat the rest of the teams in your group that maybe you weren't having such a good time against?
Yeah, it was a tough bracket, to be honest. But yeah, we just gotta play. They just gotta play better. You know, we gotta play fundamentals a lot better. That's about it. Start rotating.
Yeah, for sure.
Start getting on the hill.
Yeah. Yeah, is it rotating? Is rotating like the big issue for you guys? You feel like that's like the number one thing where it's like if you guys get that down, you're able to be some of the best of the best?
Yes, sir. And playing maps we're comfortable on.
Oh, really? Okay. That's actually a really good question. So, like, for maps, do you guys have, like, maps you guys have, like, said, all right, these are definitely the maps that we want to be playing in the veto process? Like, that's your game plan? Or are you looking towards other teams and saying, you know, that they're comfortable on kind of XYZ maps, so we should be vetoing them in that kind of that head-to-head?
So we're just trying to play maps we're comfortable on. It doesn't really matter, like, how good they are at the other teams.
Sure.
We're not going to try to make you leak those maps. Don't worry. We're not going to go that deep into this interview right now. We know you want to keep those strats close to your chest as well. But Invest, I mean, throughout this tournament, I mean, it's cool to be out here in PACAF for the Esports Championship. You're also representing the host city for this one as the host base for it as well. Does that add a little bit of weight to your team to kind of show up and perform? Is it something that you guys are looking forward to, like, representing that host base in it? Is it how does it feel to be here right now?
Yeah, first off, I love it out here in Japan. It's awesome. And yeah, it's cool having all the support from the base and having people come out and talking to people that you know, we know just because we're here. Yeah, it's super cool.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it takes a lot to put this whole thing together, and for you who might be able to see it come together like firsthand, is there anybody you want to maybe shout out that helped make this happen? Is there anybody, you know, behind the scenes that might not get the glory and the spotlight, but you want to put that spotlight on them?
Yeah, shout out my family, my friends, my supervisor. He's probably watching right now.
Yeah, awesome for that as well. I mean, big ups to the family who's just been always here supporting everybody that's been coming on to the interviews. I've been loving the support from the community just in general. It never ceases to amaze me for Air Force Gaming. But Invest, I mean, you got a lot of matches today, and it seems like you're finishing up and getting ready to go figure out what is next for your team. I'm going to leave it at that, and you know, thank you for coming on the interview after that game. Done in a 3-0 sweep, and now you can enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Short and sweet, Brody. Not a lot that he wants to give up to us in terms of strategy. And you know what? It's okay. You know, sometimes you don't want to just give everything away throughout day one. You got still day 2 and possibly day 3 to worry about. But is there anything that really kind of poked out to you there in the interview?
I mean, I think they know they need to make improvements, right? I think that's the key thing to me. And they already have recognized areas where they're like, all right, cool, we need to do this, this, and this, and this is how we beat the best teams. And even like just talking about rotating, right? I mean, it's one of those things we can talk about all day. Fundamentals in these game modes, making sure you get those down before anything else, because anybody can win a gunfight. Even you can win gunfights, Colin. It's about making sure you do stuff with those gunfights, and I think they have recognized, all right, next time we go up against the likes of Misawa or Hickam, they might actually win those games if they change a couple of things, and I love that proactiveness.
Yeah, and speaking of Misawa and Hickam as well, before we throw things to a break and get ready for our last match, they are actually playing off stream. So for this one, and a lot of people have been talking about Group A and how strong this group truly has been. A very difficult group for you to walk away with, and you even hear it there from Invest saying that this is a tough one. They weren't expecting it to be this tough, and it's been a struggle trying to beat some of these top teams. And Misawa versus Hickam, it was a close one. It went to game 3. It went all the way through it with a close 5-5 search and destroy. Misawa edges out the series, so they're going to top off Group A. And I'm sure, Brody, you and Enigma can talk about that later when we take a look at those standings. But for now, on stream, I'm going to bow out of this one. We're going to get Andy back in for the last match of the day for day 1 here at the PACAF Esports Championships. Folks, thank you for sticking along for the whole night, for the whole day. We'll see you soon with Game 6.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, one and all, here for the final time tonight. It is the PACAF Esports Championships. We have just one more matchup left to go, and hopefully it's going to be a banger. We've got Anderson versus Osan. We've rotated out the talent as well. Enigma and I are back in, and we couldn't be more excited for this final game. All the action today has been really fun. It's always kind of fun casting these sorts of tournaments where, you know, maybe things aren't as kind of high-paced as we would normally expect, right? Yeah, really excited for this final game. Couple of teams here, not too sure where they're at in the groups. We'll get there in just a second. But both of them will be looking for a final win to get them kind of a bump in the seeding going into the bracket play.
Okay, yeah, it definitely does come down to solving some bracket situations. Might need to be some sort of update on... Oh, wait, maybe we end up with situations where they got to be clarified tomorrow.
Yeah, I think winner of this is second, right?
Yeah, winner of this is going to be second, but I'm just kind of checking back through. No, this is the final game. Okay, this is the final group game then. Math is difficult, but it is a case of, yeah, so this is deciding who comes second in your group then, and yes, all important for seeding. Obviously, what I imagine will happen here is anyone second basically gets seeded against... I'm assuming it's first against the bottom of the other group and vice versa and so on. So this is kind of deciding whether or not you end up playing against Hickam or Yokota. And if that is the case, what we know is that Yokota are good, but from what we've seen, Hickam are even better. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if both teams here really going for the jugular in order to ensure that they avoid facing Hickam straight away and punch themselves an opportunity against a quote-unquote weaker team, although I believe Yokota have also showed quite a lot through this tournament, and it's still going to be tough whichever way it plays out. So could be as much an opportunity just to strike a bit of a blow for your own confidence and your opponent's lack of confidence going into that bracket.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I think like there is no easy path, right? Unless you literally top the group, which obviously neither of these teams can do at this stage of the competition. There is no easy path forward. You're going to have a tough opponent. That Group A is like stacked with great teams. Like just from what we've watched today, again, we had no idea what to expect coming into the day. Like we had no expectations of these teams beyond kind of what we've been told, more or less. And so I think for us now to walk away from today thinking, all right, you know, Yokota, Misawa, and Hickam are all phenomenal teams. You know, shout out J-Bear as well. Like, you know, they've done a lot of great things today. But I think certainly those three teams being in the same group feels almost unfair in a way. They look so good. And I can't wait to see what they're able to do in bracket play. And with that said, then, let's start talking about the teams here for our final match of the day. We've already mentioned them. We've got Anderson versus Osan. And, you know, we got to task both of these teams earlier today. We saw Osan lose to Kadena, and we saw Anderson take a winner. You got to cast that matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. So Ilson and Anderson was the matchup that we saw earlier on. Sorry, Ilson. I keep saying Ilson. It's because in game we've got it down as EEL. So then I keep thinking Eels, but it's EIL. Ilson against Anderson, and Anderson came out on top in that one 3-1, dropping the S&D in round 11. And it felt like they had quite a few players across the board that were great, especially in those respawns. I felt like they were really controlling a lot of those. For Osan, they didn't have a strong showing against Kadena. It was quite straightforward. I think it was like 250 to 150 in the hard point. And yeah, it wasn't a close series really. And Anderson feeling then that they'll probably come into this for me as favorites in this series. But Osan, you know, maybe they show a little bit of life here, and it was just a case of Kadena were way too good. We don't know what we got coming in this series.
Yeah, like, I don't know, dude. It's going to be a really weird one for me because I go back to that series versus Kadena, and it's just like Osan was showing. I've said this about a lot of teams that lost their matches today, where they showed like moments of promise, right? Where
flickers,
like,
right?
Yeah, it's like, okay, if you do this consistently, then you can beat some of the best teams in this competition. Like, you just got to get it down, like, practice. And so for me, I feel like we kind of ended up on opposite sides of the strip here, as it were, in terms of predictions. We'll get to that in just a second. Again, though, I think both of these teams are phenomenal. I think all the teams in the competition are phenomenal, to be fair. and just excited to see which one is going to get away with the second seed. With that said, then let's talk about the maps for this best of 5. I don't know what they are. I haven't actually had a look yet, so I'm not going to make any kind of wayward predictions. I'm hoping for a bit of Vault, and we're going to get a bit of Vault. We're going to go for Vault, a hardpoint for a map number 1. This is a map that we did see earlier on today from Osan, and if anything, I think this was the map that we got to see kind of that flicker of greatness, is what I'll call it. I'll trademark that. Against Kadena. Hacienda Search and Destroy, Vault Control, Skyline Hardpoint, Red Card Search and Destroy for the rest of the series. Pretty fun map set. Looking forward to kind of seeing how this one breaks down.
Yeah, no, I'm fully alongside you there. I think that I'm looking at, again, nice and early, who's trying to flip in for P2, who's trying to set up that P4 correctly by chaining it off the back of that P3 playing art side. If I remember correctly from last time, I think it was OC on Anderson that was doing the great work there, helping his team, not only in the slaying department. I think he finished like 40 something and 20, but also it's a situation of, you know, he was very much so ahead of the game when it came to hitting those rotations. So that's the player that I'm looking at and saying, okay, well, if you're going to deliver in a superstar moment, to guarantee yourself second seed from your group is a great time to do that against a team that has managed to pick up a victory so far today. A lot of these games have been 3-0s. I don't know if we are going to get that here. If we are, then it's got to be that man there, OC, who steps up and goes big.
Yeah, and on the other side of the conversation, right, I'm looking towards Osan, looking towards the likes of Toss and DJ. Those were the guys that were stepping up, again, in those kind of small moments for Osan versus Kadena, which is not an easy team to try and take out either, by the way. So,
no.
Certainly, I think when, you know, those guys, if they can step it up consistently, I think they'll be the biggest threats on the board for Osan. I think this is honestly like the biggest question mark I've had today as far as what matches we're to expect, like what kind of result we're kind of looking at here. And for that reason, we've looked at totally different scorelines here. I've been pretty consistent every single time today that I think every single match is going to be a 3-0. I don't know why, it just feels like that's kind of been the case, and that has been the case apart from one, right? But you went for 3-0 for Anderson, so.
Yeah, I think I'm looking at OC. I think I'm looking at the boys over there, and I'm thinking, all right, I liked what I saw out of you earlier. Feels like a team of 4 that I can really get behind here and kind of put them alongside, or at least I want to put them alongside the likes of Hickam, the likes of Masawa, and just sit there and talk about these guys as real contenders once we start looking at bracket play. So that's where my gut feeling is leaning right now. That being said, I haven't eaten anything in about 20 hours, so my gut could be totally off.
You haven't eaten anything in 20 hours?
Nah, I had an early dinner. I don't know why I decided on that being a great idea, but I did.
That was a bad idea, mate.
Yeah, it was an awful idea.
All right, well, I hope you eat something. So, are you gonna? What's the plan after that? Are you going straight to?
I'm good. It's all good. I'm cutting. So like, I'm trying to lose weight anyway. So you know, that's one way of shifting the body fat. But yeah, I'm going straight to bed. What the hell's your plan after this? What do you mean?
Well, I was wondering. I was like, if you've been eating for 20 hours, like, I was surely you should get something to eat. But I guess if you're cutting, you don't need to do that. Regardless, maybe I need to start doing that as well.
Brother, oh my lord.
You got to get it in. You got to get.
We got to wake on this self-confidence thing.
It's
you know,
fun. It's part of being British.
It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, no, you're right. You are right. You know, that's it. That is one of the things, by the way. When I started working in the industry, British very self-deprecating. Our humor is insulting ourselves, insulting each other. The more I insult you, the more I love you, kind of thing. Took a while for me to strike that balance once I started working with Americans of being like, no, I actually do like you, and this is reference of that. So yeah, I'm totally with you. I get where you're coming from, but also what I will say, literally as we're talking about this, I think my brain's suddenly gone, yeah, actually you haven't eaten in that long. Get something in, because my stomach is like talking to me right now. So if that picks up on the mic at all, I am really sorry.
I don't think that will ever pick up on the mic. That would be one of the craziest things if like your stomach's randomly started picking up on the mic. But yeah, I if it's that bad, dude, yeah, I would definitely tell you to go get something to eat afterwards. Regardless, we have a match. We do have a match of to talk about, and we'll be there in just a moment, hopefully. Really excited again. Go on, mate.
Curious about if we can get those maps pulled up again, because I felt like we only really got to talk about the first one and while the players get themselves together.
You want to break down the rest of this best of 5?
Yeah, I think it's worth taking a look at. I think at least the first 3. We haven't seen much in the way of Game 5 action, especially not on broadcast. We haven't seen any. What I will say, off stream, you did get a Game 5 round 11 between Masawa and Hickam, which was decided in Masawa's favor. So that was an absolute banger of a matchup, and I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing them square off against each other again in bracket play. But But yeah, taking a look at the series ahead. Hacienda Search, Vault Control. Vault Control, feel like we know what we should expect to get there. The only time we see different strategies is, right, like when someone's absolutely running over the other in respawns, and then you get that instant B hit to try and upset your opponents a little bit and use that overpowering presence that you have on the map really early. When it comes to Hacienda Search, I like this map mode combo because I feel like it brings a lot of different strategies.
Yeah, I think because we were talking about this earlier on, right? It's the openness of the map, right? It's the variety of different lanes. Every single lane has complexity, right? I mean, you look at like the middle of the map, right? And it's just like there's so many different ways you can maneuver through the map. There's 2 levels to the entire thing. There's 4 different exit/entry points, maybe 5 if you count secret. Do you count secret? I don't know.
I guess so.
Yeah, there's a lot of different entry points and exit points, and so there's a lot of different ways you can kind of play in and around that area, and that's just talking about one area on Hacienda, right? There's just so many different areas in the map. There's a reason I think that it's not just a fan favorite map from Black Ops 4, but it's also one of the maps that's appeared in like multiple COD games. COD Mobile, nugget of information for you. As a COD Mobile caster, it's like by far and away the most picked maps across the entirety of the game. Like it's in almost every single series of COD Mobile you get to cast. It's really fun.
I ended up watching a bunch of it recently, actually, because you tweeted out saying that you were going live. So I was like, okay, I want to tune into some of this. And yeah, I did see quite a bit of Hacienda. Also saw a nuke, very unusual in competitive play. But hey, you know what? Hey, whatever skill gaps we're working with over there. It is a case though for our players here on Hacienda. I agree with you about it being, I think it's a great map. I'm with you. It goes up there alongside the likes of our raids, standoffs, slums. I think it's one of those kind of ones that fits into a map pool. Like if we in the in the multiplayer side of things could generate a list of maps that would come back year after year after year in the Black Ops series, I think that this would be one that I throw in there.
So you know what, while we're on the tangent, because we're kind of just waiting for this match to get underway.
Hey, brother.
Yeah, I've always wanted, this is something I've always wanted, I think it'd be really cool, is like an active map pool of maps that like from each title in the series. So like you could pick one map from every single Black Ops game and have that in an active map pool, throw it in, and then every single year they could like pick a new map from every single game to throw in the active map pool. Just for fun. Just like, why not?
Wouldn't be against it. Absolutely. I mean, whenever we get raid back in, I'm always like, oh, this is what a great map feels like. Don't get me wrong, we do get a couple of like gems sprinkled in as we move on through, but I think that there's a case with raid, maybe I'm being kind with gems, but like as when I play something like a raid or a standoff, for example, feel like great maps.
They are.
What I guess we tossed the question to chat as well. Is there any that if we go to the next Black Ops game, what are ones from the Black Ops series that you'd love to see thrown in? I think Hacienda definitely should go into that. I'd love to see some more BO4 maps come back, to be honest. I think Arsenal was a good map.
Yes,
I'd love to see a bit more of that. One map that I've never really been a fan of that seems to be a favorite throughout the Black Ops series, Firing Range. Personally think that it is not one of mine that I'd like to. I wouldn't put that in my pool, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I think it plays really well on like slow games, like COD Mobile, for example, right, where it's just like it's all based on the sniper rifles, and so it like plays really well. But on like current COD, I don't think it play very well. Like I think the big issue with a lot of like OG maps is that they end up playing too fast for how they were built, right? Because like the tactical sprinting, sliding, like it just makes the game significantly faster. Fortunately, a lot of the maps that get brought into COD today, like Hacienda, for example, do happen to play relatively well, and that's probably because they're absolutely massive compared to most of the maps here in Black Ops 6. So, lot to talk about.
If we'd have had Hacienda in Black Ops 2, we would have been rotating that thing for 9 years. That would have been insane.
Very true.
We're off and underway on Vault. OC gets control top cap before falling. A reminder, ladies and gentlemen, this is to settle who finishes second and third in the group, and that is going to be a very important factor when it comes to seeding, because it is to avoid playing Hickam, basically, who've looked pretty much unstoppable, all except for a Game 5 round 11, stopping them having a clean 3-0 on the board. And, well, look at that rotation in for 2. DJ making sure he gets in all the way back, plays through pool, out through palms, and hits that dirt to get that spawn for his teammates.
I tell you what, he really wants that spawn.
Didn't really does. Did not get it.
Yeah, I mean, it's really dodgy. That's kind of not how spawns work in this game, but that's a conversation for another time. Regardless, DJ is going to have an active part to play in this rotation. Has a lot of gunfights to get. That is step number 1 of a very lengthy process. You've had a little bit of help around the front. Now you're looking for the final gunfight. trying to run away is Big Mike, and he is not getting a Subway special today. That is a reference I hope somebody in the chat at the very least gets. But Osan in control of this hard point now. DJ will get it the long way around.
Absolutely did not get the reference, but what it made me think was the great Subway that we had in Madrid. That thing was legendary. Anyway, DJ did some great work to ensure his team got in 4-2. Unfortunately, just does not get enough of the reinforcements, and then therefore not enough of the gunfights to come on through. And OC will be helped out by Drip Boy. DJ picks up 2 more from the front. So DJ really coming into this series online, ready to fight as we look towards the final seconds of the hill. We got to look at that rotation then. Big battle between DJ and Big Mike over in Art. And it's all about getting that Art control. Going to be super important, not only for 3, but for 4 as well. Big Mike comes out on top, but Toss might well be able to contest.
Karti almost immediately trades, though. That's an egregious challenge coming out from Karti. Fortunately enough, he's already done enough to influence the spawns. Probably why he actually took that fight in the first place, but doesn't matter. Now we're going to follow up with some form of control. Running out of bullets is DJ up top, but laying down a lot of cover fire for your team right now. Mossy trying to play his life. That's not going to happen. Now you've lost DJ in that power position. All of a sudden, Karti's position becomes untenable. And boy, oh boy, 4 players down. They are very lucky that they get those 2 players to spawn in. If you are Toss, you have so much to do. You get shut down. Probably wanted to play that a little bit more passively. That results now in a flipping of the spawns.
Yeah, I absolutely was going to say that you probably want to make sure you're prioritizing pushing on through the back there, but never mind, you'll get the luck of the draw. You do get 2 players spawn out for Anderson. Probably that. It's a theory that I've got about the spawn for P3. I think if you sit southern side of the map, the game actually prioritizes you in for spawn, which makes very little sense considering that the map is on the northern side. Sorry, the hill's on the northern side, but sure, we'll go with it. That seems to be the thing that's working more now. It used to be that we thought there was a line drawn at Temple, but actually seems to be that there's 2. So anyway, well, that's a nerdy discussion for a different time. What I will say, OC started off well, 12-7, but will be shot in the back. His teammates are going to have to try and fight for those back spawns. Drip Lord's here to support Loading. Loading, by the way, doing great work to stay alive and send this team packing, who did have backdoor and are now trying to flood. And oh my god, Loading is talking people into bed.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate there, but you do contest time for at least a little bit. You know, Anderson definitely had to fight for this time. Now back 20 seconds, awkward spot where Osan don't really want to invest too much into this. They'd be running straight out into the open, the not so welcome arms of Anderson and the pre-aim, but they do win 3 of those fights. All of a sudden, Loading's left up, all on his lonesome, looking towards the back door. No players coming in, but they will come through the front, and Loading and OC are ready for those fights. So, ending this hard point on 4 in a row is Loading, down all the way to 2 HP. Will end up surviving a little bit of a brush with death there. And at the end of the first set of rotations here in Enigma, we have Anderson about 30 points to the good over Osan. It's not the best lead in the world.
It isn't, and it could have been a very different story if Osan had managed to take advantage of the fact that they had those back spawns for so long. So doesn't feel definitive right now, that's for sure. And Osan are going to be in control of P1. What I will say is that you've then lost spawns for P2. So at some point, you've not only got to galvanize yourself for a push through 1, you've then got to try and hit that rotation. Last time DJ did it through Pool and Palms in order to push out through the back. Didn't necessarily get full control of the spawns, but made himself a nuisance. You got to do more than that here to close this gap.
Seconds still worth of time to grab here. Osan, got to be careful about over-contesting. You can see the kind of the hesitation on Mossy here. Does not want to do so. The spawns are going to flip regardless. And now Osan, really awkward position. You're down 40 points in this game. You can't really afford to lose this rotate. You have to win these gunfights. Loading's cut a couple of players off through the middle of the map. Now Toss gets hunted down. Player inside the hard point just trying to play their life, and Karti is not long for this world. Loading once again on yet another spree in this game, 4 in a row. This time around, going to get shut down the back line. Back spawns from Moss is good. Big 2-piece for him. And now you can really hold this one from the front as long as you get the players in the perfect positions.
Yeah, 2 kills will go the wrong way, though. Make it difficult for you, but Mossy's having himself a hill. Finds 4 on the bounce, punches in through the back door, then controls the players reinforcing that position. So doing a great job of getting his team important points here. At some point, you got to start to think about P3 rotation. I think Loading is already beginning to consider that, although actually, no, it might be that he's trying to stay alive. But right now, Osan looking to close that gap. They have squeezed it down to 20. And as DJ finds those 2, honestly, yeah, get on your bike. I don't want to see you pushing old. I just want to see you getting on over towards Art.
I think that might be the first time I've ever heard anybody say, get on your bike in a Call of Duty cast. In a cast, yes. I've heard that phrase before. Just never heard it in a cast.
Yeah, you've not spent long enough around me, my friend. I don't know what to tell you. DJ will get control of R. DJ seems to be the guy on rotation for Osan at all times at the minute. Seems to be doing a great job of playing those fundamentals. Is going to be found though out of top R, but does get the spawn in for Toss, unless I missed it. He's made a route work. Sorry. Loading does huge work. One with an AR, one with an SMG. Hand him anything on the map and he will fry with it.
Gap will have closed significantly now. Osan have a choice. 25 seconds on the clock here. Do they want to hit old or do they want to try and hit the rotation through new? Mossy makes the cross. Big survival moment for Mossy here. We'll be able to hit the regen before that engagement as well. And he's trying to hunt it down. Once it comes to spawns, can he find the gunfight? Yes, he can. Mossy finds one. Big gunfight now as Osan managed to flip the spawns in their favor, but traded out from Drip Lord. So Anderson now starting to encroach around the backline here. As players spawn out for Osan. Players in the hard point have a hell of a lot to do here. They've got 3 players to deal with on one side. Now the help is on the way, though. Is it going to hit fast enough? It should do. But again, they're just not quite dealing with absolutely everybody just yet. One more player still hanging about will be Big Mike, and they're looking to try and play their life up top. You can be a real nuisance from this power position while you wait for your team to come and help out. And to be fair, he's not really doing anything at the moment. Finally dropping down a little bit too late, potentially. Nope, team shot should be good enough here. Somebody to trade that. No, Carty somehow finds a second inside this hard point. Somehow still playing his life, and somehow Osan still have control.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I feel like there's a couple of mistakes made on through that, but it's an explosion from Carty to find 4 around the hill that will give Osan an opportunity to claw this gap ever closer. Eventually, a couple of gunfights go the way of Big Mike, and it's messy from DJ as OC comes out on top with the pistol. Unfortunately, there's a team kill that occurs, but you get a wild spawn come out from Anderson. I don't think Osan are going to read it. Doesn't matter because DJ somehow does. Don't know if he just runs into them or predicts something, but you get the kills come on through. So an opportunity to hold P1. You won't be able to draw a very advanced line because of those end kills. Drip Lord then to try and hit through bow, find one, and will be traded.
Alright, Osan looking for the back time here on new. Streak comes down. The investment early on towards this time for Anderson. Osan will have to hit this at least once. You can't really afford to chuck 35 seconds down the drain. Here it comes. Mossy and DJ on different sides. Carty up top. Mossy not really in sync with the push from DJ. DJ now kind of stuck in the mud here in the situation. The best thing he could possibly do is hold these guys off as opposed to just yeet himself in towards the P1. That's exactly what he's going to do. Backing away here are Osan. Ready for the hit around the backline. Loading's going to be the player to be the biggest threat, if anything. I don't necessarily think Toss is going to see him, and he does not. So Loading now the biggest threat once again. Just trying to carve some space out for the remainder of the team. Here it comes. Hit around the backline. Shots looking pretty good for a Loading. Big Mike also wins his around the front, and all of a sudden Anderson are in.
Yeah, big problem for Osan there is that you invest so much in that P2 setup. You give up so much time over at P1. It's got to be perfect, and it's literally the complete opposite. You falter so heavily just as you're going into those transitional kills, and that will give Anderson so much control. OC has gone on a spree as well. Picks up 3 over by Solo, then 1 to cut down a player at Lights. He's on a spree, and Loading is joining him, and all of a sudden Osan have gone from being right in the fight to under the thumb.
Yep. And again, this stage in the game, you can't really afford to go at this time, but it's a conundrum because also if you don't do so, you might end up messing yourself up on the rotation as well, and that seems to be what's happening here. Osan looking for exit frags. You've got all 4 players watching in towards the old hard point while Anderson are getting themselves set up for new. They're just going to need about 5 seconds as the next hill pops. Carty was not ready for the players to be pushed through whatsoever. The comp should be made from Mossy. Slides out, doesn't win the fight though. Big Mike for a big one, and that should be all she wrote here. Final kill comes through, but it is not enough to stop Anderson, who kicked this series off with the advantage.
Felt like a change in the winds. All of a sudden, that momentum pendulum swung in one direction and just did not come back. The first 2/3 of the game were hotly contested. It felt like Anderson and Osan answering each other very much so across the board. But all of a sudden, you get that situation where I think that Osan, I mean, Anderson spawn out in a weird way, but DJ finds those 2 kills. What that means for Osan is they can't push up and draw an early line to stop their exits for P4. But the problem for Osan then becomes, well, you prioritize, you put all your eggs in one basket, basically. You said, okay, we're going to give up P1, we're going to set up for P2, and put ourselves in a spot where we just invest a lot of time in getting the money hill. The problem is, P1, you've then given up about 40 seconds and made it basically a pseudo money hill for Anderson. Anderson, and then just as you're looking to lock down that rotation, you literally all die, and that means that it becomes almost like the term in football is a 6-pointer, where it's like one of those moments where you get a big win, but it's against someone who's right up against you. That felt like one of those moments. All of a sudden, wind in the sails of Anderson. OC couldn't be shut down from there. I just didn't see any life really out of Osan. It felt like as soon as their foundation crumbled, there was very little way of fighting back into it. I think the flowers over to Anderson is just a case of keeping up the pressure and the intensity of their play that meant that eventually Osan saw those cracks.
Yeah, again, it just was Anderson pulling away towards the end of their game, right? They seem to kind of have found their footing at the end of that game. So big things coming out from Anderson in the hard point, and that means they go 1-0 up in this best of 5. Next up then is that Hacienda Search and Destroy that we were hyping up. One of the best maps to ever have existed in Call of Duty Esports, and it's back again here in Black Ops 6. It's had a few adjustments. The car spins now, which is a really weird one. I really don't understand why they did that, but the car spins now. It doesn't spin in COD Mobile, which is always a bit of a head mess.
Masher?
Mash. Yeah, it's a head masher. Yeah, that's the safer work term we'll use. It's always a bit of a weird one. There's also the secret window. There's a couple of adjustments that have been made over the last few years to this map from its original interpretation in Black Ops 4, but it plays extremely well, and I want to see great team play out of these rosters.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as always, we're looking at those that take charge in the first blood situations. This map is slightly more offensively favored, generally speaking, than many of the S&D maps in our pool. So I'm looking at a couple of folks to really take control there. And again, I think that leans into your totally correct call earlier on when we were talking about the map on how you can get very creative with your strategies. You very much so can dictate the play and where you want it to be. And one of the things is, well, because it's such a wide map, if you're on offense, you have the opportunity usually to fight against weaker numbers if you all hit the same kind of site, because you are spread so thin as a defensive team. So I'm looking towards our superstars, our playmakers. We spoke about OC at the top of the show, and you know, he's very much so looked great through that one yet again. That's the guy I'm looking to see make things happen. I think over on Osan, actually DJ looked very impressive, especially around fundamentals. So I'm wondering to see what he can do to shut this opposing team down.
Yeah, I think if anything, it's got to be the ARs, right, for both of the roster, especially when you come on that defense. I mean, you talk about the fact that you kind of do have to spread yourselves on the defense. Well, that's kind of up the ante for the ARs quite a bit, doesn't it? SMGs, though, for the offense, going to be the aggressors. Unfortunately, OC nowhere to go, but right into the Semtex of DJ, who follows up immediately with a kill on towards Drip Lord. Now, just down to loading 1 versus 2. Not able to find anything, as about to deal with a flanking play in Mossy. Actually, Mossy and DJ will make it together here. So loading, backing all the way up, but that bomb is right at the feet of Mossy and DJ here. This is going to be awkward.
I mean, maybe a little bit too respectful in that moment there from whoever Loading was fighting. Loading was in big trouble, exposed, and very much so could have fallen right there. Was already weak after getting the kill, but wasn't challed. Mossy and DJ instead opt to group up. I like the idea of the play in this current moment. Make sure you do stick together, though, and, well, you got to go and retrieve the bomb, gentlemen, so... sorry, Loading. And so he's got to maraud across the map here. We'll find it, but when you've done so much rotating, you're expecting timing to be all against you, and it might just be a mid-hit here that comes through from DJ and Mossy.
You're not getting this bomb down. You're... Okay, do you know what? Actually, I said that with such confidence and vigor that you're not getting that bomb down, that for a second I thought, hang on. I've seen some weird stuff today. There might be a chance that this player gets the bomb down, but no, they don't. Bomb plant not going to happen there. Not enough time, not enough space for Loading to get the 1 versus 2, and just spent, I think, a little bit too long trying to think about what to do in that situation, trying to find some timing with the 3 players that were effectively just running around like a snake on the map together. So first round, looking pretty good for Osan. DJ, a big part of that with those 2 early kills in the round. Can he be a big part of this round here as they switch to the offense?
Last time, we saw a bit of a split defense from Osan. 2 players off towards B side, 1 kind of over towards A, and then 1 kind of holding top. This time, this hit, though, is just big over towards Rock. What I will say, Loading finds another first blood, will be instantly traded.
Oh, this is so
but
smart.
numbers will fall the way of Osan. Sorry, Anderson.
Yeah, that's such a smart play from Big Mike there to just immediately flank and make matters worse for Osan. And this is what I've been talking about time and time again, right? The best teams here are the ones that are playing proactively, are the ones that are not just chilling like a villain. Every single time they get a kill, they're constantly looking to force the advantage, press the advantage against the opposition. And that's what you see Big Mike do there with that flanking play coming through. Constantly on the hunt for these kills are Anderson right now. And that's a big trade out as we go 1-for-1 in search and destroy rounds. Honestly, I feel like this has been, a really close series thus far. I know we're only like a couple of rounds deep into the search and destroy, but these teams are really well matched. And now they're not.
Yeah, I think
literally just as I said it.
Well, yeah, you cursed us, my friend, but I think that will probably end up being a round reset. Then there's no first blood here. We were not 15 seconds in. So what we will likely get is, well, OC is going to try and string a couple of kills together there, but it isn't going to matter. Yeah, player disconnects, so we will sort that out, get us going again. But I agree with you. I think it has been one of a more hotly contested series here on broadcast. I think, anyone coming into it is probably going to look at that first map and be like, well, actually, Anderson won by 100 points, but we basically saw that all happen right at the end. It was essentially a case of the final 2 hills were the difference maker. Everything else was really close. So, yeah, plenty of quality in both teams for sure. And for Anderson, it's a case of you're up 1-0. You're going to be tied 1-1 in the S&D. It's just about keeping business moving forward. For Osan, we've spoken about it a couple of times. It's about people like DJ stepping up in the moments that we saw in round 1 there and shutting down some of your big opponents and starting to get your team back in the fight.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's just so many different ways to look at this, I think, for these guys, right? It is just the slightest adjustments that you need to be making there. And I think this is actually another key part about kind of those first 2 rounds of search and destroy, and even really kind of for the most part, maybe a couple of times in the hard point, I would say there were mistakes, but not really much. I would say that those search and destroy rounds, those first 2 rounds, were not down to a team playing badly or kind of positioning badly like we've seen a couple of times today. It was purely down to the clutch and the team play of the team that won those rounds. And I like that. I like that we're kind of starting to get to that point now. There's been a few lopsided matches today, and there probably will be as we start tomorrow because of the way the seeding works, right? Where like the best of one group faces the worst, in air quotes, of another. But still, it's nice to see a situation here where these guys are not really making too many mistakes. There's, like I said, a couple of errors to talk about in that hard point. But outside of that, like, these guys are actually playing pretty well fundamentally.
Yeah, agreed. Fully agreed. I think that Ilson, we spoke quite often. Osun, we spoke quite often about DJ and what he was doing for his team throughout several of the hills. Anderson, of course, you've got several players who are kind of fighting for the important parts of the map, whether that be hitting rotations, whether that just be POI points, check marks that ensure you've got either strong offensive or defensive holds, breaks. And you end up in a situation where this has felt like one where it's a series that I'm very much enjoying seeing how it concludes and where it goes to from here. We both went with 3-0s in our predictions. I don't feel confident about that right now. I know that you want about yours because obviously that you lost first map, my friend. But I don't feel very confident either about the idea of an Anderson 3-0. For the first time today, I'm kind of like, okay, this feels like it could go either way. And you mentioned it there, like tomorrow we're likely to see off the rip some lopsided games, but you and me, my friend, we've done Challengers Elite for years, we've done various other things where that's just how the seeding sometimes falls. But as we get further through the day, we start to see those bangers line up. And with some of the games we've seen already in our groups, I think that once we start to mesh those groups together as well, we start putting like top 2 seeds from both sides together, I think we're in for some absolute treats through the week.
Yeah, and we've already seen like kind of hints of that, right? Obviously, we did get it off stream today, so we didn't get to actually see it on broadcast. But was it like a game 5 round 11?
Yeah.
Misawa and
Misawa and Hickam.
Yeah, sorry. Excuse me. Hickam is what I meant to say. So like we're seeing like hints. I actually think there's a strong chance that could be the grand final of the entire thing. Like just based on what we've seen today from the teams. Those teams look like the most well put together. So wouldn't be surprised if matches is the grand final at the end of the entire thing. But we're getting well ahead of ourselves here. We're getting like 2 days, just like 0 hours of sleep ahead of us right now. Really excited to get to those later stages of the competition. And it's worth saying as well, for the teams that maybe aren't as well endowed with knowledge, there's a double elimination bracket, right? You get a lot of second chances. You get a lot of Call of Duty to play. Even if you place last in your group, you still get a shot at the double elimination bracket. Even if you lose your first match of the double elimination bracket, you get another shot in the lower bracket as well. The format is just designed for a lot of fun, I think, and I hope these teams have been feeling that fun today, because that's what it's all about, right? It's about kind of having a good time.
Yeah, 100%. Like, getting to play each other on LAN is a blessing for sure, and something that we as gamers should never take for granted. We get these great opportunities. We've added the Pacific region to this championship, and we've started to build out this world's format here. And yeah, I'm very excited to see where it goes. And also, it's one of those, like, a lot of these teams, you spoke about the ones towards the bottom side of groups. Yes, they're gonna have opportunities to both upset in brackets, but if not, you fall into that bottom side of bracket. How does Team 4 in Group B look against Team 3 in Group A? Well, we might find out once we get to that point, So there's plenty of opportunities for these teams that are maybe struggling because they're in the group of death to come out swinging and find some success once we get to bracket. On the flip side of things, we start talking about some of those top teams. It's interesting because right now, obviously, we're looking at some of our squads, your Andersons, your Hickams, etc. And we're thinking, okay, they look good, but how will they look once you start to play against the top 3 from USAFE or the top 6 from Konus? I can't wait to find out how that looks through this year.
Sure. Well, we're finally back into the search and destroy, so a kind of reminder about the state of play here. I believe we are going to be starting at 1-1, so not really much has changed. Just kind of envisage it as the first to 5 is actually the winner of this search and destroy off the start. We go 2-for-1 in terms of trades, 3 versus 2 now in favor of Osan. Anderson looking for a way to try and even the odds here, just running straight into Osan players that are not quite wanting them there.
No, absolutely not. And honestly, I feel like it was a bit individualistic, all that. It felt like the Anderson players, I'm not sure if there was a miscom or something, but it felt like maybe you just lose the gunfights. I don't know, but it felt all a bit off time, off kilter. And especially when you're on the more offensive side of things, I'm looking for you to kind of have that concerted effort. I don't know. I guess I'm looking for players to kind of make decisions about, this is where we want to take the fight. We should all head here. And that did not come out at all there. But anyway, also we have an opportunity to do exactly that. And it looks like they want to go and fight for A.
All right, well, Osan, what do you got for us? A hit off the start. Bomb is actually going to go down. Loving the proactiveness here. They recognize that nobody from Anderson is going to hit them. So just get that bomb down. And now hope that you can hold on to it. Hit from you. How many players will be joining OC in this one? They sat in the corner. No initial reaction. Carty, unfortunately, is not moving. I'm not too sure whether that was anything a little bit suspect, but it's okay. OC finds 3. It's around for Anderson. And boy.
Yeah, I'm curious about what does happen to Carty there, because either that or that guy's got the reaction time of mine. But like, it is concerning when you have one of those moments, and it makes me think of what happened in the hard point where Osan are keeping up very well with Anderson, and then all of a sudden we see that moment where there's a difference in skill quality. There's just a bit of a gap between the two teams. A 4v4 retake should not be that simple. That is as obvious as I can really state that. I think that you unfortunately did lose Carty in the process of that round. So yeah, that's just unfortunate then. We will get confirmation on exactly what the score will look like once we go back in. Potentially, probably going to be a 2-2 because we had over 15 seconds of the round played out, and if I'm reading the rule book correctly, that's what it means. Yeah, we get confirmation of that in the back. So it will be 2-2 going in. Unfortunate stuff. Striking here for Osan. So ignore what I said about potential skill gap. That was one of those moments where, to be honest, your teammate calls out, I'm having a bit of an issue here, and you probably just pause. So we'll figure it all out. We'll get it all set up and sorted, and hopefully continue to see out what is looking like a banger of an S&D.
Okay, I have a solution, a suggestion. Okay,
hit me.
Hear me out. We put the PCs away, whip out our mobile phones, load up Hacienda Hardpoint or Hacienda Search and Destroy on COD Mobile, and just play it there. There you go. No disconnects, and you get Hacienda still, and you get all the best weapons, operators, or specialists as they were known in mainline COD. Could you imagine a death machine Search and destroy.
I'm trying to think what's the one that I really love. What's the Death Machine's cool and all, but what's like the golden gun from
the Annihilator?
Yeah, the Annihilator. Damn, I love that thing. That is so cool. That thing is absolutely incredible. Would love to see that absolutely run amok on Hassie. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, COD Mobile is a fantastic game for sure. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those where, you know, this is one of those moments again where IGLs are, this is where you earn your money. You sit and you talk to your team and you keep them locked in. It's been a long day. It's been 8 hours of Call of Duty. It's been 6 group games. Sorry, 3 group games for each of these teams. I'm doubling up on my math here. We are in round 6. I think that's why I'm absolutely faded. But yeah, this is one of those where you got to keep boys locked in and make sure you get straight into that break off here.
Sure. All right. Well, let's see how it goes here. Anderson and Osan back in the reset again. Remember, folks, this is 2-2 now between these two teams. So first to 4. For those of you unable to keep up with that. Now for start, Anderson can get the bomb down at A. It's the same kind of slow approach from Osan here on the defense. Big 1v1 on the flank about to happen, though. Is the timing there for Carty? The timing's not there for us. Carty should be able to get away here, and actually will be able to. That's a problem that Anderson going to need to deal with pretty quickly.
Yeah, and because OC actually gives up that fight, it could set up a pinch. But 4v4 retake, you got to activate pretty quickly. OC's the big one for me. You got to find him mid-courtyard. If you lose that mid-courtyard fight, which you will because you're looking the complete wrong way, Toss gets shot in the back. 3v4 attempts on the retake, 20 seconds. Good luck.
It's so difficult. What's his jumping bomb? What's his jumping bomb? Someone check it?
Oh.
Yeah, they did. Oh my goodness me. Dripball checks it. Final nade comes through, and that's going to be an Anderson defense. And I think Osan just looks really splintered there on the retake. Not quite as nice as you would like.
Yeah, I feel like I know what they're trying to set up. 2 players come in through Tin's side. 1 comes in through Wells' side. 1 comes in through the middle. I don't know what happens there, but OC shoots at Carty. Carty stays alive. OC then doesn't chase that fight down, which I thought was an unusual decision. But then OC sets himself up to try and control mid-courtyard. I don't know if there's a miscomm there where Carty's not saying, okay, well, OC was hanging around this area and I've lost him. Because in that, it felt like Toss steps out really easily there, gets found. And yeah, that's a breakdown somewhere. And as such, Anderson will lead 3-2.
All right. Well, Anderson starting strong here. Off the reset. Aggression once again from these teams towards A seems to be the plan. Immediate first blood for Osan is in. Trade's not great. There we go. Finally, OC will take down DJ. 3 versus 3 we go. Down goes Big Mike in this round. Last couple of players isolated. And as I said, Lodi is going to find Carty. So this is a 2 versus 2 now. The last remaining players for Anderson have split all the way up here.
Oh, big gunfight. I was about to say, don't let that happen. Toss will clean up OC just about. So loading then to try and clutch the 1v2. 35 seconds. Needs to retrieve bomb and plant it. What the hell have I just seen? What have I just seen? What? How does that even happen? What are you throwing a nade at?
We're gonna get to see. We're gonna get to see. Oh no, never mind. We're not.
No, because yeah, I was gonna say because Toss nades his teammate, but I don't know what you're throwing that at. Like maybe you see, you know, you're thinking, okay, well, loading must be around here, but I don't know about like a random Semtex there would have done nothing. Loading would have just slid away from it, and that's
question it, mate.
All right, 4-2 up if you're Anderson. I gotta find out what the hell just happened there. That's gonna itch my brain.
Sometimes you just gotta eat an aid and hope for the best. That's how it works. If this team's eating themselves across the map to begin with on this round, Dripbot's going to try to find that first blood and the second as well. Things are about to get even worse because OC is on the long flanking behind enemy lines. He's spotted out a target, now just trying to finish things off. Mossy actually gets the better of him. OC takes just a little bit too long to take a bite out of his food, and it's already gone cold. So now all of a sudden, the 4 versus 2 becomes a 2 versus 2.
Loading stun connects with nothing. Big Mike. I mean, to be fair, I don't know if he's aware, but if he just holds that angle, he's cutting both players off because they're in office, finds Mossy, and then gets shot at on the retreat as well. So that tells you everything you need to know. Carty then in a 1v2 with only a Jackal I thought he was heading to a body there to try and find an AR. If so, I like the decision making. We're going to have to play this out through you. And you get dropped before you even get a sniff at a chance. 5-2. Anderson just one round away from putting themselves 2-0 up. And this feels like we've had one of those moments that happened in the hard point, my friend, where suddenly Team Anderson just take over the map.
Yeah, again, it's a confidence factor, right? I mean, you can tell that right off the start of the round. Just immediately running at Osan. Was, I think it was, Loading was the player to, or as OC, excuse me, there's a player to do it. Just run straight underneath the middle of the map, or through the middle of the map, excuse me, and Anderson, totally dominant. As soon as that route is taken, gives them so much more confidence they can just run around the map and make it their playground. Osan. Trying to play this one a little bit more sensibly. It's much slower, much more methodical approach, and that's a pretty good start. First blood, and well, now they're going to get the bomb down.
As Carty goes to put this down, Drip Lord is going to have a long rotation up. OC's going to try and fight this himself and doesn't. So Drip then to find a 1v4. Although we may get a reset off this round. This might just be a practice round because we did lose a player before the first blood was drawn. And dies anyway. So we'll find out exactly how that looks. Before that round we were 5-2. So I'll get confirmation on whether we're going back in at 5-2 or 5-3. What I will say, again, Anderson have had that moment where they kind of look a little bit unstoppable. For Osan, is a case of, what do you have left in the tank here? Again, it has been 8 long hours of COD. It has been, you know, a situation where you're getting towards the end of the day. This is one of the things, and you and me have been at events for a long time. You know, you get to a point where, like, you're starting to run out of gas, but this is when the biggest stakes are on the line. This is an opportunity for second in your group, for seeding, for bracket. You gotta dig deep at these points and really start to figure out exactly what's going wrong.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you've got a lot of chances still, right? And those chances are starting to run out, as you said. I mean, like, it's, you get to bracket play, you go down to lower bracket, like, you don't want to be making mistakes then, right? Because it's just like, at that point, you are literally just fighting for survival in the tournament. You can make gradual improvements, and I think the mindset just has to be proactive, guys. They have to be putting in work in. Like, all right, cool. This is what we need to do to get better. This is what we're currently doing, and this is why we're not doing so well. I think the teams that make those adjustments are going to be the ones that are mostly successful. And it does, you know, hark back to that last series. You know, we talk about Yokota, right? And the post-match interview that we had, where it's just like, just talking to us about how the team needs to do X, Y, Z. They need to improve ways. Yeah. Those kind of improvements, I think, can change the entire fortune of the team. So just small things like that, just keep on changing them and you'll be all right. But there's not a lot of time, I think, for these guys to make overhauls in any particular way.
No, I agree. And also sometimes we've seen it before. You can overhaul and then it just ends up making you worse, if anything. So right now, solid team. It just needs to make fine adjustments as they go. I think part of that comes through, you know, calming out things like, this is where big players are. These are the players that we need to shut down. We're looking at loading. You're looking for OC. If you're Osan here, you got to be coming, okay, this is where they were last time we played offense. Last time we played defense. This is what we've got to counter. We're getting confirmation, by the way, that it will be 5-2 going back in. So that previous round did not count. Anderson handed an extra lifeline here. Keep Osan at arm's length. Got to be that 3 on the bounce for Osan to tie this series up. I mean, we are, again, it's been a long day of Call of Duty for these gentlemen. And you can see right there, you know, the energy, the body language just feels a little more muted than it did 4 or 5 hours ago.
Yeah, for sure. It's been a long day for everyone involved. Folks, we are potentially just this round of Search and Destroy and one more map away from today's broadcast being over. Off the start of this one, Anderson, bomb in hand. They have a free B site to work with. DJ's gone off the start of this round, though. It's going to make things slightly more awkward. They do not have the confidence right now to get the bomb down.
They don't at all, by the way. Names are incorrect at the top.
Oh, never mind.
Drip Lord pushes through Lambo. Loading finds one. Cost will clean up Drip, but then it's just a 1v3, and it'll all be done. And I believe that that will be Team Anderson coming out 6-2 victors in this one.
It took us a while to get there in the end. The length it took us, you'd have thought it went to around 11, but actually, no, it did not. And it was those back 4 rounds in which, Anderson just really started to dominate, really started to take control, and really started to think a little bit more as a team. I think no round's more emblematic than that penultimate one. I talked about the one before we went for the kind of final break, right, where it's just like pure aggression through the middle of the map for Anderson. This is what you wanted to shut down. I talked about it, I think, where it's like you wanted to shut down momentum. They did not do that. Anderson came out, guns firing, as it were. I'm sure that's not the phrase. All cylinders firing on all cylinders. Wow, incredible. Firing on all cylinders. And, in the end, they're able to take it away. Here's a look back at that search and destroy, though. Early kind of back and forth between the two teams quickly, I think, got out of hand.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like, it feels like Anderson are very capable of pulling that momentum pendulum their way. And you and me have played in more than enough games of COD to understand how important that is. The amount of times you take leads, you take your foot off the gas for just a second, and that lets the other team come steamrolling back into the game. Suddenly all those COD timing moments go your way. Suddenly all those little 50-50 one bullet fights go your way. You just get that little bit of extra, a bit of a buff, really. You get that extra bit of comms flowing, that bit of just something extra. And right now, when Anderson get a hold of that, they refuse to let it go. Ulsan have been in the position to potentially take that a few times and never truly grab the game by the scruff of the neck. If you are going to reverse sweep this series, that's what you have to do. It has to be proactive, not reactive, and you must come out looking to win, not avoiding to lose.
Sure. Well, currently 2-0 down are Osan. They could potentially pull off a reverse sweep and extend this series the distance for the dub, or they could go down in 3rd place and have to face a very difficult team in bracket play tomorrow, the first match of the day. There are no easy ways out. We're going to find out how the remainder of the series plays out after a quick break. Don't go far.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the PACAF Esports Championship for potentially the final time tonight. 2-0 up now are Anderson over Arsan, and we're one map away from finishing the day with the final 3-0. We've had a lot of them. Yeah, it's been a crazy, crazy day of Call of Duty Black Ops 6.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad we didn't get to do the game 5 round 11. You and me both love some of that kind of action, but it has been a lot of 3-0s, but some of them in very differing formats. We've had 3-0s that have been absolute blowouts, smoke shows, quite frankly. But then some others where it's like you could have argued that the series could have easily been a 3-1 or something totally different. So it's been a weird day of Call of Duty, but I guess that's what happens when we start talking groups. I love this kind of format. It takes us back to like that, I don't know, remember the open like CWL era of having groups available where you do see some of the higher end teams absolutely blow out some of the lower end teams, but then start to see these mid ones like we've got in this series right now. This is 2-0 technically, Anderson leading the way against Osan, but it feels a lot more competitive than a lot of the games we've seen.
I don't know what you mean by the old days of the CWR, mate. We get that nowadays. Optic Texas don't win maps. Anyway.
All right. Someone clip it and ship it.
Don't worry. There's also Vegas Falcons. They'll get a shot at some point. Vault Control could potentially be the final map of the... Yeah, they deserve it. Vault Control could be the final map of the day. I will say, I think there's been moments, and I don't know how many times. It's basically cliche at this point. You might as well make me like a toy, one of those buttons that has their own sound. There's been moments from Osan where they've looked good, but those moments have been fleeting, and so for that reason, I think your prediction might be dead on. You might be actually good for a prediction here today.
Yeah, I appreciate that, brother. You're taking swings at everybody this evening.
That wasn't even a swing. That wasn't even a swing.
Dude, I heard you. Your prediction might be good for something today. All right, okay, all right, relax. You know what? It's all good. I have faith in my Anderson boys to come on through and get me on the board. It's all right. Yeah, I think that you're right when it comes to the Osan situation. It's just a case of, can you maintain that intensity? Like, it feels like they're great for like 75% of the map, and then suddenly they switch off, and that just then allows Anderson to steamroll the back half of it. What I will ask out of Osan is if you are unable then to kind of be that intense and consistent across the whole map, get yourself one hell of a lead to start off with. Then when you go through your downswings, you've got enough time to kind of figure them out and come back into the fight, which we just haven't had so far. Some absolute love going on in the venue. A couple of 2-0s coming up. It is indeed 2-0. I'm looking to see that become 3-0, gentlemen, because I backed you to come out on top here in the predictions.
Yep. And at this point, no, I would love to see a 3-0. You know, I think these guys deserve it the way that they're playing. They're playing so damn well. I think they're actually having a laugh because they can see inside the venue, I'm fairly certain. So they can see themselves when they're doing things on the screen. They're just having fun with it. But yeah, I mean, like at this point, they do kind of deserve it. The way in which they're playing comparatively to the opposition. Again, like it's the fundamentals. They seem to get that down. It's been a great day one for them if they finish 2-1. So you know, I think it would be a massive booster to move to the next day of action with a positive record. But it is going to be a Vault Control coming up next, and Vault is, I think, fairly straightforward the way in which it plays, right? Although I will say, I think over the course of the game, it's become a lot easier to get offensive wins on this one. It's very easy for the game to fall away from you almost immediately.
No, absolutely. I agree. You definitely can just see teams like kind of sprint out. We saw it earlier. We got one where like the attacking round was basically over within about 30 seconds because team dropped in through Vault, headed out through the water side, and then just played straight for B, stole it, rotated back in for A, took that immediately. So it can happen with Vault, and you got to get that perfect break off to ensure that that doesn't happen. On the flip side of things, if you're defending, you can easily set up a spawn trap over on dirt side of things. So there's plenty of opportunities with a great start to kind of set yourself up for success here at Vault. It's one of those control maps that I feel like is more defensively favored for sure when we see like the traditional sort of gameplay come on through, because that B is typically so hard to capture. But our teams in the PACAF Championship have very much so ignored traditional gameplay and gone for something totally of their own making.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, there's traditional gameplay has kind of gone out the window today. I think that's for sure. Like, it's just and that, I don't mean that in a disparaging way. It's just like there's been some unconventional strategies, shall we say, right? And that's always fun. I will say that it's very difficult to be creative in this game because of the amount of GAs, which I know like these guys are not strictly adhering to GAs. Like that's why we're seeing RC cars and respawns, for example. But like it's very difficult to be creative in the same way you'd be expecting creativity in previous COD games, right? Because in like Modern Warfare 3, if you wanted to be creative, you just whip out like a really like off-meta weapon that like nobody cares about at all, just something fun. Or like Modern Warfare 2, like just older COD games. In Black Ops 6, it's like all the off-meta stuff has already been explored. Like C9 and Compact is not particularly special because that's stuff that people have been kind of abusing in ranked play for quite some time now already, you know? So I want to see some like real off-meta stuff, but we'll never get that because everything that's off-meta is like G8 to hell and back. I want to see creativity, you know?
I mean, if it's not the C9, if it's not the Compact, what is it you're looking to see people bring out? I'm genuinely curious because, like, as an AR player, I'm allowed to use only the aims. Is it still the GPR? Is this still allowed?
I think it's allowed,
like,
yeah.
Everything else has been kind of pulled out. But yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, like you and me have back and forth on GA situations long into the night before. Don't get me wrong, some of them need to happen. Our game does not come out of the box necessarily focused on competitive, but we do have a lot of them in this day and age of competitive Call of Duty. I cast a tournament at the weekend, a LAN, and it was someone pulled out an SMG, a Jackal, and dropped like 55 kills first map, absolutely blew the opposing team out of the war. And this was supposed to be a tight series, and we're like, wow, this guy's absolutely frying. It turns out that guy had accidentally put long barrel on. Drop when we replayed the map and when we did it again, the guy dropped about 35. So we were like, okay, yeah, there is a big difference here, and we see why they happen.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that long barrel. No, I was of the opinion that the Jackal long barrel nerf was a bad thing. I've been running sub though, so I've been trying not to fall in the kind of trap of being an SMG player that moans about ARs kind of thing. You know how that's like the whole thing. It's just like AR players don't like SMG players, SMG players don't like AR players. That kind of conversation that we kind of constantly refer to. But yeah, it's been a weird one. I just want to see something off matter. So I was looking at the guns in the game, and I haven't got the game loaded up or anything. Don't worry. I was looking at it. Maybe bring out like a PP19, whatever it is. Like, like a Bison, the Bison from back in the day. Bring one of those out for fun. You know what I'm saying? Like, give me something fun.
I was a pretty big fan of that weapon, to be honest. Got a rugged feel to it for sure. Anyway, break-offs are underway. Osan getting themselves into some sort of defensive corner, at least attempting to, but loading will find one. OC gets catwalk control completely for free. So if we're talking about break-offs, that's got to be up there with top 5, not the best I've ever seen.
That is so unfortunate as well, because Mossy kind of was almost the secret weapon in a way, right, for the team. He was making a really long flanking behind, but went towards corridor and couldn't really find any value whatsoever. As soon as he didn't, turns around and then gets shot from behind. Second tick already through by A, by the way, as well. So simultaneously, this capture is coming through. One last-ditch effort on the rotation behind, and it does not go well. So B secured here for Anderson. Now they can take a lot of time to make this capture towards B happen.
No, it's an important fight for Mossy to win. Just trying to keep players pinned back towards their own spawn there. And that's an even bigger fight for Carty to win on Drip Lord. Drip Lord activates there, finds that kill. That's going to turn all the arrows away. It's going to make a defensive cordon hard to draw. And also risks giving up art control completely. And both players stray away from each other. Call it a draw. We'll see you again later. Right now, I was about to say Osan are doing a decent job of pushing this out, but if you lose this fight, you'd be in big trouble. Thankfully, DJ comes through.
And slowly, Osan have kind of been chipping away at the time here on the clock. Now just 80 seconds or so left, but progress has been made. One player could still potentially disrupt everything playing that number 8 inside vault. Car tag on towards loading is going to make it so it is easy pickings for Mossy. Players now starting to be pushed even further back here. Kills now coming through from Osan. A couple of players standing still. Oh boy.
No. I got a bad feeling, my friend. Oh, wait. We saw an arrow move. Oh, wait. Mossy's back in. So, how's DJ looking? Well, Big Mike's going to push on forward regardless. DJ will fall. Right now, well, Toss pulls off a little bit of a counter pinch from Trophy. I like it. We'll open things back up. DJ appears to be back in, kind of, maybe? Potentially, yes. Okay, all right. So maybe we're just continuing going here because despite the difficulties Osan have faced, they're actually up by 6. Now only up by 4. Finally, Anderson will get onto the point, though.
Yo, Tracer's not very good here. Loading. First tick through. Triple stack coming through. Somebody from Osan needs to stop it right about now. Flanking play from Party knows. So needs to go back towards you. And that might end up being a problem. Second tick through. This has to be the hit right here, right now. They've got to get on the point, and they don't. And Carty choosing to wrap back around through the middle of the map for a freebie is, I think, actually kind of the thing that messes them up in the end. They probably could have done with someone sprinting towards the point, granted. But still, Carty had free range of Frank and just didn't.
Yeah, I think the situation there is if Carty had instead of going straight to point, he can contest. What he needs is some teammates to get out and support that in order to ensure that he doesn't just basically die. So maybe we can't just point just at Carty, but yeah, it was an interesting decision not to go straight for point there. Yeah, Osan were looking pretty good until they faced difficulty. And it looks like we are going to get ourselves set up again. Understandably so, with the struggles that DJ was facing in particular there. Felt like he almost lost 2 players, and we will be restarting at 0-0 for those of you who are wondering in chat. So, fresh game, we go again. Feels like on the breakoffs here, we've had both teams kind of show a little bit of good, a little bit of bad. I think in particular, there was a big issue for me when it came to Osan's defensive setup, giving up catwalk completely for free. That is always a bad idea. But, I mean, it was better from there on out, picking up a lot of the kills and really bullying Anderson back for a long time of that round.
Yeah, for sure. Right, well, we're going to be resetting things from fresh here, folks. That round, I believe, is not going to count. So these guys get to send it back again while we wait for the reset to come through. We're going to send it to a quick break. On the other side, folks, we got Vault Control again. Don't go far. Alrighty, folks, welcome back here to the PACAF Sports Championship. We're back in a Vault Controller. A reminder that this is now 0-0, so that previous round victory for Anderson will not count, but the series score still will. Anderson just needs to win this Vault Control, and it's all over.
It is indeed. We've spoken multiple times on these various breakoffs about the good, about the bad, and what adjustments teams need to make. And right now, it feels like Osan are making the better of those adjustments as they get A cleared and push on forward. And well, OC needs to adjust his throwing arm as he lands an aid right at the feet of his teammate. It will send him back to the spawning area. But also, OC gets through completely for free. Does get bullets into toss, but thankfully it's cleared off as well. And it's moments like that that Osan needs to avoid. You know, you want to have a moment there where you kind of clear the board and push forward in a line as a team. And there's always a gap. And I'm looking now at number 3, loading. He's now found his way through full, relatively uncontested. We'll be able to get him behind the back of this line.
Yeah, no one reacts. I mean, look at player number 7. DJ was just sitting there chilling, watching you. Loading's now got all the way through. I think looking for DJ, but DJ's now got behind the lines, causing all sorts of problems. Now Loading decides, all right, now time for me to push forward here. Stun doesn't actually go up towards top art, I don't think. So Loading, a lot to do here. Trying to find all of these different players, but Toss has just run completely the wrong way. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Toss has just been found out in the worst way possible. He is being given a grand tour of art.
At least it's a comfortable couch. That's all I'm saying. Loading does a great job there and gets himself onto the point. 16 to 19. The problem is you burnt through a lot of time there. So you've only got 10 seconds left of the round to get something out of this. One tick has come through. A second tick should come through as well. So you're making good progress. Oh, but DJ explodes, finds 2. And this could actually be a great round for Osan then.
Yeah, a lot here on Loading. If anything, Loading goes down. Yeah, this should be the round. Nobody's going to touch the point now. Or they shouldn't, at least. Yeah, Big Mac's not even going to try. He's going to pre-aim the point, looking for some kills towards the end of the round. And Osan here. Now 1-0 up off the start of that. That's how it should have gone the first time around if they had 4 players.
Great work from DJ here, I'm not going to lie. To just, at the right moments, explode into life. Make sure your team don't stumble. That has been one of those moments where we've seen Osan stumble multiple times where they've kept up with Anderson. They've made it difficult for Anderson. And then, you know, you get into a spot where, okay, all of a sudden you just let things slip and Anderson take that momentum and absolutely run with it. So DJ, making sure that that doesn't happen here. Penny for the thoughts of Loading, by the way, who, yes, you take someone hostage. Yes, it's very funny. We really enjoyed it, of course. But could you have just gotten the kill, dove the point, and done something else with those 10 seconds?
Yes, probably. But there's a lot of things you can do in 10 seconds. And
such as?
Loading. Well, you know, a lot of things. I could eat an entire spaghetti carbonara in 10 seconds.
Why is always food with you?
Mate, I'm a big foodie. Anyway, start of this round, Mossy able to find a couple of kills. Last few bullets in the magazine for Loading. We'll have to hit the reloading to get himself into another fight here. Current control of the middle of the map is good. Stun check starting to come out from Osan here. There's control of the middle of the map for Anderson. Not really much else though, and that is a big problem here. Anderson constantly fighting from the back foot. Now Loading wrapped behind. 1, 2, 3. There they go. Loading takes them all down. 5 in a row for him. Toss fights right back for a double though. And just as quickly as Loading completely wipes out Osan, they are right back into the combo.
There's one of those gaps reappearing again that concerns me. Toss is doing his best job though, bullying your opponents back. OC, by the way, starting 3 and 10 has moved on to an SMG. Something not working for him there. But yeah, one of those moments where Osan just let an important area slip. Nobody watching Catwalk. Gonna be a problem for you every day of the week if you let that happen. As the SMG is battled on out, and Drip Lord will find himself 3, moves on to a 5. DJ answers with 2. Feels like DJ answers with 3. With individuals just absolutely streaking. Big Mike wants to join in on the party. He finds 2, nearly a 3rd. What the hell just happened with our last 30 seconds?
I just don't understand how we keep on seeing 2 pieces or 3 pieces continually from both of these teams. Just constant back and forth between them at the moment. Loading up for another 2 piece, perhaps? Osan have to stop the clock. They will do so at 15.5. They should know that Loading's arriving from up top. Toss will go and deal with that. Towards the point, though. Drip Lord being a nuisance. Nice headshot from DJ. He's being very accurate right now. Looking for more. We'll find it, DJ. Now on 3 in a row. First tick already through. 12 seconds remaining. Who is watching up top? Because that's where loading is coming from. If DJ gets removed from this situation, it would be a GG's. Looking in that direction. Loading able to find 2. DJ gets overwhelmed. 10 seconds left. There comes the clutch through. DJ cannot do everything in this situation.
I feel like I've seen about 15 2-pieces and about 10 3-pieces in this one round. And then OC finishes with his own 2-piece. What the hell have we just watched? Like, good luck picking best kill from that one, Game Engine. You're probably going to pick like a random nade through a window or something, but... Oh no, we do get to watch DJ off the top rope. Headshots this one. Smokes that guy into oblivion. And then Big Mike is still absolutely reeling from a stun as he gets... basically shotgun punched by the entire team. What the hell? I don't even know how to break down anything there because we're just like kind of 2 pieces, 3 pieces. Every now and again that's supposed to happen. We're supposed to explode into life. If you and me had even tried there, we'd have passed out.
Dude, I will say, DJ has been... He's been good.
He's been
the
good.
Entire series. DJ's been
really
great,
good.
okay? I don't know where he's suddenly getting this movement from. Like, I'm serious. DJ is now snapped. Like, he was not doing this...
Never mind. You just
10 minutes ago. Yeah, okay, maybe a little bit. But, like, talk about those last, like... 4 minutes. It's a very specific amount of minutes, but we'll get there. 4 minutes of that last round. No, wait, one more talking about. It's going to be a 4 round. Whatever. The last 40% of that last round. And DJ was just frying. I don't even know where it came from. Regardless, Osan here. Trying to prevent a quick capture. I believe they were momentarily doing so. A couple of players down. So this is going to be really awkward now. OC is getting quick. Yep, there goes one player entirely. So we're probably going to see some sort of reset here. Extra 60 seconds on the board, so it was like just kind of inevitability while we wait for this reset to happen.
Yeah, 100%. I imagine we'll just reset straight to 1-1. Feels like we've got ourselves a good series because both teams as well walking away with 2 ticks on the offensive round. But Osan, unfortunately, losing a player as we come in. A couple of the guys will keep on shooting at each other. See how it goes, but... yeah, there we go. Confirmation then of the reset that will come through. Again, we'll be at 1 apiece. And, well, just something that I guess we're used to in this day and age of COD. We just face an issue here and there that we've just got to get sorted. And hopefully the gents will get it all worked out and we'll be back on the way momentarily.
Yep. Hopefully that is the case. We seem to be having a lot, though, today. I don't know if there's, like, something we're doing that's, like, causing the lot of crash outs. I'm wondering. I might.
Like I said, I did a LAN event in the weekend and we didn't have a single one. So I don't know. I don't know. Maybe
just
just bad luck.
investigation. Oh wait, did you guys use the CDL S&D modes? CDL modes? Or did you use the custom modes where you set up like the rules yourself? Or do you not know?
I mean, I have no idea.
Okay.
I'll be honest.
I was just
no, I was trying to host for the first time while absolutely dying a death from the Spanish flu. So I was not paying any attention to...
Spanish flu specific?
Any rule says... I've been sick since Madrid, right? So I'm just kind of calling it the Spanish flu at this point.
Spanish flu.
Yeah, I know it's a harsh joke because like the Spanish flu wiped out like
I was gonna say like you've not got the Spanish flu
back in the day, but like you know what? I've been sick for like a month, so I don't care anymore. But it's all good. It's all good. Don't worry about it. I'll be on my like 4th pack of antibiotics soon. Not salty about that at all. Don't worry about it.
Oh, dearie me. Yeah, I'm glad I'm feeling a little bit better now.
But anyway,
games, video games. We got video games to commentate over. I believe these guys are currently just taking a break. I'm not entirely sure what's kind of going on. They're waiting for round number 3 to get started. Again, going to go ahead and assume pretty safely here that we'll be starting from a 1-1 position. So we are making progress. Feels like we're in like a roguelike video game right now. I don't know. We'll see. We found a checkpoint. That's the point. We've defeated one of the bosses. We've got another one coming up. But that's going to be a round 3 on Vault Control. A reminder, folks, 1-1 now in Vault Control. 2-0 to Anderson. Just a couple more rounds of Vault Control, and the series will be theirs. Find out if they're going to get it after this. What's up, folks? We're back here for the PACAF Esports Championship. It's time, once again, for Revolt Control. We're now 1-1 in this thing, and hoping to get through this all in one go. It is going to be Anderson now, once again, on the offense. They couldn't get it done last time around.
No, they couldn't. Both teams took away 2 ticks. Not that that will matter anymore, I don't think. Unless someone's doing the math and wants to add them up and figure out who's going where. But right now, well, it won't matter very much. Anderson have bullied their way straight on to A to find 2 instantly. Big Mike also finds himself a 2-piece. This is one of those moments. Osan potentially... Yeah, I'm a little bit worried. Don't go flying at this. You know the day is lost. Chalk it up. Draw yourself a line to B.
Yep. Now they're starting to move forward as well. You've moved a player from the power position here. Big Mike. The only player actually on the point, though. Got to be careful about flanking player. DJ is about to ruin absolutely everything for Anderson. There's not been a reaction. The comm hasn't been made. DJ's still doing some serious damage here. Still on the hunt for these players. Drip Lord now going to go down as well. And all of a sudden, all the map control that Anderson have had has not completely dissipated just yet, but certainly put a dent in it.
Yeah, but DJ activates here correctly. He will find Drip Lord, set up that pinch opportunity, can put bullets in the back. OC's doing great work with the pistol, though. Finds 2 bot Mar. DJ falls elsewhere. So as such, all the work that DJ did amounts to naught, really, because OC goes huge in bot Mar with the pistol.
Yep, and now you can just stack the point. 3 stack coming through. This should be done very, very quickly. I don't even think anyone's going to touch in time, and they will not. Anderson get the crucial capture that could well end it all. An offensive capture here on Control is everything. And I tell you what, they really had to work for that one. I thought DJ was about to ruin absolutely everything. The fact that he doesn't is a miracle. Now, as we said, map point here for Anderson. Just got to win 1 defense.
Felt like a statement round for sure. Felt like one of those moments where Anderson, they're done messing around. They're done toying with this series. They want the 2nd seed. Let's push forward. Osan will have to go big to answer. I feel like the man on our screen right now, DJ, has been very impressive throughout group stages. And if you are going to stay in this series, if you are going to force a map forward, they need him at his very best.
All right. 2 rounds on the bounce. That's what we required of Osan. The call is to hit B off the start, and DJ almost immediately procures a 2-piece that gets them that first tick of progression. Osan seems to be able to pull the rubber out of the hat when required. Under the car, though, there goes DJ. Drip Lord not able to quite second, but it's okay because the trades are good enough. Still players to worry about, though. Over here, Big Mike trying to weave between all of them. Not able to locate any of them. 2nd tick now through. Got to finish your food if you're OC towards a point, and you're able to for the first gunfight, but again, Osan being so annoying right now. They continue to replenish their forces towards the point. Flying out will be loading. Doesn't quite finish things off. That is B gone. Osan able to get it done, and now they just have to get A.
Toss is just looking to try and push forward here. Allow his reinforcements. Moment to breathe. RC comes in. RC hits, well, very little. I mean, it does eventually lead to Toss's demise, but well, it's basically 4 dead for Anderson, so an opportunity for Osan to stack.
Stack they will. I genuinely don't think with a 4 stack they're even going to touch. There's no chance. There's no chance. Get on the point right now. Trying to contest right now. There's the kills. 3 kills just by a hair's breadth. Are able to get the point done. TK, it's in the closing moments, but it does not matter. How about this for living on a knife's edge? You now need to survive 1 minute and 45 seconds, and just 1 tick is all that Osan need. That is asking so much.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty perfect as well, because that 1 tick's going to be on A. So, basically a stone's throw from where you respawn. As OC finds 4, pops off by trophy, slips back in towards the A point. 3 players are actually going to spawn trophy side for Osan, sorry. So I don't know if OC is going to read this. As he falls and a couple of other teammates fall, DJ does indeed pop off with 2. Allows his team to bully into A, just as Big Mike leaves the point.
Every single gunfight being won across the board here from Anderson. Osan trying to filter through. Big AR battle there from Big Mike. Decides to get out of the pre-aim at the wrong time. Now looking away at the wrong time as well. DJ going to get a fight off the back of that toss. Also going to find Drip Lord. Here comes the double stack. Flanking play from Loading. What does it do? Loading finds one. There's the trade. Loading for 2. 9 versus 6 now in terms of lives. All of a sudden, this starts to become an improbable situation for Osan to salvage.
Calm before the storm, surely. As Osan tried to set up some sort of hit here, but which way do you want it to go? Big Mike's going to try and shut this down. Square control, though. Carty's doing a great job, but OC hits the flank, collapses back on Carty and Mossy. You're down to 3 lives. Just 3 players left against 5. You need to find 2 picks, but you don't have the time to really make them happen.
OC wasn't quite ready for a second engagement, though, so he is going to get traded out. 2 versus 4. This is possible for Toss and DJ, especially since the latter of those 2 players has been on fire when required. Has he found the perfect route? Doesn't need to. First gunfight's good. Survives. 50% HP on the board, though. Has to hit fast. Doesn't win the second gunfight. Now down a Toss for the 1 versus 3 to try and salvage this series. It's not going to happen. Anderson call game, and they call series as they take this control 3-1.
And in the end, inevitable. Felt like, although we saw moments of greatness from Osan, felt like Anderson were never willing to let that one slip from their grip. Map 1 was close pretty much the whole way through until Anderson ran away with the final 2 hills. The S&D, similar story, felt like we had a real back and forth through the opening half, and then Anderson extended and ran away with a big lead through the back portion. And in the control, it kind of felt the same. We did obviously go through issues with several breakoffs having to be reset, but again, Osan had those moments where it was like, okay, you're really putting up a fight here. And even in that final round, there was a portion of it where I thought that you had Anderson under control. You had them in the spot you wanted them so badly, but Anderson just know when to turn up that dial, flick on the afterburners, and really turn the screw. And, well, once that happened, we saw consistently through that series, Osan just couldn't keep up.
Yeah, that's just crazy. Osan, I mean, they had it, dude. They had it. They managed to get control of B. They get 2 ticks on A. They could well have forced around 5. I thought for a second they'd absolutely done it. Loading comes through, like, huge 3-piece multiple times during that game. Huge clutch up, I think, just on the whole from Anderson to clutch up. But this control was so back and forth, just so incredibly back and forth. And in your mind as a caster, right, you talk about kind of offensive round wins. As soon as Anderson get that round 3 victory, you're like, yeah, this is done. Like, there's no universe here in which Anderson don't win this out. This is over. And then all of a sudden, just at the last minute, they make us think. They make us think that it's going to be a round 5, but it's not. Congratulations to Anderson. They will be getting the 2nd place seed in this group. Phenomenal. I think series between these 2 teams, even though it was a 3-0, it didn't feel like one.
No, absolutely not. That felt like when we've had, I feel like the first game of the day as well was another one of those where it's a 3-0, but if you go and watch the maps back, it's not really a 3-0 compared to some of the other ones in particular. But yeah, a day of 3-0s. We had one 3-1 on main and then all the others 3-0s, if I'm right. So, I mean, it's been a day of blowouts, but that's what it is when it comes to groups sometimes, as we settle the seedings, figure out who's number 1 all the way through to number 8. Before we start to look ahead to tomorrow, my friend, start to send some of our teams home, start to send others closer and closer to Worlds qualification.
All right, well, the group stage is done. Before we send it, though, we got an interview of a player from the winning team from Anderson. I believe we have OC on the line here in just a second. I believe he's actually here, ready to go. OC, how you doing, mate? You guys just won a very lengthy 3-0. Must feel pretty good to get that win.
Absolutely. We started the day off pretty rough. I think, including the scrims yesterday, we went like 0-6. We heard they were going to talk some smack before the game. I really wish you guys could hear comms. It was outrageous. They were talking a lot, and I think it motivated us.
Congratulations again, my friend, on your victory there. You said that they motivated you. A lot of teams, when you get involved in the trash talk, it can be it's a bit of mental warfare. What is it that it did specifically, though, to your team? Are you talking about, comms? You said yesterday you had a real struggle in scrims. So how do you come out today and make sure that you guys are delivering, firing on all cylinders like you have been?
Well, I'm sure you guys heard from the past interviews, like everyone talking about Osan this, Osan that. They thought they were going to win it all. They got 3-0'd by Kadena today. They were pretty down, but then were starting to talk smack before the game versus us because we were 0-3 as well. It just lifted something inside of us. I don't know what it is, but we were all on fire.
Yeah, you most certainly were. I mean, you in particular, my man, we've done a lot of speaking about you up here. You've been very impressive out there. We're looking forward to seeing plenty more of you through these coming days. Obviously, what you guys out there on LAN, we've extended into the Pacific region this year, all with trying to find players and teams to get on through to Worlds. What does it mean to have this opportunity to play on LAN, to compete in something like this, and potentially book a ticket through to that World Championships?
Yeah, man, this is every kid's dream, right? Everyone, at least, that 20 to 30, maybe older, I don't know, right? But everyone always wanted to play in LAN, have a jersey, have something to represent, and we have that right now, and that's what everybody's looking, forward to. Everyone's excited about Colorado here in June or July, and that's our mindset right now. Focus on that, and the rest will come.
All right, well, that's long term. Short term, the bracket is basically set for tomorrow. I believe that you guys will be facing Yokota. I mean, just looking at the matchup for tomorrow, how are you feeling about it? Do you feel good? Do you feel like you guys can win?
Real quick, brother. I don't want to lead you the wrong way. I think it's pronounced Yokota. I don't want to lead you the wrong way.
Yokota? Oh, thank you, mate. I appreciate you.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm not worried about them. Really not. Played against them in ring play multiple times, and after what you guys saw today, right? I don't think there's much stopping us right now.
Alrighty, awesome. Well, before we let you go, we've done this for everyone today. So, any words you want to send to anyone back home? Any love? Any kind of shout outs you want to make?
Yeah, shout out to my wife. She's watching this as well, thugging it out after work. My leadership in my training section, even my squadron, right? Security forces back in Anderson. Good people, and surprisingly, a lot of them are watching this right now. I hope so, at least. But yeah, appreciate them.
Awesome, man. Well, thank you. Congratulations again. You're absolutely awesome to cast over, and I can't wait to see more of you tomorrow.
Thank you, brother. Take care. Have a good one.
Cheers. Alrighty, well, that was OC with Anderson. They will be moving forward as the second seed in Group B. Speaking of which, I believe we can kind of show everybody the standings at the end of the day to kind of bring everybody back to speed. What do the things look like at the end of Group B and Group A? As I mentioned here, Anderson finishing second in Group B, just behind Kadena and Igor.
Yeah, and I believe then that what that will mean is that Masao will play against Ilson, Hickam will play against Osan, Yokota will play against Anderson, and J Bear will play against Kadena. I might be slightly incorrect there, but I think that that's how we're going to work it. And yeah, I guess I toss one last question over to you, my friend. Any of those matchups that I've just mentioned there, they really stand out to you for when we get things kicked off tomorrow on the double bracket?
Oh man, it's going to be so difficult. Let's take a look at those matches in the bracket.
Oh, we got
then
them?
to kind of this is going to be interesting. Oh man, for
Oh,
me,
right.
just
I was right
looking
about
at it, you were right. I'm really impressed that you were right. I would actually say I genuinely do think Yokota versus Anderson is probably going to be like the one, right? Or Hickam versus Osan. Those are the ones for me where I'm like, yeah, those are going to be really good matches. It's so difficult to tell. Honestly, I can't wait to get into those upper bracket semi-finals, right? The lower bracket round 1 matches. I think that's when we're getting really close matches.
Yeah, 100%. I think I'm with you on the Anderson-Yokota match. I think that is one where Yokota, I think they came out the block slower, also a little bit unfortunate with how things panned out. So I think there's a lot more to see from them on main stage, and of what we have seen from Anderson, yeah, they are looking like a real team to watch. So, but I agree with you. Obviously, we've all got our eyes on those later winner games, and of course, further on down the tournament when we start talking about finals, grand finals, and everything else that comes with this tournament.
Yeah, for sure. Well, a reminder, folks, at the end of this entire tournament, the top 3 teams will be making it to the World Championship. So, while the title itself of being the PACAF Esports Championship winner is on the line, I guess, qualification for champs is also there. Here's a look at kind of what they win as well. It's a nice little goodie bag. You get some trophies. I love the design of those trophies too.
No, I really do. They're absolutely gorgeous. Clearly put a bit of thought, love, and work into those. And yeah, we're looking forward to seeing who we hand them on out to. Because right now, I don't really have a clear favorite. We have a couple of teams, a bunch of teams up at the top where we're looking and thinking, okay, you guys look really good. Again, Masawa, Hickam, You know, there's a couple of teams here, Kadena, that we're looking at thinking, all right, you guys look really good right now after smoking your groups, but how are you going to do against one another? And of course, it's a double elim, so it's all about what teams learn. You know, we often get that situation where winner beats out a team, they drop into that lower bracket, but they've learned something when they come back for that revenge tour. So I'm really looking forward to settling all that with you and handing out those gorgeous trophies. And of course, as you said, those 3 spots for Worlds.
Alrighty, well that's going to be the first day of action here from the PACAF Esports Championships 2025, the first ever one, by the way. Absolutely brilliant day of action here. We'll be back tomorrow around the same time with day number 2. We get into that all-important double elimination bracket. Trust me, you do not want to miss it. We'll see you then.